Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the petition for the presidential election has been filed by AZIMIO la UMOJA, One Kenya political party, contesting the declaration of Deputy President William Ruto as president-elect by the IEBC. Well, after the petition being filed, the leader of AZIMIO la UMOJA, One Kenya political party, Raila Odinga, issues a presser and says he looks at the corruption at the election. In the election process, as corruption fighting back, regrouping, and wanting to hinder the fight against corruption. And so says not only will corruption be stopped, but needs to be crushed. What is your thought on the same? Even as we start out our discussion, apologies for starting a bit late. I had a bumpy start, but I trust everything is sorted. Now we can move on with our political discussions. Welcome everybody on board, and don't watch alone. Make sure that you are inviting your community into the same so that nobody misses out on all that is happening from this end of the world to the rest of the world. God bless you, everybody. Let's be here. Let us take care of our country. It is our business and our life to see to it that taking care of this country is not a second priority, but the first priority in terms of securing the future of this country, even as it is our responsibility. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allows StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you for your patience and long suffering and waiting and waiting and waiting again. We are here now. Let's get talking. Thank you so much, Salome Mbone. Appreciate you, Trufosa Lai. Asante sana, karibu kwa show. I'm blessed. We appreciate you. Kuna nani huyu? Kuna Dahir Abdi, karibu kwa show. Beatrice Omanwa, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Paul Inda, Flo Makoha, nani huyu mwingine? Evarin Anyango, karibu kwa show. George Obado, we appreciate you. Pamela Kageni, Akengo Omwangu on board, thank you so much. Fatma Nasimiyu, welcome to the show. Chogo Nyari Mwalimu, asante sana. Aftin Abdi, Belinda Ogweno, Nyayo Franco Rama, Jose Samke E, Malaika Kaburieli, hey Malaika Gabrieli mwenyewe, asante sana, thank you. Moses Kenju, karibu kwa show. Beatrice Ambale, kuna Joshua Patimo, wewe Okicha ja Nyaliech, you're welcome. Kuna Daniel Situma, nani mwingine huyu? Anaitwa Sarina Masita, karibu sana. Innocent Olekuta DP 2044 inawezekana, asante sana. Kuna Haled, you're welcome. Nani huyu mwingine? Maina Kamunge, kuna Simba Omar Said, nani huyu? Abdallah, kuna Mwithukia Peter Karis, karibu sana. Kuna Joma, nani huyu? James Machu, Silver Thriller, si? Kuna Silly Thriver, okay? Silly Thriver, interesting, okay? Nani huyo? Chuang Nyanduko, alafu Peter Mburu, asante sana. Naomba tutumie hiyo link, ingia kwa studio, tuanze kujadiliana masuala haya yanayohusu nchi yetu, ambayo ni jukumu letu kuilinda kwa vyovyote vile. Na the rule of law must be the order of the day. That is why every matter concerning these elections and any other matter needs to be handled within the framework of the Constitution. And it is our Constitution wherever requirement that if you have contestation against the election of anyone, you go through the court process before anything else can be done. And so that is what AZIMIO la UMOJA, Raila Odinga have petitioned today at the Supreme Court, looking forward for the outcome of the same. Peter Mboro, karibu kwa show. Kuna Catherine Okiri, kuna Johnny, kuna Beatrice Namale, kuna Koech Maiyo, nani huyu, kuna Chuck Mdune, Jane Awor, alafu unbiased reviews, nani mwingine huyu. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's keep coming in. And as you come in, make sure that you are inviting as many as possible. Henry Ismael, karibu sana. Kuna Hamis Rajab, karibu sana. Badman Hola. I tell you, kuna Praise J, thank you so much. Alpha Juma, asante sana. Thank you, everybody. Let us get in. Let us get talking. We are looking at the crashing of the corruption cartel pronounced by Baba himself, the Raila Amolo Odinga, the presidential candidate, the leader of AZIMIO la UMOJA, after filing the petition at the Supreme Court. He says the corruption process that we witnessed at Bomas and elsewhere needs to be crushed, and in every other aspect of our operation as a nation. I don't know what you feel and think about the same, but I support the fight against corruption. We need to have leadership that is defined and leadership that is framed within the rule of the law. And our systems must be led to work. Corrupting innocent, not innocent for that matter, if they allowed themselves to be corrupted, corrupting IEBC officers and all manner of games that we saw playing at Bomas is uncalled for, and nobody should, in their right senses, should be supporting a twisted system to determine for us who becomes president and who becomes governor, who becomes senator, who becomes women rep, who becomes member of parliament or member of county assembly. So wherever you're joining us from, let me share the link again. Please click on the link. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and get into the studio. Let's get talking. Let's get talking. It is our responsibility to see to it that what we need done must be done, but must all be within the framework of our constitutional provision. Let's watch this even as we await you to come forth and be able to share your thoughts on the latest development. Well, that is the AZIMIO La UMOJA One Kenya team marching to the Supreme Court to make the petition against the declaration of Deputy President William Ruto as president-elect by the IEBC. It was a moving scenario there, even as we witnessed these gallant Kenyan leaders pressing for what the law requires within the framework of the law. Well, let's begin to hear your views as Kenyans on the same, and especially on the aspect of corruption must be crushed, not just stopped. John Jenga, karibu. Unmute your mic.
Yeah. Asante sana. Habari yenu jioni ya leo?
Iko salama, vipi?
Poa sana. Natumaini mambo yote imekuwa mzuri. Nashukuru Mungu kwa ajili ya vile tumeendelea na kuwa na amani. Huwa nashukuru sana maana Kenya ni kubwa kuliko mtu mmoja. Na hiyo amani tuko naye ni nzuri, watoto wamerudi shule wengine. Nimeona leo Nairobi at least watu wameanza kurudi kazini, ni kusuri kidogo. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru Mungu maana huo ubari hatuwezi sema ni sisi, ni Mungu. Rangu tu Bernard, kidogo tu ni kusema ya kwamba ni vizuri hata sisi tunategemea Mungu sana, maana yeye ndiye huwa anaweza mambo yote. Na niseme ya kwamba kuna jambo moja Bernard leo jana liniudhi. Jana niliona kijana mdogo ninamjua tu, saa ingine namuona pale kwa buga ya Mwananchi Jivanji, na nikamuona akiita Ole Sapit mkora na maneno ingine mbaya sana. Sometimes ni vizuri tufundishe hawa watu. Ole Sapit is more than a president. Ameshikilia kanisa na iko na over 15 million, kwa hivyo hata sioni kama anaweza ona hizi viti zingine. Na wakati mwingine hata kama mtu wako na tempa, ni vizuri kumjulisha ya kwamba mtu yote amemwagiliwa mafuta na Mungu. Hata kama tunaigisha kwa siasa, watu waambiwe ya kwamba sio vizuri kumkemea. Wacha yeye kesi yake na Mungu iendelee. Mimi hiyo jambo halikulinjenga sana. Jambo la pili Bernard, nashindwa although mimi wacha tu niseme hata kama mimi ni Mkikuyu, nashindwa kwa nini Wakikuyu ama kwa nini watu wanasigira Raila hapo. Ninapoona wakienda pale, ninaona Peter Kenneth, ninaona wengine Karoa si sana, and they know what they know. Hata kama sitasema, they know what they know. Na ni vizuri sana. Mimi ningeulizwa kama mimi leo ningekuwa Raila, ningetupa kila Mkikuyu aende kado. Nikiwa ndani niendelee na wale ambao wanajua vile wanajua. Juu hao wote wako hapo Wakikuyu ni wanafiki na wanajua vile wanajua. Kuanzia Uhuru kukuja, hao wote ni wanafiki and they know what they know. But
Jenga, tafadhali. Okay? Umekuja debate kuhalalisha mambo, kudhulumu watu, ama uko na point ya kusema? Tafadhali. Because if there is something you know that you don't want to share, then don't bring it up.
Okay, let me rest my case, Bernard. Let us wait the Supreme. Now the case is in the Supreme. Let us wait the Supreme.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to Nobastas Ojamba. Vipi?
Ni aje Bernard?
Ojamba, are you there? Nobastas, oh, you forgot your name. Okay, you know, some of you use pseudonym, so you may put a name and you forget it is you. All the same. Ronald, vipi?
Yes, Bernard. Unanisikia?
Yes, nakupata. Endelea.
Mimi ile jambo ningeongelea ni kwamba mzee Baba Raila ameweka petition ndani na imesemekana ya kwamba the leaders of the ODM fraternity na wametupatia hakikisha kwamba kuna bombshell inakuja, so this election was stolen in favor of the candidate ni alitangaza. I don't want to mention name, but tutajua ukweli. Hatutaishi Kenya yenye tutanyanyasa kila wakati, tutanyanyasa kila wakati ni sababu tu accept, hakuna kukubali. So lazima sheria ifuatwe, hata kama hamtaki mzee, hata kama hiyo miaka ingine itakuja tupata at least sheria, kama ni electoral process inafanywa, sheria inafuatwa na kisasi chetu, na tujue vile watoto wetu watakuja kuishi. So nimefurahia sana vile viongozi wetu wamepeleka hiyo kitu petition kule. Wacha tungoje majibu vile itakuwa. Asante sana, sina mengi.
Thank you for that start. We appreciate everybody as you're watching around the world. Please make sure you don't watch alone. Keep sharing in your Facebook groups, share in your WhatsApp groups. Let the whole world come in and let us get talking. It is important that we ventilate on every issue as Kenyans in order for our voices to be heard on the direction the country takes per time in every aspect. There is everything within our power to chart the way forward for the country. No matter how bad things get, we must get them right. And the people to get them right are us here. So let everybody's opinion be shared within the framework of the required law provision according to the Constitution. Stephen, how are you?
I'm fine, Bwana Bernard. Nawasalimia ndugu zangu wote ambao mko hapo. Asante sana kwa kujoin grupu, na Electoral nimekuwa muda mrefu nje kidogo kazi shughuli, na pale nilikuwa sikuwa na internet, lakini hivyo nilikimbilia pahali ambapo nilikuwa naenda kupiga kura yangu, lakini nikapata majina yangu hayakuwekwa, kwa hivyo ikawa siwezi piga. Nikasirika, lakini pia nilisema Mungu saidia. Sasa kulingana na hii topic ya leo, ni topic nyingine ambayo tuombe Mungu kama Supreme Court itasemaje, let decide. Na hivi kuna wale watu wa IBC wanne ambao wako upande wetu, kusema ukweli, yani wanataka kutoa ushahidi na wako tayari kutoa ushahidi vile mambo ilifanyika pale, lakini kitu ya kustabisha ama kushangaza, maybe hata ule ushahidi kutolewa, lakini bado hata kama ni kura tarudiwa kuhesabiwa, mhesabuji atakuwa na chenye huyo amesakibukati. Sasa hata hakuna maana kuna competition, kwa sababu yeye ndo atakuwa pale. Itakuwa kama ile 2017, hata yeye alikuwa amefanya maovu, alikuwa pale, wa Kenya wajimani yule mtu atolewe, kwa mwingine, hata kama ni assistant wake asikie kwa defending wa mwingine, lakini akabaki yule. Sijaelewa mpaka sasa kwa nini alibaki yule. Hata hivi saizi tunaenda kwa hiyo kesi tena, bado yeye anabaki yule. Sasa hakuna tofauti, kubadilisha tu uniform, lakini referee yule. Sasa hakujafanyika jambo lolote la ajabu pale, manake mambo ni kama yale yale. Kitu ambayo napongeza wa Kenya na nawashukuru sana ni vile hawakufanya fujo mpaka dakika hii, mambo yametulia, na tuende kuendelea kumwomba Mungu tulie vile ambavyo kuko mpaka sasa hivi. Lakini mambo ya kuwa yule referee yule, basi hata hakuna haja, yani tumebadilisha uniform kama tumebadilisha nini, lakini referee si the same. Kwa hivyo kama referee is the same, hata ile hope inakufa. Na kitu kingine ni kwamba Wakenya wote huwa tunataja Mungu, sasa tunamuona anasema Mungu iko kila pahali hapa duniani. Na hata tulikuwa na pasta pale, kwa hiyo presidential candidate, ukiangalia huyo pasta alipata kura kidogo sana hata kushinda Wajakoya. Na sisi sote tunasema kanisa Kenya ni kanisa, nchi ya makanisa, ni nchi ya Mungu. Kila mmoja ameambiwa amebarikiwa, hata waongo wa hizi wakija wanasema wamebarikiwa. Sasa hiyo ndio kitu ambayo yani inashangaza ulimwengu. Sio Kenya peke yake, ulimwengu mzima unashangaa. Maanake kila Mkenya wa kwanza wa pili akisimama, yeye anaongea ni Mungu, Mungu, Mungu. Lakini tulikuwa na pasta pale, hakuna kwa debe, tulikuwa na pasta, lakini hakuna mtu alifika kupiga huyo pasta. Tulipiga hao wengine wote, na sisi ni watu wa Mungu. Sasa mimi sisemi hivyo kwa sababu ya kuwa yani nilikuwa napenda pasta apite ama nani apite, lakini mimi niko upande wa ODM na Mombasa yote ni watu ODM. Hata ukiangalia vizuri mtakuta cost ilipitisha ma ODM MPs wengi, hata UDA hawakupita pale. So jambo ambalo linasikitisha zaidi ni hilo la kuwa yani referee anabaki yule yule, hata ifanywe nini, referee anabaki yule yule na hakuna vile tunaweza fanya. Sasa ni jambo la kuwa tunaongea mengi hapa, tunafanya nini, tunataja Mungu saa zote. Hata yule Mungu unaona kama yuko karibu angekuwa amechoka na Wakenya, sababu saa zote hakuna mtu Mkenya ambaye hajui Mungu. Lakini kule kujua kwa Mungu wetu, hata tumekuwa pasta pale, hatukutaka hata kumchagua. Sasa hata nashindwa sasa, hata mtu akimtajia Mkenya akimtajia Mungu hapa anamwangalia, sio hata nimwambie nini, kwa sababu nakosa kumuelewa. Sio binadamu ule unafanyika. Sisi wa Kenya bwana, tunasherehekea waizi kushinda wale watu ambao wanatengeneza nchi, na hiyo shida imekuwa kwa miaka mingi. Ukiangalia miaka 50 zaidi tumepata uhuru, lakini maisha yetu bado ni yale ya kudhulumiana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Unakuta mtu anasema mimi namtaka huyu, na ukiangalia hata huyo aliyepata kura aliyotangazwa alipata hizo kura kutokana kwa vijana ambao hawajajua kulea watoto. Sasa hii hata wacha apite yeye, alafu wafike miaka ile ya kulea watoto, wapeleke watoto shule, tujue ndio wajue kule nyuma kulipita nini. Maana hao vijana waliopiga kura wengi sana hawajui maisha ya nyuma, hawakukaa maisha ya Nyayo kule nyuma, hawakunywa maziwa ya Nyayo, hawakuona chochote. Sasa wao wanaona hii tena. Kwa hivyo mtu akija pale hivi anajua kuongea vizuri, anaongea pale, anawadanganya, mimi nitafanya hii, kesho akipata yeye ananua ticket kaa, mambo yanaendelea na maisha yanaendelea. Sasa tunazidi kubaki pale pale tulipokuwa hatupataki the whole time. Mimi sina mengi, tuongojee, tuombe Mungu, tuongojee uamuzi wa Supreme Court na tunajua vile kutaendwa. Lakini kufikia sasa ni jambo moja la ajabu na la kusikitisha, ukiona nchi is going away with it. You don't. Sorry kwa kuongea neno, lakini the country is going away with a few jobs. Na hiyo kitu sijui kwa kujirekebisha gani, na sijui tutaendelea nini mpaka kujua ile nchi inavyotaka ikue. Over 50 years of independence, bado hata funga zinasumbua watu huko. Kuna mitaa nyingine haina maji, kuna mitaa nyingine stima hata hazijafika. Kuna kila kitu ambacho yani you can be out of your mind, kwa sababu unashindwa. Hiyo miaka 50 hao wote wakubwa wetu wanafanya nini ama walitufanyia nini? Na bado tuko pale kwa hiyo stage. Ni hayo tu mambo machache. Sikiza wenzangu. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Charot, we appreciate that, na ni jukumu letu kila mmoja, na pole kwamba hukupatikana katika register. Sijui uliweka kwa list ya wale ghost ama inasemekana kuna ghost police station.
Inawezekana ningeka kwa hiyo siku hata sikupata usingizi. Nili drive kutoka mbali sana kwenda kwa kituo cha ambacho nilikuwa na hakika pale nitapata usaidizi nipige kura yangu, lakini pale nikaambiwa no to be found. Kajaribu hiyo ya vidole, hiyo ya kwanza, hiyo ya manual pia ikawa haiwezekani. Sasa kama sina otherwise, nilisikia machungu mpaka saa hii. Nafikiri kura yangu moja pengine ingepitisha yule mtu ambaye alikuwa anamtaka, lakini sina njia yoyote ya kufanya. Kusikitika tu, tungojee uamuzi wa Supreme Court kama wataamua vipi, lakini huwa hata sina nguvu kwa sababu tunarifaria tabaki yule yule. Basi kama mpira imeisha.
Asante sana Bwana Charo. Mambo yakienda kombo yanarekebishwa. Sio kila mechi inategemewa na referee. Bora wachezaji wacheze ipasavyo. Referee anaweza kuwa mbaya, lakini tukijitahidi kama wachezaji tucheze ipasavyo, tutapata haki. Ni muhimu tu kama Wakenya tusiache ball kwa sababu kuna vile hawa watu baba anawaita corruption cartel. Wamezoea kwamba Wakifanya maovu wanaanza narrative ya accept and move on, accept and move on, and we have accepted and moved on, accepted and moved on, and now they have turned it into now a statute of the law that accept and move on is part of our election process. That must end, and for that to end we must agitate for the same. Naomba nimlete Bwana Dan aendelee. Dan, vipi?
Sawa sana, sawa Bernard, asanti. Habari kila mtu hapo. Ningependa kusema leo imekuwa ni siku nzuri sana Kenya. We are setting precedents in East Africa. Pali niko watu wanashangaa sana kwamba mnaweza enda uchaguzi, mchague mtu alafu tena muende kotini, because they don't understand our democracy. They don't understand that you can actually elect someone and then go to court and it gets nullified and stuff. So I think Kenya we are doing good, which is a good thing. Sasa ningependa kusema kitu moja. Somebody said that power is not achieved or is not gotten. Power is taken. So round 1, power was taken from us. Sasa round 2, we are going to show them that hata sisi tuko, we are going to take this power. Na Bwana Steven, usijali kuhusu referee tutadeal na yeye vizuri sana. Huyu hakuna kitu kingine ana referee. Huyu tutamtoa, tutabadilisha kila kitu. So let's be calm and wait for the results, but najua kwa hakika tunaenda kupata haki, because evidence ziko overwhelming sana. Hata kama wewe ni kipofu ama kiziwi, utaona na utasikia. Evidence ziko overwhelming sana. They are so clear that you can see the rigging was done. Na unajua the process here tumekuja kundua, they stole the first time and then we had still won. Ikabidi waibe mara nyingine ya pili, waende faster, second style of stealing. Sasa hapo ndo tumewashika sasa. So I think it is our turn now to take power. We try to achieve it, tukashindwa. So we are playing the same game as they are playing. So it is our time to take this power from them. And this thing, I think ours will be a finality. Wale watu wanasema Uhuru was very silent. I think you will come to see in the fullness of time that Uhuru is a strategist. Kwa sababu unajua, whoever was going to win this election or contrary lose this election was going to Supreme Court. Sasa pale tumefika, the decision that is going to be made on Supreme Court is going to be final. Wakisema ni Raila, it is final. You cannot go anywhere else. And sasa hivi ndio vile tutachukua power sasa. We are going to take power this way. Once it's pronounced, there is nowhere you can go. Huwezi kwenda ICC, huwezi enda wapi. And the evidence are very clear. Nimesema even kipofu ataziona na kiziwi atazisikia. Kwa hivyo I am very confident that the chickens are coming home to roost finally. Let's just wait, or even wait what they will say, what they will rebut. We are waiting for their reply after our petition. We are waiting for what they will reply. You can even see their lawyers are chickening out, wanajitoa, because you cannot defend mwizi ameiba mlango ikiwa wazi sana, and he did not know that is a trap. And I like this analogy that came from some video that was circulating. Wale sasa wamefuta bangi imeshika kabisa, tuko na 3 evidences, ile physical, ile emotional, na hata tutafanya blood culture yao tupate bangi imewashika kabisa. So let us wait, and I'm not even hopeful. I am certain, I'm very sure that judiciary will give us justice. And most importantly, hii mambo ya kuiba kura Kenya, it is very sad, and it is in fact watu wanafaa wafanyiwe vile Wajakoya alikuwa anasema, they should be hanged, people who steal election. It's very bad to subvert the will of the people. Watu wamechagua huyu, wanataka maisha and you go behind and steal. It is not fair. I don't think it is fair. So I am very confident that you're going to get justice, and Baba will be the 5th finally. So thank you, Bernard. I will contribute later on. Tuko hapa usiku nzima.
Asante sana Bwana Dan. We appreciate it. And the rule of law is what we advocate for. Kuna nani huyu? Kuna huyu Hassan, nataka kumtupa nje. Kabla nimtume nje, wacha nimsomee. Evidence kani kama mnampenda huyu Raila mngechunga kura. Kura inachungwa vipi? Wewe kama ulienda shule, ulipofanya ya KCSE, ulichunga exam yako? Ulipatia invigilator alafu ukamfuata umchunge uone vile na mark na vile atarudisha majibu? Ukishapiga kura, it becomes IBC responsibility to protect and make sure the vote says what it was voted for. Hii story ya kuchunga kura ndio njia moja ya kuiba kura. IBC should own up the responsibility of making sure that our processes are working. Sio story ya tutushapiga kura tena tuende kuichunga, na ukienda kufanya tallying huko ndani ya machine, pia tutaingia ndani ya machine kuangalia vile mnafanya tallying. Don't advocate for corruption. Don't support corruption. That's not a Kenya we are looking for. We want a Kenya where every Kenyan can enjoy the fruit of independence without having to be apologetic about it. So hii story ya kuintroduce sheria zingine ambazo hazipo, it is not there. Chebukadian team need to make sure that the Kenyan, when they vote, their voice through their vote is heard clearly. Not for him to go and massage figures and come back and say, I'm kulinda kura, I'm kuchunga kura. That's madness. And let's also, let's make use of let's prove that the school fees that our parents paid taking us to school, it really worked. Other than us continuing to pretend and reason as if we are living in wherever, some Stone Age. As a people, we must move forward. For us to move forward, we must put up laws and values that enhance progress. Not history ya kwenda kutetea watu wakifanya maovu. Mtu akikosea, ambiwa amekosewa na rekebishwe. Akwe punished according to the law. And there is nothing wrong with going to the Supreme Court. Everybody who knows the Constitution and knows the provision of the Constitution should not have a problem that the AZIMIO la UMOJA are going to the Supreme Court. Na kama ulishinda kura vizuri, mbona unaogopa? Supreme Court itaitisha, inaweza itisha ballot papers, inaweza itisha computer, inaweza itisha chochote. Evidence, if you won the right way, we will look at it backward, forward. If it balances, you are the president. If it doesn't, you tell us what happened. Stop fearing. Get your lawyers. Tukutane Supreme Court. Thank you. Naomba nimlete Anderson kabla ya Wekesa. Anderson, vipi?
Bernard.
Yes sir.
Mambo?
Niko salama. Namna gani?
Mimi niko poa. Nimejaribu, internet imenisumbua sana, lakini leo iko sawa.
Karibu jana nilikuona
kwanza
ukiruka hivi.
Internet ilinisumbua. Lakini iko poa, leo iko sawa. So, tena kitu ya kwanza leo nimefurahia ya AZIMIO venye wamefanya. Unajua kwanza hao watu wa UDA walikuwa wanangojea baba aseme maandamano. Sijui ndio waanza kuongea sijui wametupa mawe, sijui nini. Lakini nashukuru baba raundi amechange game. Game yake iko tofauti sana. Hakuna maandamano. Ni kwenda tu Supreme Court. So na mimi niko sure baba AZIMIO, hiyo timu ya AZIMIO iko na evidence ya kutosha. So ni sisi watu tutulie tu, mahakama itatupatia kitu tunahitaji. Ile kitu tunataka ni justice. Hatutaki kitu kingine. Watuambie ukweli nani alishinda kura. Kama ni Ruto alishinda ukweli, tutakubali na watuambie hii story ya Juja. Kama alishinda hii story ya Juja, watuambie alishinda aje hapo. Watuambie Central 400,000 people walivoti tu kwa president, hawakuvotia governor, senator, MCA. Hiyo tutakubali. Wakishatuelezea hiyo, sisi watu wa Azimio tutakubali. Lakini hii narrative ya kutuambianga kila siku accept and move on, around here hatuwezi accept. Nani ana move on sahi? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sisi tuna demand justice, tunataka ukweli. Unajua bena, si lazima Raila akuwe president. Unajua watu wanafikiria Raila anataka tu kuwa president, si lazima. Ile kitu si watu tunataka hata mtu mwingine akikuja baadaye, iwe ni Bena, iwe ni Wekesa, iwe ni nani, akikuja kusimama apigiwe kura ya mwananchi ihesabiwe. Kama ni kura 10, aambiwe Wekesa alipata kura 10, Bena alipata kura 2. Sio Wekesa alipata kura 10, Bena naye akaongezewa zingine zikawa mingi. Hiyo ndio vitu hatutaki hapa Kenya. Na usifikirie Raila anataka upresident. Raila anataka ukweli, anataka justice. Sisi tunataka tu ukweli. So wakiona Raila wanafikiria ako na tamaa ya kuwa Raila alitengeneza pesa yake. Raila hana haja na pesa. Huyu mzee ni kitu anataka tu ukweli. So ni hata sina mengi. Niko na ujumbe nataka kupatia Chebukati. Chebukati alifanya watu wa Azimio tukahara wiki moja. Bure. Na namhakikishia kuanzia kesho akiona Orengo hata ni revenge, hata atahara. Hawezi tufanye hivyo tukubali. Matokeo kama yametoka, wewe unatoka unaenda kusijui, unaenda kuandikia sijui ni kwa choo kufanyia huko, alafu unakuja unaambia wenzako wa sign. Hiyo ni nini unatufanyia? Yeye afuate ukweli. Yeye atatuambia tu venye kulienda. Hiyo ndio kitu wa Kenya tunataka. Atuambie tu matokeo venye. Hata huku Vihiga bado kulikuwa tu na ukora tu. Ukora ilikuwa tu. Ndio hata mimi mwenyewe sijaamini ati Ruto alipata 75,000 Vihiga. How? Na wakiwa na Uhuru walipata 18,000. Hiyo vitu ndio hatutaki hapa Kenya. Sisi tunataka ukweli. Si lazima Raila akuwe president. Nawaambia watu wa UDA, unajua sasa wameshika moto. Sasa wako na makasiriko mengi. Mpaka wakina Kuria wanaenda kotini na makaratasi zingine sijui wamelipiwa na ule mkubwa wao. Sasa anaenda kotini kufanya nini? Hata kuzuia Raila. Hiyo mambo yao hata sisi tumechoka nao. So Benani, sisi ile kitu iko tu ni watu wa Azimio tutulie, na kitu watashindia kutuambia peace, hiyo waache. Peace tuko nayo. Hakuna mtu anapiga mwingine. Bena uko na peace, uko sawa, mimi niko na peace. Sasa hiyo kitu wanashindia kutuambia tuweke peace, hiyo waachane nayo. Ile kitu nataka ni justice. Wachana mambo ya peace. Peace iko. So sisi hatutaki hiyo mambo yao. Na niko sure, naamini majaji, naamini Supreme Court itatoa uamuzi wa ukweli. Ile uamuzi watatoa, sisi wanaazimio tutashikilia tu. Lakini niko sure raundi Mwenyezi Mungu hata tuacha. So ni hivyo Bena, lakini tuko pamoja baadaye.
Okay, thank you Anderson, we appreciate it. Na siku za waongo Kenya zimeisha. Lazima ukweli ujulikane. Wale wote wanaosupport uongo na corruption pia hao tutawafagia. Hii nchi lazima irudi kwa msingi ambao ni wa haki. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Ndio tukae na uhuru, amani na umoja. Lakini kama hakuna haki, basi hakuna uhuru, hakuna amani na hakuna umoja. So kama wewe ni Mkenya halisi na unaamini katika the tenets of our Kenyan dream and you are supporting corruption, you are supporting shortcuts of becoming leaders of this country, you are the missing link. You are the weakest link we have in this country. You don't deserve to hold that ID called Kenya or that Kenyan passport. If you're in support of what destroys the country in the pretext that he's your prize man, he's your political party man, or he's your regional leader, it doesn't matter. Kenya must get back to the rule of law, And for that to happen, every Kenyan needs to wake up and realize that without the law being enforced, yule mtu unatafutia kiti, huyo una fight kumpatia power. At the end of the day, ni wewe utakuwa wa kwanza kuliwa. Na utajitetea na nini? Kwa sababu ulimsaidia kuvunja sheria, akatumia kuvunja sheria, akafanyika kiongozi. So akishafika hapa anze kukunyanyasa, utampeleka wapi? Those of you that are against going to the Supreme Court, kuna huyu anaitwa Samuel Nyamwange, anasema who has time to read all those papers, all those boxes submitted to the Supreme Court. That's the reason why you're not a Supreme Court judge. That's all I can tell you. That's the reason why you're on this comment section and you are not a Supreme Court judge. Naomba nisichemke sahi na tusonge mbele. Bwana Wekesa vipi?
Poor my pastor and my brother. Let me begin by a few things trickling in. One, I've seen,
Bwana Wekesa, kuna Wekesa mwenzako hapa anadai haki.
How are you, my namesake? How are you, my namesake?
Okay, I'm okay, sir. I'm okay. Continue.
Now you see you are sharing names from both ends, Bernard and then Eric and Wekesa. So that's interesting. Huh? Let me begin by two things that I've seen trickling in. One is that Chepkati says goons have attacked the team that is preparing a response petition. Drama imeanza huko kwa Bomas guys. And then two, we have just been told that the returning officer for Kichuku constituency in Kirinyaga County, Geoffrey Kitopu, is dead. So I know this is a week of drama and some of the evidences will be buried. So we should be, we are sorry for him losing life, but we say that if there is somebody who has a hand in that, actually there is no need. If you bribe people, because I know Baba said that there are people even who are willing to testify, who are given money and they are willing to testify on what happened. And so as we see all these things happening, we get worried. But again, we normally say they will not kill all of us. Some of us will live to tell the story. Some of us will survive to tell the good news or to share the evidence or to tell people what happened. Today was a busy day and quite a number of things have happened and people are making jokes about the 10 tons evidence that has been availed to the Supreme Court. If we went without, in fact, initially they were telling us that we don't have evidence. Nikelele tu tunapika part. We don't have evidence. In fact, that is what Sholei said, that these people even walked in Bomas empty. And my question was, did she want them to walk in Bomas with the extra Kim's kit as she did? Because she is accusing AZIMIO that they didn't go to Bomas with anything. And for her, she went with the Kim's kit, she went with the laptop, she went. So we were on a different mission. We were not on a mission of looting the vote. We were just there to protect. And the protection was not even to be done physically. Otherwise, watu wangekuwa armed, but that was not the protection. It was actually vigilance. And vigilance, you only need your eyes. If they don't work properly, you can wear some extra glasses, side mirror kama mimi. So you have to, and that's why they were being told, usifanye hivi, usifanye hivi. That was the only thing that was needed for those guys who went for vigilance at Bomas. We have seen the couple that ilikuwa imebreak. Today they have to do a reunion for the sake of the children. Unajua mkikosana na mama aende kwao na wewe uende zako, lakini wakati wa kufungua shule mnaanza kufikiria watoto wataenda aje shule, mnarudi sasa, kila mtu anaangalia left right, but you have to ensure things work properly. So today the IBC met for the sake of Kakamega, and then Mombasa, and a few, I think, was it Kachliba or what? There are a few constituencies that needs to do their elections on 29th. I think part of the strategy also is for Chebukati not to be accused that he was using those, he was tampering with the elections by just deliberately omitting those counties and constituencies from the general election. So let them go through, and let's have the verdict for the same. I have seen quite a number of groups which are ready and have presented their petition in Supreme Court. Around there are 8, and then the 9th one in ile Senior Counsel Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria has become a Senior Counsel. Ameshindwa kuwa MP. But the 8 ones are very interesting. I saw one, Khalif is focused on digital. He wants to make a case that we have used the digital platform to manipulate our results, which was not the case. When we were migrating from manual to digital, we wanted to improve our elections, but some people who have been talking about state capture have already captured our digital platform, and now they are using it to manipulate our votes. So that will be an interesting case with Khalif. There's an interesting case with Rupen Kikame says that Chebukati deliberately omitted independent candidates and chose the 4. So he had a reason to do that. So let's see how the Supreme Court looks at the issue to do with the number of candidates and those who were deliberately omitted, whether it adds up to the excessive power that the chairman was using to manipulate the IEBC. We have other guys. The youths also have a case. We have quite a number of groups which actually have substantive evidence. Someone, Okia Mtata, yes, Okia Mtata is arguing that none of the candidates acquired 50 plus. He says everyone was under 50. So he argues that actually Chebukati sat somewhere and tried to see how to raise some figures to above 50. So that is an interesting petition. We need to look how it goes in the Supreme Court. And then one, John Kithongo also has a very interesting perspective on this petition. So we will continue perusing the page. We have just scanned through a few things that have been laid down. And so the whole of this week we will be digging through, and we are prepared for the big English and Lucaneering. And let's see how it goes. So let me leave it there, Bernard. I just wanted to make my input there. But one wonders why Miguna Mikuna is typing 5 messages per second. I don't know what is itching them. I don't know why they are restless. If they think we don't have evidence, they should relax. They should. Yesterday, Bernard, was a Thanksgiving day in Kitunguri. But when you look at the faces that were displayed there, it looked like a funeral service. So we wonder whether it was really a Thanksgiving or, and I didn't see the veins were written all over their faces. Some people were going through anxiety and a lot of, they are under fear. So they had their day, they celebrated. We also waiting for our season to thank God. I heard someone attack that young man from Jivanji. Bernard, I know you're a man of God, but you are not beyond
Scrutiny. Let me put it clear. There is no
Yes.
man of God who is infallible. There is no prophet who is infallible. It's only the word of God that is infallible, free of every error. Each one of us, starting with the mightiest prophet to the smallest prophet, we must be checked. The Bible gives that authority to any person anywhere. Test every spirit of everyone. Test every teaching being taught by anybody. So Olesapit and the rest of the mightiest prophets to the list of prophets, including me, should be scrutinized, what we teach, what we say, the way we live. We cannot be supporting evil with one hand and asking for peace with another hand. That's evil.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. When you speak with that, just some of us speak with some measure of restraint, but we need. I like how Nani put it. This was it the helicopter man when he was told by Prophet Award that they should not be doing this and this. He said that anointing meets anointing. Tuta bamban. So you guys with anointing, you need let anointing meet anointing and. Let's shape each other into the body of Christ that God expected us to be. But I have just read a scripture here before I conclude, Bernard, which is very key to me. It's Psalms 89 verse 14. It says that righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. The things that God, this is the foundation of his throne, huh? Justice and righteousness. I don't know our friends who quote the Bible daily if they ever mention it, or even when they talk about seek first the kingdom of God when they are campaigning, they never say seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. They just speak about seek first the kingdom of God, and according to them, as long as they are in charge and asking for votes, not even worshiping, as long as they're in church asking for votes, they are seeking the kingdom. This is an upside down gospel that we must look people straight in the eye and we tell them, no, don't lie to us with an open Bible. We know the truth and we want the truth to set us free. Bernard, the people who killed Jesus were not pagans. They were religious people. They were men of the cloth. They were the Pharisees. They were the scribes, the teachers of the law. They understood the law more than anybody else. And that's why they killed Jesus Christ. And why? Because Jesus was the truth. They mutilated the truth. And what we are seeking in Kenya is truth. Anybody can express their own religiosity in different ways. But the cardinal message in all religion should be the truth, that all of us should stand for what is right. And in moments like this, we need to know on which side do you stand, Bernard. That is when we accredit your faith and say, I want to follow that man of God because he stands for the righteousness. So thank you. I know I've taken more than it's supposed to, but I thought I should share that.
Asante sana Bwana Wekesa for helping us get that clear roadmap and the scope of understanding. It is important, and therefore, even as we debate, let's hold up what is right for the sake of the country. Even if you enjoy corruption, just understand that your enjoyment means outcry, means people going to bed without food, means development not going to the far end of this country. You can loot everything you want to loot, make your bank accounts rich, but at the end of the day, understand that you're causing pain untold from the lives of those you are robbing from. So before you begin to advocate for anything that is unlawful, begin to think deeply. Stop thinking just within. Think beyond your nose. Understand that the country is interdependent. We depend on each other for survival and for progress. Corruption is our #1 enemy in making sure that our inequality continues and the poverty continues, the begging continues, and that should never be a policy that anybody anywhere on the face of the earth in their right senses should be advocating for. Well, naomba sasa Wekesa ameenda kujificha. Naomba tumsikilize Sara kwanza, tutarudi kwa Wekesa baadaye. Wewe Wekesa hauwezi kwenda nyuma kati. Continue.
Naam, sijui kama leo mnanipata.
Uko salama, endelea.
Nimefurahi sana. Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Fadhali leo angalau I've got a platform to air my thoughts. So I've been wondering about these people who are saying that we maintain peace. So imekuwa kama wimbo, peace, and we are peaceful people. We as Kenyans are very peaceful people. But let them not take that as an advantage, So peace doesn't come through suppressing the pain resulting from injustice. So it's like suppressing a volcano, which is impossible, because one day it shall erupt. So it's better for them to solve these things once and for all. And my point is, again, I remember mi ni team diaspora. Niliamka asubuhi I've been campaigning for Baba hapa diaspora. So that time election imefika, we just had to travel far, tukaenda kwa embassy kuvote, of which it's very far. And then tunangoja matokeo, imekuwa tu kama kawaida, they did their own thing. So this time I hope the court will at least give us the justice that we want. And today also nimekuwa tu naangalia nikaona Chirchir. I don't know Chirchir, the famous guy. Amepost kwa, I don't know where was it. I don't know whether it was Facebook or I don't know where. He has started profiling the judges, the Supreme Court judges, saying that the lady, I don't know, Njoki Ndongo is cousin to Uhuru, and a lot of things. Wacha aendelee kuwa confused hivyo. Now it's time when they're trying to, wategee waone. Today I'm so happy, at least nimetulizwa tu na hiyo evidence and such. And I want to say this again, that we are taking this thing back. This thing back. So Bwana Bernard, sina maneno mengi ya kuongea. I was just testing my mic, for the past, I don't know, 3 days or 4 days. I've been trying, and finally, I'm in now. So nitaendelea kuwa biggest fan. At least my mic is working now. And thank you so much, Bwana Bernard.
So asante sana, we appreciate it.
Okay.
Tuendelee kujadiliana ili nchi yetu lazima tumakinike. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Let's keep going. Thank you for inviting somebody to join into the discourse. Ni haki yetu kusema yaliyo ya kweli kuhusu nchi yetu, na mtu yeyote asikufungie. Na huu uhuru wa kuongea au kukuja kwa sababu watu walikaa kwa nyumba wakakubaliana. It came on a high price. That price is worthwhile being protected. Tusijaribu kuchezea haki ambayo ilipatikana kwa damu za wengi ambao walikufa wakifight so that we have this liberty to talk. But in the pretext of our political process, kuna wale ambao wamevow that they want to take back this progress we have made and return us to the dark days where we have come from. Those are the forces that we must stand against. So every Kenyan of goodwill and Kenyan who has a right state of mind needs to appreciate, see trouble. Bible says a wise man sees a trouble ahead or a danger ahead and takes another route. But a fool walks on until he enters into the danger. We should not be fools as Kenyans to an extent whereby we see obviously this is a problem, then we want to let it happen to us. We claim that experience is the best teacher. Experience is not the best teacher. There are some experiences you will never come back from to tell us what happened. So experience is not always the best teacher. Don't wait to learn by your own experience. Learn from those that have experienced before you. You see the case of, we are talking about Kishuki returning officer and the Embakasi East returning officer. They are not here to tell us what happened. Their experience ended their lives. Don't wait to learn from your own experience. Learn from the counsel of the elders. Learn from those that have gone ahead of you. As Kenyans, refuse the accepting of what is wrong simply because wachungaji jana, nitakuwa na session ya kusomea wachungaji. Jana wakasema hawataki kurudi kwa uchaguzi, wanataka kuendelea mbele. Wameshonewa hizo makwada kuja hapa kutishia Wakenya. Kama wewe uko na power, haiko kwa nguo, ita mkutano Uhuru Park, okay? Ita moto kutoka mbinguni, ndio jithibitishe wewe ni nabii umetumwa kutoka kwa Mungu kusema kwamba fulani akue kiongozi kwa njia isiyo halali. But if we don't appreciate what is right, we are doomed as a society. Well, let's move on. Tumsikilize Bernard Wekesa ndio tuende kwa nani? Honorable. Baadaye. Hold on, yes. Bernard Wekesa.
Yes, asante sana Mr. Bernard na kila mmoja ambaye yuko hapo kwa show. Mimi nina mambo machache ya kusema na ni kwa sababu leo nina furaha. Nina furaha ya kwamba at least after some wait, ile kungoja ile, finally the lawyers wameweka evidence pamoja, na imeshtua sana kuona ya kwamba kuna ushahidi ambao unabebwa in cartons, na it was both funny, interesting, but also very rewarding in the sense that at least that one, because watu hawawezi kuwa wamechoma mafuta usiku na mchana walete vitu kama hizo kwa court ambazo hazina substance. So I'm happy that finally we have hope of a fresh start, another start. But having said that, I think because in the Right Honorable Raila Odinga's speech, he touched on some things, and one of it is that what the evidence they are presenting to the court, what the evidence is going to do is going to show us the cartels, is going to show us the kind of things ambazo zilikuwa zinafanywa Bomas, vitu ambazo zilikuwa zinafanywa kwa polling stations, you know, the whole system of corruption, stealing and looting ambayo ilikuwa very well orchestrated na ilikuwa ina involve so many apparatus, so many people. The police are involved, the IEBC people are involved, the referee themselves are involved. And so when Raila mentioned that, a few things ran into my head, a few things crossed my mind. And one of it is that as Kenyans, whether we are leaders or we are citizens, I think we need civic education. Civic education ya tabia nzuri. Kenyans, sometimes we are very bad. Because what is corruption? How is corruption perpetuated? Why has corruption not ended? How does corruption become, how is it sweetened? Now, if we will never come to a place where, as leaders, we don't allow our friends, our relatives, to benefit indirectly or directly from our positions. Kwa maana corruption thrives on kimanyanization. Because I know you, and because there is this contract, because there is this position, you know. So we need civic education, divine civic education. Whether we are Muslims, there is also the divine beat among Muslims. Whether we are Hindu, there's a divine beat in that faith, you're Muslim, you're Hindus. And so there is no way and there is no day and there is no government ambayo itakuja kumaliza corruption in this nation if us as individuals we are not properly tutored, properly taught to be good people, watu wa tabia nzuri. Sometimes Kenyans, we can be very bad. We can be very bad. So, and the reason why somebody can be hired as an IEBC official to oversee, to oversight an event of this magnitude, of this great importance, and then he can be bought akiwa ndani huko. It speaks volumes about how much rotten our behavior is. And you and I know that Kenya tunasemekana we are 80% Christian, ama 90, ama siku hizi imeenda 70, I don't know what the figure is. And Mr. Wekesa alluded to it. He has spoken a lot about these things. In fact, when he was speaking, it was almost like him and Bernard were preaching to us, because we need to change. If our attitude is not going to change, Kenya will not be better. And secondly, I want to give you an example. In Kenya, we love football. And from time immemorial, we have always known there are these two teams, the Mashebenji Derby. Whenever there is the Mashebenji Derby between Gor Mahia and FC, anytime these two teams go to play, mpaka watu wanga wanapigwa, vitu zinaharibiwa. Why? It is because whenever we go into a competition, huanga tunaenda na hii rehearsed mind ya kwamba tunaenda kushinda, na ndio hiyo dhana imekuja mpaka kwa siasa. Watu wakienda kugombea nyadhifa yoyote, they go with this mentality that we are going to win. Then hawajui ya kwamba the person you are going to play against, the person you are going to compete against also has qualities that can beat you, you know. So we need to realign our reasons for joining politics. We need to realign our campaign strategies, kwa sababu when you look at these two camps, kabisa UDA they were exuding confidence they are going to win, mpaka wakafika mahali hata hata himo walikuwa kwa mkutano mahali fulani, Kuria akasimama akasema hao ndio wanajua kuiba vizuri. Can you imagine? Hao ndio wanajua. In fact alisema wao ndio wako na team ya kuiba vizuri, and we thank God that now hiyo maringo yao ya kusema ya kwamba wanajua kuiba, we hope that this evidence that has been brought into court, it will clip them, it will itawavurutia chini, so that at least Kenya hatukui watu ambao kila time tukienda kwa uchaguzi tunafanya kuibiana. And I'm very happy with Raila Odinga kwa sababu yeye sio kwamba anataka kuongoza nchi hii kwa lazima. He wants to set some precedents. Anataka kuweka mfano wa aina fulani ya kwamba huko mbele watoto wetu ambao wanakuja wasije wakawa na hii kasumba, wakawa na hii hulka ya kuiba, ya kuibiana. And I can tell you that the generation that is coming, hao vijana ambao tunazaa na wasichana ambao tunazaa hawatakuwa na uvumilivu kama ule ambao tuko nao sasa hivi, because we are in a generation, we are starting to see a generation of instant gratification, instant results. Watoto ambao tumewazaa hawataki kungojea. They want miracles. They are not the kind of children who would want a process to take place. They don't want to process things. They want quick riches, quick love, quick gratification, quick, you know, and that culture is not good for us. So what I'm saying is this, that we need to change our culture, and when we go into elective positions, when we campaign, I know we are not the people who have been out there campaigning, but it's just a general thing that when we go out there to campaign, when we are looking for elective posts, we need to begin to tone down on the excesses of confidence. Because ukiambia watu wako, I am going to win, we are going to win, you psych them. When you lose, they begin to misadvise you. Wanakuambia wewe tuambie tunaenda kushinda. So what do we do? Now our promise and the lies.
Bwana Bernard.
Yes.
Mimi nasikiliza wewe vizuri, lakini somo lako aliambatana na maandiko, na wewe kuna jina la Mkristo kama mimi. Yesu alisema mimi naenda Jerusalem, nitakamatwa, nitasulubishwa, na baada ya siku 3 nitafufuka. Hakusema sijui kama vile itakuwa, lakini naenda tu, naomba mniombee, sijui vile itatokea. You don't go to a contest with sijui vile itatokea. You must exude confidence, and let your exuding of confidence be built on the truth, not on the lies. Don't just say people, and let it be done according to the decency that it deserves. That's what I was saying. But there's nothing wrong with confidence.
Let me explain myself. When we compare the confidence of Raila and the confidence of Ruto, you'll see that there's a very big difference, because Ruto's camp was exuding confidence in the manner in which they were going to use hook and crook methods to get the victory. But Raila was not exuding the same confidence. So what I'm prohibiting is this, is that going into competition haina ubaya, na ukisema when you exude confidence saying you are going to win haina ubaya, but the methods, because mikutano mingi ya UDA walikuwa wanaambiwa ya kwamba lazima tutashinda, na walikuwa wanasema lazima watashinda kwa sababu gani? They know how to steal. That is what I am against. I'm not saying you go into a battle without really exuding confidence. Otherwise, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Sawa. Thank you. Your point is made, and we appreciate it. Let us forge for a great Kenya, a Kenya where all Kenyans equally deserving before the law and before one another. Let's uphold the Kenyan of truth, Kenyan of justice, a Kenya of equality, not a Kenya of inequality. It is very, very important. Now, I think I'll give a new Bundi. Honorable Bundi, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you. Long time. What happened?
Yeah, nilikuwa kwa uchaguzi. Unajua ya kwamba I was among the aspirants. I tried, I came number 2. I only lose for around 7 votes. Yeah, 7 votes. Only to realize that some things happened, which I don't want to talk here because we are moved to court. But we are happy. We are all preaching peace. Well, first of all, I want to confirm that Rwandan president wakati alifunga makanisa akasema hii makanisa mingi naandaa wa Kenya, naona kama alikuwa na sababu, because when pastors come across and tell Kenyans move on, let us move on, I don't understand, and tuta move on mpaka lini? We must confirm and know what happened. So I never concur with the pastors, what they're saying. It is true, a good percentage of pastors, they are in business, and we are not going to allow them to continue the business. Wacheze maisha ya vizazi vyetu. Kitu kingine, mnajua ya kwamba tuko na kesi ambao rais wetu ameweka mahakama leo. Nilikuwa nawaomba mimi kama mmoja wa wanasiasa wa Nairobi hii, msijali, mnyamaze. Yale mazuri yatatangazwa juzi hivi karibuni, yataponya shida ya uchaguzi wa Kenya miaka nenda miaka rudi, na hiyo ndio ukweli. Hii si mambo ya Raila. Raila, ukisikia watu wanasema Raila ako na serikali, ako na deep state, kusema kweli, personally tumekaa na huyo mzee wakati wa uchaguzi, alikuwa anatuongeleza. Yeye hakutaka kuibiwa kura, hakutaka asaidiwe aingie uchaguzi. Alikuwa anataka achaguliwe kihaki. Ndio maana hakuna dosari uchasikia William Ruto hata kama walishinda wakisema kuna Raila kura mahali alipewa. Nobody has just given such a case. Anataka kuacha Kenya ambao itasaidia Wakenya wengi ambao wako wanakucha miaka na miaka ambao iko mbele hapa. For example, if you can see, na as much as because we are on a panel to put some of people are listening, if somebody anaweza wekewa 20 million kwa bank na ende DCI aseme nimewekewa pesa hapa, nipatiane hawa na hawa, I will shock you, those are the one of the evidence viko before court, na wako tayari kueleza. Mtu ameacha pesa, amesema sikamatwe, mahali simekuwa generated inajulikana, na mahali silitoka sikaingia hapo sinajulikana, na mahali ingine silitoka sikaingia hapo sinajulikana. Mtu ameamua kucha kuwa msaidi wa koti kusema we were told to do this and this and this. We were given these forms to fake them, then to abroad them. You will be shocked when this season of court will start. Some people will go, I don't know mahali wataficha nyuso zao. It is shocking that some these forms, returning officers were created. Machina tu, mutu hata yuko inji. ama wengine hata walikufa, vitambulisho zimetumika. Ni returning officer na ameupload hizo kura Bomas of Kenya. Halafu wameandika barua vile ni wagonjwa watafika. Barua imesainiwa na wherever I don't want to talk about it. So kama mlisikia speech la Orenga amesema this is a bomb cell. Yes, it's a bomb cell. I'm sorry to say that Chebukati anacheza na damu ya Wakenya kwa barabara. Yule ni mwanaume anafaa kuongea akiwa kamiti kitu ya kwanza. Na kama hatutafanya hivyo sasa, hatutawahi ona ile Kenya tunapigania. Ile Wakenya wa ile constitution ya Kenya watu walipigania, wengine wakakufa wako, wengine wakawa vilema, wengine wakawawa, wengine wakakosa familia zao. Tusipofanya hivyo saa hii, then we have been doing nothing. Kingine munaelewa ya kwamba we have fake polling stations, including Mountain View where I was. Mimi nilikuwa na polling station 50. Not the polling station, streams. 50 streams. Lakini sira zimeuploadiwa 98. Na mnachua polling stream moja inapepa kura 700. Na hizo saa juu zote zimepewa mtu moja. Amepigia governor, amepigia president. Sakacha na president. Ingine ni Federal. Federal ni polling station. Iko na streams kadhaa. Iko Kitusuru ward. Such a thing happened. Iyo ni kitu mimi najua sio yako guys. And I can tell you today, one of the evidence ni kutoka iyo ward yangu. I can assure you, Raila will be declared a president at the Supreme Court, no election. I believe, and this is our prayer, that wasinyanganye Ruto kura, wamhesabie zile zake za haki. Zile streams na polling station zenye asikukua simainasiwe zile kura zake. Then we need to know the rejected votes. Sitolewe pia the rejected votes. After that, let all returning officers who faked the Form 34B, 34C, and whatever, let them be arrested together with Chebukati. Let the winner be given wherever is supposed to be given. Ya ukweli kisajulikana. Then, after that, let those people waende mahakamani wafunguliwe mashtaka. Ili wengine wakiingia hapo, Wakenya wapate haki. Tunajua Raila atatoka. Iko wengine watakuja. Tuko na wachukuu wetu watakuja. Zangine sitakuwa hai. Tunataka hiyo haki. Kama kweli hawakufanya hivyo, let them prove. Let people like Chirichiri not be given time to go and hack mitambo ya IPC. Let us not joke with life of Kenyans. It is so sad when one human being can be given a chance to manipulate the system of the serious IPC, which we have been given more than 40 billion. One of the most expensive country in terms of election that ever. You joke with that money. You know watu vile walikufa 207. Wao wamelipwa vizuri, uko na askari, uko na nyumba, uko na nini. And then you just go and try to joke with it. We will never allow that. We want less. Hatutaki si lazima Raila awe rais. Sisi tunataka ukweli na haki ya Mkenya yule aliamuka akapiga kura. Kura yake aseme iko wapi. Mimi namalizia hapo. Asante, nilikuwa nimewamisi sana. I'm now back as a senior citizen. We shall continue. Mimi nimekuwa milimani na sitakosa kukua hapo. Lazima tuangalie na lazima tunaomba pia wale wanasikia wachunge yule mama na wale makomishona wengine na wale masaidi wako, because we know the other side what they are able to do. We don't want to lose any Kenyan because it's a witness. We know what happened to ICC witnesses. We know where we know how their families are suffering. So we are urging the government, please take care of our guys who we shall be giving evidence before our court. This is more than serious. And I'm sorry when you see a European Union, somebody comes like Sahaba, he says congratulating a fake president without confirming. It is so sad.
Bwana Budi, ulikuwa unaaga. Malizia hapo tafadhali.
Nilikuwa na asante sana, nimemalizia hapo. Mr. Wangira, habari yako nikimalizia? Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Bundi. We appreciate it, and we are glad you're back. Let's keep the conversation going. Please, let's keep our conversation sane, especially on the comment section. Matusi yaishe tafadhali. Please don't insult anybody. There is this John Wachori. Anasema, why did the provincial administration got involved in forcing citizens to vote for AZIMIO? I don't know where that is coming from, and whether that is also required evidence in the Supreme Court. There's the other comment you said you should not talk about pastors if you're not a pastor. That is not what the Bible teaches. If you are a pastor, you should teach people what the Bible teaches. And the Bible teaches that everybody should be held accountable. Okay? It is required for a steward that a man be found faithful. The Bible requires that we test every spirit. We test every teaching for their doctrines of devils that are being taught. So it's not that you are a pastor, you are untouchable, nobody should say anything about you, especially when you are misbehaving. The Apostle Paul confronted Peter when he began to play double in the midst of the Gentiles and the Jews. When he began to pretend that he's a Jew, he cannot eat with the Gentiles. And when the Jews are not there, he eats with the Gentiles. He said that is not right. Public sin is rebuked in public. Private sin is handled in private. That is it. So if you go out of your way and begin to support what is not right in the standards of rightness and correctness, people will tell you. People should tell you. They should not pretend that they are not seeing it. They should tell you. That is the standard. And so, story ya kuleta provincial forcing people to vote. Nobody forced anybody to vote. The voting in Kenya is secret ballot. Secret ballot. Nani alazimisha mwingine kwenda kuvote? Nani aliingia na wewe kwa booth akakwambia tick here? Let's be truthful for once. Truthful. Yani ukweli hauwezi kunimini. Just be truthful. It simplifies life. You don't have to complicate yourself. Hakuna mtu alilazimishwa kwenda kupigia fulani kura. Wewe uliingia kwa booth peke yako, ukapewa makaratasi ukaenda kutiki vile ulivyotaka. Hii historia ya kusema provincial walilazimisha watu kupiga kura wapi? Na walijuaje ulipigia nani? If it is secret ballot. Defend what is right, not what is evil. It is very sad when people know exactly what is right and then they begin to pretend not to do that. Na unataka kufundisha watoto wako wafuate hiyo njia. So, watoto wako ifuata njia isiyofaa, what will they become? Would you do that if it was your child who was involved in this? Let's make Kenya better, not make it worse. Handing Kenya to leadership that is fraudulently acquired is a wrong thing to do. And anybody who is old enough should find that as a wrong thing to do. Yani ni kama tu vile watu hawajaenda shule tumewapatia certificate. Wewe ni doctor, kuja mapewa. Wewe unataka kuwa nurse, chukua certificate. These people are not trained. Then you give them that they are qualified. At the end of the day, wagonjwa watauawa kwa mikono yao because they don't know what to do with the sick. That's the same thing. You can't give leadership to people who are not able to provide leadership. It is that simple. Well, let's make progress. I want us to redeem time. Mkururo imekuwa mrefu. We are almost in the second hour na kuna watu wajasema chochote. Kwa hivyo naomba tafadhali let's redeem time. Kuna kwa ile wale watu mnaongea more than 3 minutes mnavunja sheria. Tafadhali turejelee kwa restricting ourselves to between 2 and 3 minutes. Tufanye utangulizi alafu tutajadiliana baadaye. Then later on, there is a program I'll be introducing, a product I'll be introducing that will be of your interest, especially if you're a business person. Kama unafanya biashara ndogo ndogo, kuna app fulani ambayo tutakuwa tuna introduce leo. Kwa hivyo tegea, tutakupatia nafasi. It is free to download. It will help solve a lot of your business problems. So tegea hapo. Tunakuja kukuonyesha mahali ipo na mahali utaipata, na ukitumia utasumbukana na story ya stock tena, utasumbukana na story mingi, itakufanyia hesabu mpaka ya kufanya stock taking. So just wait, there's something good coming after this. Anyumba upo?
Niko bwana, habari ya leo?
Fiti, wewe na kuwekea stopwatch.
Kwa nini bwana?
Endelea. Bwana Nyumba, inaonekana network yako imekukataa. No, Anyumba has a network challenge. Mr. Njuguna, take it please. Anyumba, we can't hear you. There's a problem with your audio. Or is it from my end? Okay, Mr. Njuguna has issues with audio. Please fix it. We'll come back to you. Shedi?
Jambo.
Si jambo. Vipi huko?
Salama bana.
Karibu.
Asante. Nataka kusema kwa ufupi. Leo at least tumefurahia bana, tumeona kesi imeingia kotini. Hapo kidogo hope zetu zimekuwa zikiwekwa juu bana, tumewekwa juu, tunaambiwa tunashinda, lakini tumevumilia tu. Mimi binafsi nafikiri this time nilikuwa nafikiria tutapiga kura ya mwisho tupatie baba, lakini hii dunia wanasemaga kuna unfairness, but at least kesi imeenda kotini and we hope wako na evidence. Nilikuwa na watch sometimes, naona maboxes. I hope iko na evidence, and I hope iko na evidence a polling station. I think the only way we can win this thing ni kama kuna evidence a polling station. Jambo lingine, just to draw back, tumekuwa tukifuata baba for some time, but looks like kuna watu hata ndani ya baba hawajekuwa hata wakifanya kazi yao. Mimi hata nikiona kuna watu kama sisi tulipiga kura 207 bana na tukalala nje. Kama kuna mtu hata mimi sijai samea, hata kama ni running mate wetu bana Martha Karua, nikikumbuka vitu alitufanyia 207. I hope hata yeye amejisamea juu kama kuna kitu alifanya ile, mimi hata sijai sahau maisha yangu. But Wacha tu tuombe juu enyewe ile tunasema tu Mungu atusamee wote, lakini alitutenda. So I hope I'm not sure whether the court inaweza kuwa na uwezo wa kupatia baba ati ameshinda. I'm not sure about that but in case of a rerun, I hope Raila atakaa chini na timu yake, atoe kwanza watu wenye walikuwa huko juu wana manage juu. Tutakuwa na kama 60 days I think I need to reorganize your team. Much as there is unfairness, the team at the top ilikuwa na a lot of disorganization. Tunataka watu kama kina Orengo bana, watu wamekomaa, wakienda uwanja bana, watu wanasikiza. This time tunataka hii kina Junet, kina sijui Makau Mutua watolewe nje. Unajua watu wa Azimio bana, ni watu wamekomaa bana. Inataka mtu akiingia uwanja watu wanaheshimika. Hii kutuletea watu wengine hapo inafaa watolewe kabisa. Haya ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Sawa Shedi, thank you for your airing your opinion and it's okay. Koti ina uwezo wa kutangaza Raila kama mshindi ikidhihirishwa wazi kutokana na evidence kwamba alishinda alafu akapinduliwa. Koti inayo uwezo kulingana na the reviewed I think Wangira atatuambia, I think it's what is it, a bill that was passed in 2019 in the court of law that if they recount the votes or they retally and it's clear this person won, this one shot or lost, but the lost one was declared winner and the winner was declared have lost, the court has authority to authorize IBC to give the certificate to the right winner. So it is a possibility that can take place, but it must be demonstrated. When it's clear you won, that is it. For example, now, like the margin between Ruto and Raila is very minimal, the 200,000 votes. Then we have 800,000 votes that have a question mark, okay? And most of those votes are falling from the UDA side. So when we kick out those 800,000, what happens? We have a clear winner, and then it is demonstrated clearly that these 800,000 were put there at the 11th hour. Kwa sababu kulingana na ratiba ya kupiga kura by 4 p.m. wale watu Chebukati alisema wamepiga kura ni 12 million, okay? Then 2 hours later, which is evening, anasema 14 million. So 2 million people voted between 4 and 6. It's not possible. In Kenya, watu vote mapema asubuhi na saa 8. Let hiyo ni mtu moja anakuja polling station. Hao watu milioni 2 walikuja polling station saa ngapi ya usiku huo? So if the case is put clearly, this thing can end at the Supreme Court. But if it has to go back to the electorate, a lot of things will have to be done because IBC cannot conduct another election constituted the way they are. Nobody's going. In fact, hii ya nini wafanye tu kabla ya Supreme Court ruling. Hii ya Kakamega na Bungoma vile wamesema 29. But IBC conducting another election, general election, the way it's constituted, nobody will want to go to that gallop to be hanged again. Nisiongee sana na shukuru kila mmoja kwa uvumilivu. Naomba tusonge mbele. Mr. Njuguna, sijui your nini has worked. Please, your 2 minutes starts now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and thank you to my fellow panelists. Can I first of all tell my fellow panelists who have just spoken, Mr. Shadi, they say there is no permanent friends and no permanent enemies in politics. That's what happened in 2007. But here in 2022, we are in a different ball game. Mother and Raila are together, and that's where we should be. Let's go. Let the gone be bygone, and we move on. And thank you. I'm very happy. I'm a very happy person today because of actually what transpired this today at the Supreme Court, and going by the feeling which I have had for the last 1 week, I can see some light at the end of the tunnel, and I was very much encouraged by what was said by our fifth president, and because I'm not going to stop calling so, because I believe he's going to be one, and we should be rest assured the Supreme Court is going to turn the table. Now, there's something I think that what I would like to address to our fellow Kenyans. We seem to be suffering very much from integrity issues and honesty, because it appears like we must bribe our way to get something. And this is what is happening in the public sector. Because as I know, when I was growing up, a public sector was a kind of a calling. You serve the people, but not go there to enrich yourself as it is today. But if you look at the current politics we have today, is a way of not serving the people, but enriching yourself. You go there pretending that you are serving people, but you go there, you got some other things in your head, and that should be very much discouraged. And the only person who is going to manage this thing, if we are going to kill this dragon of corruption in our country, it's nothing but nobody else than Raila Odinga. That one people should take it, and they should take it seriously. There's nobody else. He's the one who is going to slaughter this dragon of corruption, because it is going to destroy our country. We don't want to be another Mexico, where cartels rule the government. Yeah, let's choose our country for our own children, and the time is now. We must cross the river Jordan together. We have been promised this one so many times, but this is the time, and we should be rest assured we are going to do it. I think the other thing that I would like to address is I think our security system, our security organs need to be very, 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 very serious. During the voting, there is this very, very vocal guy called Dennis Itubi. At the Bomas of Kenya, he said, chill. And I think that is one of the senior guys in UDA, that he had been kidnapped together with somebody else in UDA. If I say somebody has been kidnapped, and I'm saying it publicly, I should be able to explain how that person has been crisped. I have the information. He did not go to the police. But since he said it publicly, he should have been arrested. He should have been arrested and made to explain. Because this is a Churchill we were seeing at the Bomas of Kenya when they were doing some monkey business with Shireen. And that was some few days ago, that when we were told he has been kidnapped. Kinoti and other people should have taken this guy Itubi and be made to explain, because we cannot. These are the people who are going to make our country look like a banana republic, and we should be very, very, very serious. I think the other issue is this Ruto in Kiambu. I think was yesterday. Yes, you could tell from their faces that things were not okay. And you know, when you are pretending, people can tell. When something is genuine and you're happy, Bernard, we can see it from your face. The radiation on your face, we can tell. It's so natural. So these people knew what they have done. And no wonder why you haven't had any comment. Because they are somewhere together trying to figure out what they are going to fight the battle which is ahead of them. And it's a very big battle. The battle they have at the Supreme Court is a big one, big time. Because whenever you lie, whenever you cheat, you always leave some traces. That is something that you can't avoid that one. But when you tell the truth, you always be free. And when you lie, when you ask questions, today you say this, and tomorrow you say this one. So what I know is that we have this one, and Baba is going to declare the winner at the end of all this. In fact, let me just tell one of the panelists, I think it was Shade who was saying that one, whether we can have some people who can be trusted. We have to trust ourselves. Just like Bernard, you have been saying, when children go to sit for their exams, they don't have to find out how their marking is being taken, it's being marked. You do your exam and you leave it, and you should get your results. You don't have to be there to see how it has been done. The same applies when we vote. We expect IBC to be the people who are supposed to be. And we expect them to conduct a free and fair elections. And I want to say this. It is in this judgment which is coming in the Supreme Court that we should see people go to jail. This should be a lesson to some other IBC commissioners who will come, that it is no joke. There's no joke with our public money, that people can go to jail. And we want to see that one with this one, and Chebukati plus everybody else plus returning officers, let them go and cook uji at committee. That's what we need to know. That's what we to see. We need a very various countries where things function. We do not want somebody like Chebukati. It's like he owns the country. The way he conduct himself is like how can he postpone elections in a place like Mombasa? Postpone elections in Kakamega? Who is he? Is it telling us Chebukati is more senior than those people who are going to vote there? We need to be serious and let's Chebukati go where he belongs today, which is Kamete prison. And I beg to close. Thank you.
Oh, asante sana, Mr. Njuguna. We appreciate that. And let's keep in the fight. We must get our act together as Kenya in order for us to move forward. We must hand over this country to our children's children when it is a country, not when it is under hostage by some cartels that don't want the truth, but are busy bodies that wants to sabotage everybody else, and in the process they make life impossible for the rest of the Kenyans. It's important that we do that. Now, before we bring in is Bwana Njuguna, what is it?
I just wanted to add something, so just for some few seconds. I'm inviting Ruto and his team to go and read Daniel chapter 5, verses 25 to 31st. And they'll read about King Belshazzar and how he added. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Njuguna. I hope that is captured, and the concerned parties apply yourself to the same. Well, let me quickly, before we bring in kuna wale umekaa kwa line sana, before we bring in the next person, let me introduce these. Okay, Verb Africa is an app which you download for free on your Android phone, and it's an inventory management and sales expense recording for your business. it will digitize your business in the sense that utakuwa na uwezo wa kupokea malipo ukitumia M-Pesa directly, alafu itafanya, let me just talk, let me read out the okay. Verb MPOS is a completely free to use stock management system allowing small business to record their sales and expenses and manage their customers. Verb MPOS includes M-Pesa integration, letting your business accept mobile payment out of the box. Other features include digital receipting, barcode scanning, product image, branch management and team management, refunds, loyalty scheme, offline transaction, and basic accounting. So in just a few minutes, you can download your entire inventory. And in just a few minutes, you can load your entire inventory and begin selling. The barcode scanner makes adding items to the cart quick and easy without having to type anything in it. All sale data is stored in the cloud and accessible from all your Android devices. Verb MPOS is available for download from your Google Play Store. Download it and digitize your business today. For more information, you can visit www.verbafrica.com. I'll be sharing the link where you can download that app if you are in business and you want to have your business digitized, whereby unajua uko na sabuni ngapi, uliuza ngapi jana, pesa iliingia vipi, itakufanyia mpaka balancing of cash book. All you need to do is download it for free and begin to use it. This is one way of moving forward your business and being current. So let's apply ourselves to this. All of you that are in business, you're interested in this, I'll be sharing the link in the comment section. You just click on the link. If you're on phone, utakuwa umedownload na unajaribu hii kitu for free na itakusaidia. So if you're interested in that, you can download it on this link. Let me just share the link before we bring in the next person to make contribution. Haya, link ndio hii, msiulize sana, ndio hii. You just click on the link, itakupeleka kwa Google Play Store, utadownload and then utaanza kama unauza njugu, unauza chochote kile unauza na unataka kuwa systematic digital, itakusaidia moja kwa moja. Thank you very much. Hello Xavier, habari ya leo? Unmute, you are still mute.
Habari gani Bernard?
Fiti. Endelea, namna gani?
Salama sana. Say hi to all my fellow panelists and Wakenya wenzangu mjambo.
Atujambo, karibu tafadhali. Okoa muda.
Yeah, I'm here in Kilifi, and even though we've been crying, but today we thank God for everything. And we can also say that at the end of the day, Kilifi, AZIMIO carried the day. Mostly ODM took almost all the seats. So for the matter of today, Mr. Ben, corruption is what brought us at this far. The corruption made us to cry. So Raila Odinga is somebody in the near life will dream to have, and we pray for that old man to God give his life. May he viva the Baba. Number 3, Mr. Bernard, it is my prayer that despite of everything
Our first prayer as AZIMIO family is for the 7 judges to hear our case, and we may find justice. Number 2, on them, may God protect them, and the government also give them enough security because they have the families. And we know this battle, it is not our own battle. It is the battle between the darkness and light. So may God hear our prayer. Mr. Ben, I don't want to talk much, but as most of us talk, today we have some light we have some bright faces to smell about, that we have presented our case, and let us be ready to hear it with a lot of anxiety, that the end will be a good victory for us. Mr. Bernard, when you have your hands in your home place and a thief comes every time, stole one by one, first time you keep quiet, second one and the fifth one, now you have to demand to search for that kind of thief, and at least because you don't want to use physical front, you search for the evidence and present yourself in a court and pray about it. So Ben, do I, and do you, and do every of us. So Mr. Ben, that is what I have for today. Let us pray. That's what I can say. As a MIO team, let us pray for the betterness of our nation, for our generation to generations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. The struggle continues, and we must do all that is in our power to salvage our country from the cartel that is out to frustrate the systems we have laid to help us determine leaders. There is a video that I'll be playing later on about IEBC capture. The people who've been complaining about state capture, they seem to have had IBC under their capture and made IBC to do what they want them to do. But the day of reckoning is here. The Supreme Court is here. It is all going to be in the clear focus of the camera, even as the evidence will be tabled. We must wake up as Kenyans and demand a better country based on better rule of the law. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Oh, how are you? How are you, everybody? How are you, Bernard?
I'm good. I'm good. Happy to see you. Karibu sana.
Oh, thank you very much. My regards to everybody in the studio this evening. Oh, it's almost a morning here in Kenya. Bernard, let me just make my quick contribution, Bernard. We must never make the bungling of elections in this country business as usual, and that's why some of us will be keenly following what the court will come up with in regard to the presidential petitions that have been filed today. There are like 3 or 4 of them, the major one being the Raila Odinga one. Bernard, before I go into the substance of the petitions, I listened to Raila Odinga's speech this afternoon when he was addressing members of the media at the Kenyatta International Conference Center. They call it Kenyatta International Convention Center. And I discovered that in this country, we could be dealing with criminal entrepreneurs who are out to ensure that they capture the state. And immediately they capture the state, then they can do whatever they want to do with the state. And that's dangerous, so dangerous for a democracy like Kenya. And perhaps the reason why, majority of us will have our eyes on the Supreme Court in regard to the presidential petitions that were filed today. I believe they are going to be consolidated into one presidential petition, and we'll know how it will be numbered later on. One funny thing that I have noted, I'll start with the funny part of the things that I've noted, is a petition that has been filed by one Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria accuses Raila Odinga that through his chief agent, he caused violence. Then he's also accusing Raila Odinga through his chief agent for physical assault. Then he is claiming that they even he's accusing them for drawing a gun, Bernard. You know, I've looked at the grounds that Moses Kuria is presenting through to the Supreme Court, and this sounds to be a joke. Because if truly there was a violence, if truly there was assault, if truly there was the drawing of a gun, then these are matters that should have been reported to the police, and there should be an OB and an investigation file opened at the police station level or at the DCI for purposes of investigations. Then I don't know when he goes to the Supreme Court, you know, what he wants the Supreme Court to do with such accusations, you know. This is what we call, you know, this is pure goose chase, Bernard. You know, just because they have discovered that AZIMIO la Umoja One Kenya has come up with a strong petition, now they are chasing for anything, you know, that could give them clout. But you know what Moses Kuria presented today that does not fall within the ambit of what we call a presidential petition. This could be a complaint of a criminal nature that he needs to present to the police or the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, but not to the Supreme Court. And I believe that the Supreme Court will also advise him accordingly. Bernard, there are 26 things that AZIMIO la Umoja are seeking from the Supreme Court in regard to what happened on the 9th of August to the 15th of August. And this is what we call the reliefs, 23 reliefs. And they include one, what we want, an inspection of the IEBC servers. You remember the other time they never allowed the servers to be opened. This time we are saying that these servers must be inspected, Bernard. We also want to have a scrutiny of all rejected as spoiled votes, because we don't seem to understand, we don't seem to have the true figure of the people who actually voted on the 9th of August. And you know, a true scrutiny of the rejected and spoiled votes will make us get the true number of the people who voted on the 9th of August. We are also seeking for a forensic audit on the KIMS kits, a forensic audit on the IBC portal, and we also want to have a forensic audit on all Form 34A, Form 34B, and Form 34C, Bernard. Then we will be seeking for the nullification of William Samoei Ruto's win and for a fresh election strictly in conformity with the Constitution. That is one thing that AZIMIO la Umoja are also seeking for. Then there's an interesting part, Bernard. You remember when Raila Odinga was addressing the members of the media today, he brought up the issue of the Venezuelans, you know, and, you know, or the role they could have played to bungle this particular election that was held on the 9th of August. So one of the orders that we are seeking, we want an order that issued an order issued to the director of the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, who is George Kinoti, so that he can produce statements, because we believe they are statements. He can also produce photographs, because we believe they are photographs, so that he can also produce reports, equipment, laptops, and any other materials connected or related to the conduct of this particular election and that were found in possession of those Venezuelan nationals. So, you know, the Venezuelan nationals are now becoming people of interest in this particular petition. And some of us will be very, very interested to know what particular role they played in the bungling of this election, Bernard, because we don't want this election to be business as usual, we want, if, you know, Chebukati is found to have been culpable, to be held accountable. We want him to be investigated for elections offenses, and where possible, be taken to court, prosecuted, and if possible, if is found guilty, even taken to jail, Bernard. There is another, you know, there are many issues, Bernard, especially around Chebukati. You remember there are 28 constituencies that we understand were never tallied. You know, Chebukati announced the result of the presidential elections without tallying 28 constituencies. And we will be interested to know why they didn't tally those constituencies. And that's why Okia Omutata's petition here is a very, very important petition, because it claims that up to 140,028 votes were not tallied in these particular elections. And you know, 140,028 votes in a competitive election like the one we had on the 9th of August are numbers that, you know, could shift the election on either side. So if they were not tallied, Bernard, then we need to know why they were not tallied, Bernard. So the role of Chebukati in the mismanagement of this particular election are key in this petition, and every petitioner that has presented a petition in this particular against William Samoei Ruto's win is citing Chebukati for 1, 2, or 3 issues, Bernard. So it will be very, very interesting to see what the court will say about Wafula Chebukati, because to many of us, you know, we want the court to buy him from becoming chairman of IBC or from holding any further public office, because, you know, it cannot be business as usual. You bungle the first election, then you're allowed to continue conducting elections, then you bungle a second one, then you expect that you'll be allowed to conduct a third one. That should not be happening in the Republic of Kenya, Bernard. I've seen one of the petitions where the 4 commissioners are cited as interested parties. Bernard, you remember yesterday I talked about it, that I'll be interested to see on what capacity they will be appearing in this particular petition. And in one of the petitions, you know, they're being cited as interested parties. And you know, as interested parties, they should be in a position to help us understand and even know what actually transpired during the 9th August general election, Bernard. So the next 13 days will be very, very interesting times, you know, and many of us are hopeful that, given the type of evidence that have been presented by AZIMIO la UMOJA, One Kenya, among other petitioners, that, you know, the Supreme Court will grant to the people of Kenya the justice that they deserve. You know, people always talk about peace and they forget to talk about justice, you know. And, you know, that has been the preaching by many Pentecostal ministers, who are always preaching about peace and they don't want to preach about justice. How do you want peace to prevail when you don't want justice to be, you know, to be granted? You know, you grant people justice, then peace will automatically prevail, Bernard. So we are hopeful that possibly when this petition is heard and determined, that it will change Kenya for good, Bernard. Just like the way the 2017 petition has helped to move Kenya one step ahead, we believe that this particular petition will also help to move Kenya perhaps 3 or 4 steps ahead, that when we go even to 2027, we'll have a much better election for the people of Kenya. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Wangira for that elaborate overview of this entire process. We really appreciate your input and putting everything in its proper perspective. Well, I want us to be at peace even as we proceed further. There is Gordon Ojuang and Asima Bernard. We are talking about reducing corruption, cartels, and the wrong pulpit, and you have started using the channel for prayer and to promote business. Baba seeing everything and all of you. I don't know what your problem is. This is called Mtembei TV, okay? Na hii show Open Forum ni show moja tu, okay? Si huwa tunafanya show tofauti for different things. Kuna biashara, kuna ya kusafirisha watu waende ng'ambo, kuna kutafutia watu job. Sasa sijui wewe Gordon Ojuang umetoka wapi leo, but there is nothing corrupt about it. We are just reaching to our community, that is Mtembei TV community, and we are here to help everybody find what they need to find. So if you've been looking for an app to help you control your business and be able to manage your business digitally, we are giving you an offer. You download it for free to help your business. What is corrupt about that? So you need to go and redefine corruption. Prayers. What is corrupt about having a church service on this channel? Hey, tafadhali. Endeni polepole. Asante sana. Bwana Olara, saa hii sitaki sasa mikono. Nimefika masaa mawili watu hawajaongea. Sasa na achilia maneno ya mikono kwanza, nimalize na Mkururo. Tafadhali. Tumsikize Mama Selina ndio turudi kwa Joshua. Mama Selina, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Ai, ukichelewa ni kama siku haiendi ama dunia imesimama. Kwanza Bernard, nataka kushukuru saa hii ni usiku, lakini even though watu wa Kenya muli-celebrate mapema, na sisi sasa hata kama ni jioni huko tuna celebrate pamoja, because really nataka kushukuru supporters ya baba. They really come out in large numbers. Na pia niambie Matiang'i asante kwa sababu hakudisturb anybody. Ukitokea kama unafurahi, walisindikiza baba, and that was good. Kitu ingine Bernard, tunaendelea kusoma na kusikia. Sisi wenye tumesupport baba tulikuwa na uchungu sana. But Bernard, kuna kitu pia inatoka, unajua mambo sasa imefichuka. So nasikia tunaambiwa serikali iko na siri. Bernard, Uhuru alisema siwezi waachia wesi inchi. And Uhuru wanted to leave kama ameonyesha wa Kenya the truth. Na sasa nasikia IEBC waliwachwa. AZIMIO hakuna kitu walifanya, si kuipa, si kuchunga. Lakini walikuwa wanafuatwa hapo kwa hapo. Waliwacha waipe kabisa Bernard. Hakuna mtu alistop, lakini yote hiyo lori, unajua nilikuwa na shangaa hii watu wanapepa malori. Hii vitu imetoka wapi Bernard ya malori? Sasa wale wote walinunuliwa, wale wote walikuwa wamepatiwa pesa, kumbe ilikuwa wengine nusu ni watu ya serikali. Sasa kila kitu inajulikana. Hiyo safa haikufungwa. Chirchir alikuwa naingia bila anataka. Na anaitwa nani ile mtu yetu ya Interpol? Kinoti. Na serikali ilikuwa inafuata kufuata. Sahi na mahali waliipa Central. Sasa nasikia kura yetu ilikuwa 5,000,000 ya Kenya kwisha, Kenya kwanza. Na kura ya Central ikawa ni karibu 1 point something. kuongeza kura ya Rift Valley. Watu wa kutokea. Hii kura ingine penalty ya milioni 7 ni kura sababa, ni kura mumejaribu. But ile mtashangaa ikihesabiwa moja na moja amufiki milioni 5-6, na imenihakikishia ya kwamba after hii ya prestation ya baba tunarudi kupata viti yetu ingine ilichukuliwa. Watu walikuwa wamekasirikia Gladys Wanga sana, wakisema ilikuwaje Gavana alipata kura mingi na baba hakupata. Hivyo ndio walikuwa wamepanga, ndio watu waone hata huko kwa baba alipata kura chache, ya president ilikuwa chini na ya Gavana, ndio iingiane na hesabu yao. Pathole yao ilifuatwa. Sasa Uhuru nimeokopa sana because ameriski maisha ya baba na wa Kenya kuacha vitu wasi ndio wesi washikwe. 40 days sometimes is very good, but in case ingeharibika penalty, hata kama wa Kenya walikuwa nataka ukweli, tumeumia because we are innocent. Tunalia kwa sababu tunaona haki yetu ikienda, and nobody is telling us ya kwamba munyamase, kuna mpira tunacheza. Otherwise tunangoja kotini itenda haki, na ndio unaona wamelalamika, na ndio ukasikia Shole anasema watu ya baba walikuja na mkono tupu ICC, Bomas of Kenya, na hao walikuwa na kompyuta ya mwisho atipenas kura sote ilikuwa ikitoka polling station ina report kwanza kwa tallying center ya hiyo wanaume, alafu sasa wanapeana Bomas bila kujua kulikuwa na secret one yenye ilikuwa inapeana kila kitu. So wacha iumane, watu wameenda shule, wamefaa madigrii, lakini sasa Bernard ni ngumu. Watu wafunge frako, but a lot of people will go to jail. Wale watu walinunuliwa watakuwa witness ya serikali, na kumbe sijui wataenda kusema vile walifanyiwa. And that is why the genuine commissioners walikataa kuwahusisha juu walisema hawa ni wapya na wakukuwa wamewachua. So they were behind the secret. Nobody wanted to tell them anything. Ni Mungu yao tu pia iliwasaidia, not because they knew, ni vile walikuwa wameokobwa. Ndio unaona Abdul Nasir amekataa, si ati huyo ni mwerefu penalty. Amejua watu wamepatikana. Now the Moses Kuria naona ameenda kotini, hiyo ni sawa. Nasikia Ichungwa, kila mtu wanajaribu sasa vile wanatafuta Uhuru. Yesterday mulikuwa mnatusu Uhuru sana. I don't know why and how. Mnaweza enda sema tena kuongea na Uhuru. Kusema nini? Uhuru is one person. Na baba amekaa na Uhuru na sisi watu ya AZIMIO. So hatutaki Uhuru kuhusika na chochote, wacha wananchi wasikie vile walitaka. Na Uhuru wako free kuishi Nairobi, kuishi Mombasa, kuishi Kisumu, hata Kakamega ikiwezekana tufungue nyumba ya Uhuru wakae huko. Watu ya Central for 5 years wako na kingpin yao. Kama kingpin yao atakuwa chela, itakuwa ni bahati mzuri, watakuwa na visit viongozi yao. You know, Bernard, when I love you, I love you. Msiniwache saa ile nitakuwa na shida. So kama kingpin yenyu atapelekwa mahali anaenda, I hope the people who are supporting na telling us watakufa, tutataka kuona wakikufa na hawa. Otherwise, vile Matakarua alisema, victory is coming home, it is coming home, na tunangojea kwa hali na mali. Na tukisikia watu wakisema IEBC, churches, penalty, walitushinda kwa mambo ya PPI, kwa nini wakusema hawa walikuwa wakabila? Tunasomewa majina ya watu leo. Why? Hawa wamefanya kazi mingi sana kuangusha vitu mingi ya serikali. Especially PPI ilienda Supreme Court. Kwani hawakuchua sasa hapo majina ya watu, ingine ni Wakamba, ingine sijui ni cousins. Kwani leo ndio inajulikana penalty? When you are a Christian na unatuambia wewe ni mcha Mungu, ama saa ile sitaki kutumia hiyo, inasema nyani ya sijui kundule sijui nini, sitaki kusema hiyo, but I want to ask a question. When things are good on your side, you people, you are okay na muko Kenyans. Saa ile ukweli inapatikana, munaanza kurate machurches na kusema huyu ni kabila hii, huyu ni kabila hii. Na Chirchir alituambia akipanda ndege, tukiona akisema things are right. Penat walipanga hii mambo mapema sana. Not even 20, no, ilianzwa kabla ya 2017. Na ndio tunaambiwa ya kwamba atupangwingwi na kura zangu aipiwi. Yes. Na tuliwachia. Uhuru ni mzuri sana. Alisema endeni ingia. Unajua mama akikataa kufunga nyumba alafu wanaume wanaingia, huyu anaingia anatoka, huyu anaingia, na kumbe kuna kitu imewekwa hapo ndani. Huyu mama ako na ukimwi. Wanaume wakang'ang'ana kuingia kung'ang'ana, na kumbe wakitoka wametoka na ugonjwa. Kwani hakuna hata mwanaume mmoja angefikiria kwani huyu mama kwa nini anatufungulia mlango hivi? Kwani yeye anasikianga aje? So walikimbia tu, hata simungejiuliza what is going on. Nyinyi wa baba mnatekwa tu na kitu kidogo, ati sava uingie rahisi sana, ati hata unaongeza kura ukiwa Bomas of Kenya. Yani mlifikiria, yani hata kwani hamuna hata akili kidogo kufikiria? Yani tunaipa, mnaongeza yenu inaisha, mnasema iko pala ni sapana, msebatu iko juu, hebu ipeni hapa, mnafanya. Na kumbe mnaangaliliwa, mnafuatwa. Sasa hamuna la kusema. And penalty, that is, hata vile tulikuwa tunaona watu wana exchange na 100% Shole ametuambia Ngilu alichukua laptop yake na hajaiona mpaka sahi, lakini anasema laptop yake kwa sababu yeye alikuwa mwerefu, alikuwa amedownload na alikuwa na results yote kutoka polling station, na akasema ya baba walikuwa na mkono tupu wa chinga, na akasema anahurumia baba juu hakukuwa na agents, ama kumbe hawakutaka. Unajua penalty saa ile mnaenda kuipa, unaweza kutwa na hata wewe unabeba yako ni ya ukweli, utashikwa uambiwa hata hii ni yako, lakini kama una mkono tupu, hata mwisi akikuja anakuacha juu anajua wewe una pesa, labda akupike kofi akwambia next time tembeanga na pesa. Otherwise sitaki niwachokeshe, lakini tuko na hope, na ndiyo sababu our excellency alitinyamasia. I was wondering kwani Uhuru anakataa hata, yani watu wanamsumbua sema pongezi sijui toka we raia. Sasa kimeumana. Mwenye kikalewa anasema mwenye kutengeneza ile pombe pusa penalty. So wewe unajua ile ya kuweka hivi. Yeah, alitengeneza na kunyamaza. Sasa wase kuingiza, kila mtu anataka kusikia hiyo pusa kama iko tamu, lakini imewarutia. Asante penalty.
Wow, asante sana Mama Selinda, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na kutuelimisha. Naamini kila Mkenya anamakinika tunapoelewa mambo ya vile yalivyo. It's a very strong point. Wewe ulienda kuvunja bank, ulibeba silaha za kuvunja, lakini ulipofika unashika hii mlango imefunguka. Weendeza kwa sifu, unashika hii imefunguka. You can't even suspect yourself kwa nini hizi milango ziko wazi. Na mimi nilikuwa nimekuja na sururu ya kubomoa. But all in all, tutakwenda kujua mbivu na mbichi. This is the week for the truth to come out. Well, just as a reminder, there is this Verb MPOS, an app that can help you digitize your business. You'll be able to do your stock taking, see how money comes in, see how money goes out, do your invoicing and everything. It's free for you to download. Those of you that are in business I'll be sharing the link. You just click on the link. It will take you to the Google Play Store. You download it on your phone. Na utakuwa unajua vile biashara yako inaendelea. Hata kama uko ngambo, unaona tu stock mlinunua juzi, imeuza hii, imebaki hii, unaweza kureplace hii wakati gani. You will be warned just with your phone. So it's a very important, good invention that we want to promote on Mtembei TV and to help those of you that are rising up in small businesses. So grab your own download right away, as I'll be sharing the link shortly. It's something I can advise everybody who's doing small business. Sasa kama unauza nini, makaa ama unauza njugu, unauza nini, uko na kastol kako hapo unauza vitu. This will help you manage your business better, other than kuuza ile pesa umeuza leo na kula yote kesho unaenda kuamini upate ingine ndio ununue stock ingine. It can help you grow your business. So please, you can download it, test it, and then let us know what you feel about the same. Thank you very much. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa Joshua. Mbio mbio tafadhali Joshua.
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Niko poa.
Nashukuru sana kwa kuja leo baada ya kutea kidogo, but I'm back. Yes, I think there's a notion watu wanasema kuwa we don't have political enemies and political friends. Ambayo Njuguna ametumia, but to me I think sometimes our leaders are letting us down. Kama our leaders wangekuwa sincere in Kenya, right now we could have a very wonderful country. But we have leaders leo wanasema it's good kwa Martha Karua alimba msamaha. But now we have the like of Moses Wetangula. 2013, 2017 they were in court wanasema kuwa election imekuwa rigged. Now 2022 that the mastermind of rigging of election. They're the same leaders who could stand for the truth. But most of our leaders have let us down. That's why each and every year, when we election, we are getting election rigged. Somebody like Mudavadi now is part of the team who are masterminding rigging of election. I remember Ruto 2007. He was the one who condemned nakasema kuwa Juja. How can Juja have the turnout wale wampiga kura wako nyingi in presidential kushinda MPs and our bunge ngine. Today Ruto is the one with a mastermind of rigging of election. So our countries, we are falling because of our leaders. They are really insincere. That's why your notion kuwa we don't have political enemies and political friends. Today, mtu kama Itumbi, a joint side ya baba, we have to warn Itumbi is a very dangerous person. Chirchir today, I said about, we cannot just celebrate, say that Chirchir amekuja kwetu, let's celebrate. We have to condemn this such kind of behavior. As Kenyans, we need to stand up to condemn this kind of behavior if we want to have a true and a patriotic country. Because our leaders are letting us down. Tomorrow, 2027, Wetangula will be on another side. Atakuwa analia kuwa election akuwa rigged. Do we think you're going to support Wetangula? If today is the one with a mastermind of rigging of election. So our leaders wanaluka huku na huku. That's why I was shocked. UDM, after election, siku mbili, wame sign another post-election pact with Kenya Kwanza. Before walikuwa Azimio. After 2 days, already wana sign a pact. Were they sincere? So we have leaders who are not, they are very insincere, they are selfish. That's why our country will always remain tunalia each and every time. And above all, that's why I like Raila. Raila has always been standing for the justice. Since 2002, 2007, 2013, 2017, 2022, he has always been consistent with the justice. Raila alikuwa na nguvu ya kurig this election. But I'm being told that Raila alisema no, we cannot rig this election because he had powers. People say what was kuwa Raila is weak, Ruto is very aggressive. Weak what? Weak because he cannot rig an election? Because Raila had power to rig election. But now he did want to bring a picture that he has rigged election. Because he has always been advocating for a democracy in the country. How do you expect someone who was each and every time advocating for democracy, you want him to rig? Na sasa wanaona sema kwa Raila and atoi pesa, he could have also tried to do his way and unue agent. Raila is a patriotic and a democratic leader. So that's why it's better to be rigged out, to remain awache legacy than rigging himself in. And unfortunately, kama leo today, Raila hii kitu etand. Now, kama ombi yangu natamani kuwa, the court should declare that Raila is a duly elected president in Kenya. And I'm praying that this issue of rigging of election should stop. That's why naomba Chebukati wawekwe ndani, and any commissioner ambaye amefanya any election malpractice should be jail sentence, that is life sentence, such that any commissioner ambaye anaingia atakuwa anaangalia picha kwa so and so iko ndani, he cannot bangle an election. But now what I feel to 2027, what Baraka could have done, they could have jailed Chebukati, such that right now we could have a good country, but aliachwa akaja kabango election. So we expect this time, in any case, this election is going to be cancelled. Let Chebukati and other commissioner who have participated in this bank of election, they should work wawe ndani kabisa, because one person, two people, three people cannot get bribery, and then they want to turn the wheel of Kenyans, and then wanataka kukimbia tu watembee huku wanarana huku na huku. So my prayer, and I'm asking Mungu kuwa aingilie kitu. We are very happy that it was taken to court today, that at the end of this issue of election malpractice in Kenya should stop, because it is very sad. Umekaa kwa line for almost 5 hours, umekaa kwa line, and then ikifika the following day, so and so anakuwa declared president. So why should we vote? And to me, I'm saying that in any case, Ruto will go court free in this election. Then the people Kenya should not even vote, because I'm sure 2027, baada anakuwa president, if he could manage to rig himself this time, well, wakati kama atakuwa president. So there's no even need of doing election to mwachia fine 10 years, which is that country. That's not a country. We should have a country where we have a democracy. You go to vote your leader, and a country where you have confidence in the election system. So I'm praying that this election to be turned, so that the winner, who was Raila Odinga, to be declared as a president. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. We appreciate that, and let's keep moving. Kuna Rogers Mwiruri anasema, how did the Kenya Kwanza manage to beat the system? There was no system. You, George Mwiruri and the rest that are twisted, they were led on to do what they wanted to do so that they can be caught, and now they have been caught. Mpaka maloya wamehepa. Maloya wanasema hawawezi kusimamia hiyo kesi. So wewe subiri tu Supreme Court, mambo itaweka wazi vile mlikuwa mnaingia kwa server mkitoa, because you want to beat the system. You can rig and make yourself anything you want. Mpangwingwi, we are going to see kama Supreme Court itawapanga ama mpangwingwi. Let's wait and see. So there is no beating anything. You know, you people overrate one William Ruto. I've told you on this channel, and I will keep saying, William Ruto cannot win any election against Raila Odinga. He can't. Even with rigging, he could not win until he went for another bunch of rigging to add more votes. It is that much. Ruto ni kitu kidogo when they are in the race against Raila Odinga. That is how the political stamina is determined. And you saw everything playing out. So sio maswala ya kusema ati Ruto ni hatari sana, Ruto is aggressive, Ruto has a large following. Ruto doesn't have a large following. Even if we call another election, Ruto doesn't have the majority followership in this country to warrant him to win a presidential election. Maybe against other people, but not against one Raila Odinga. That is it. Na kama tunataka ukweli, we know it. Hii story ingine ya kujinini, bloggers hapa wanakuja hapa kudanganya, oh, he has this, he has this, he has, he doesn't have it. If he had it, we would have seen it. tulimwachia hapa kiwanja kujaza Nyayo Stadium, kiwanja kujaza tu kidogo tu kujaza, ikamshinda. So kama huwezi jaza Nyayo Stadium, utapata wapi kura hizo unasema alipata? Tusisumbuane tafadhali. He was led into the trap. He has gotten himself into the trap. Tutaona vile atajitoa. Thank you. Walter vipi? Quickly nataka kucheza video.
Poa. Habari zenyu nyote?
Tuko salama.
Mimi pia niko salama. I'm very happy venye mambo inaendelea, naona inaendelea vizuri. And I know at the end of the day justice itapatikana. Mimi kama mtu wa Azimio na sihami. Sahii naona hata kuna watu waliniona hapa. They started to threatening me. Wacha niwaambie, juu maybe hata wako bado wanaona hata sahii. Mimi si mtu wa kuthreateniwa. Hakuna mtu ambaye anaishi milele, kuzaliwa ni bahati. Mimi ni wa Azimio. Hii nasema kwa sababu ya wale watu walikuwa wanajaribu kuniambia wanaongeanga sana. Mimi ni wa Azimio and it's my democratic right kukua kwa Azimio. Wewe mwenye unaona hapo alafu unakuja ati kesho unatafuta huko unani threaten. My friend, you cannot threaten me. Kenya ni ya kila mtu. Kenya ni ya kila mtu na tutaishi pahali ambapo tunataka. Hakuna mtu mwenye atatu control pahali tutaishi. As long as tunafanya kazi na sisi sio corrupt people, we are doing our work and good job. Sasa ingine ni hii. Nimesikia somebody hapo amecomplain ati hii channel Mtembei TV, sijui maombi, sijui maneno na advertisement. Tafadhali tuache kuwa na akili zingine ndogo. I'm sorry to say that, kanta kuwa nimeabuse mtu, lakini tuwe tu watu ambao wanafikiria. Hapa ni pahali ambapo tunaweza jinua kwa hii platform, tufanya wa advertisement za biashara zetu. Maombi sio mbaya. We are all Christians. Kwani hiyo iko makosa gani? Kwani hiyo ni corruption? Hiyo si corruption. So bana, tuamke kidogo na tuwe watu machua. Hii ni platform ambayo ukiweka hiyo kidogo, hata mimi nikiwa na advertisement kangu, ni advertisement ni kuombe uniwekee hapo, hata kama nitalipa. Kwani shida iko wapi? Si tunapatana hapa, na kupatana ndio undugu, na hiyo ndio undugu na udada ambayo tunaweza jengana hapa. Ndugu yako ule unaishi na yeye, si ati utanini ule maziliwa naende atakusaidia. Ndugu yako ni ule mko karibu, venye tunapatana hapa, tunajadiliana, tunapeana mawaidha, tunaangalia venye kunaenda. I think this one is so good. So kwangu mimi tuwe tukifanya namna hiyo. I support you on that. Na hata mimi nikiwa na advertisement kangu, juu mimi ni mtu wa biashara, nikilete hapo hata kama utanichaji kitu kidogo, I'll be happy on that. And thank you very much on that. Nikirudi upande mwingine wa siasa. Siasa zetu sasa hivi venye zimeelekea na venye naona hata evidence ambayo already imepatikana, kuna mingi, hata kuna zile 5000 police station fake ambazo already zimejulikana. Wakati unafanya mambo ya giza na umejificha kwa madhabahu ya Bwana, ukisema Bwana, siku yako ya kuanikwa na Mungu anakupatianga chances ubadilike. Lakini ukikosa kubadilika, Mungu anawaanika na mnaonekana mchana peupe, saa 7 saa 8. Kila mtu anaona ulimwengu mzima. Na hii ndio kitu sasa inafanyika hapa. Kuanzia wahubiri wale wamejificha kwa kanisa, kurudia wale watu wamekuwa wakifanya mambo mbaya kinyume, wanafanya kama hii Kenya ni yao peke yao. Wanaenda wanafanya vitu zao kinyume, alafu wanakuja ati hao ndio wanajua, hao ndio kusema. Hata hiyo kesi ya Moses Kuria is nothing. Hiyo ni kesi nyingine hata ieleweki. Wakati hiyo maneno ilifanyika, mbona kuenda kwa police station? We know law hiyo kidogo, hata kama hatujui sana. Kitu ya kwanza, kama kuna shida ilitokea, unaenda kwa police station, una report, unapatiwa OB. Huwezi enda kuripoti kwa court. Unaendaje kuripoti kwa court? Seriously. So hiyo maneno wako nayo, hakuna pahali wanaenda. Na najua Mungu ako na sisi, na mimi nashukuru, na mimi husema tuendelee kudumisha amani, undugu na tuendelee kuwa pamoja. Hii maneno itaisha, na sina mengi, nasema tu hayo machache. Nashukuru, naachia mtu mwingine nafasi. Asante.
Okay, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, na tukue vigilant kama Wakenya kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yetu inasonga mbele kwa haki na ukweli. Wale ambao wako twisted, wanataka uongo, wanataka corruption, hawana nafasi katika nchi kama hii. We are a very robust, rich country that needs sound leadership for proper management of our resources, for the multiplication of the same, so that it is enough for our children and for our children's children. We can't be a nation that eats everything today and leaves nothing for tomorrow. So the looters, the corrupt, your days are numbered. If you have built yourself on the same, you better change your model of business, because we will no longer have business as usual in this country from the look of things. Hakikisha haukosi Supreme Court. Fuata kila kitu, hakikisha unajua kile kinachoendelea. Okay, let's listen to Baba and then we move to the next person. Here we go.
And his running mate in the 2022 general election, Martha Karua. Let's listen in to Raila Odinga.
The leadership of AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya movement, following the filing of the presidential election petition at the Supreme Court of Kenya today, August 22nd, 2022. A short while ago, we successfully filed our presidential election petition at the Supreme Court of Kenya. The action we have taken is perfectly in line with the stipulations of our Constitution on resolving electoral disputes. It affirms our deep belief in constitutionalism, the rule of law, and a peaceful resolution of disputes, including high-stakes ones like the presidential election. We have been shocked that as we prepare to go to court, others tried to stop us. Kenyans and all those who followed our campaign will recall that fighting and ending corruption in Kenya was a core agenda throughout our campaign as AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya coalition party. The presidential election results announced last week represent that continuing struggle, pitting the forces for democracy and good governance against the corruption cartels that are so determined that they will stop at nothing to take control of the government in this country. This is a do-or-die battle for the corruption cartels who have everything to lose should the forces of democracy take over. The corruption cartels are prepared to compromise electoral systems, bribe electoral officials, make security systems look other way, or even kill in order to find their way to power and their ill-gotten wealth and continue stealing from the public. We believe this is what happened in this election. For the sake of Kenya's future, the corruption network must not only be stopped, it must also be crushed. This attempted takeover of the country in this election has not been an isolated phenomenon. It has been in the works every election cycle. The corruption cartel has been intruding into our elections by not only financing specific candidates, but also by threatening or assassinating candidates and election officials. The corruption cartels have steadily been moving into manipulating electoral demands and suppressing the participation of voters who support rival political formations. Their activities that make it clear voters and votes do not matter have progressively reduced voter turnout in Kenya. At times, the cartels have have triggered intense conflict between security forces and themselves as they strive to compromise elections. Slowly but steadily, these forces are killing our hard-won democracy and are trying to return Kenya into a one-party state in their own interests. You have seen the speed with which they have moved to buy elected leaders just within 1 week. After being denied the numbers at lower levels elections, like members of the National Assembly, members of the county assemblies, and governors, these corruption cartels are working and buying leaders who have been elected on other parties' tickets to kill our democracy and also make the work of containing corruption at lower levels equally less effective. All these efforts have important political costs for our country, and they should not be underestimated. The corruption cartels know there are multiple benefits for them if they take over. Their members dealing in illegal drugs will thrive through greater ease in the transportation and distribution of drugs throughout the country. They will access intelligence information for more corruption. They will gain protection from the police for their leaders and their illegal activities. They will institute weaker or no restrictions at all for the money laundering, and they will ensure nobody else but them thrive. This potential array of favors for the cartels makes the capturing of government a profitable do-or-die venture for them. But it marks the beginning of the end of Kenya as we know it today. No nation, once captured by cartels, whether they be corruption cartels, drug cartels, gun-running cartels, or terror cartels, ever thrived or realized its full potential. The 2022 presidential election represents the most daring move by that cartel to overturn the wishes of the electorate. We refuse to allow Kenya to go that direction. It must not happen, and it will not happen. This is what the steps we have taken today and the ones we will take going forward are all about. To stop the corruption cartels from getting to the heart of our nation and government, the presidency, and to stop the corruption cartels from jeopardizing electoral health and democracy in our country. Otherwise, we'll have no country. Our supporters deserve the support of all our citizens and all the citizens and leaders of the world who believe in democracy, constitutionalism, and the rule of law. This is the time to walk the talk. And I want to add, nitasema kichache kwa Kiswahili. Leo tumefikisha kesi yetu mbele ya mahakama kuu taifa letu juu ya yale janga ambayo imefanyika katika uchaguzi ambaye tumefanya wiki mbili iliyopita. Tuna hakika ya kwamba tuko na ushahidi wa kutosha ya kuonyesha kwamba sisi ndio tulishinda uchaguzi huu. Imedhihirika wazi baada ya sisi kufanya uchunguzi na wale wengine ambaye walishiriki katika hiyo ulaghai kujitokeza kama Wakenya kusema maovu imefanyika hapa. Sisi wenyewe tuliitwa, tulipwa pesa, lakini tuko tayari kutoa ushahidi na shahidi yuko hapa. Yale ambayo yamedhihirika siku hizi chache ambayo imepita ni kitu ambaye inaweza kuandikwa katika historia ya siku zijazo. Hatukukuwa hata na uchaguzi ambayo mtu anaweza kufurahia. Wale walanguzi, wawezi walikuwa wamo ndani ya kule ukumbi kule Bomas of Kenya. Hapo walikuwa wanabadilisha matokeo kutoka eneo moja na eneo lingine hapo na wanaingiza huko. Ukiona yale maovu walifanya siku hizo unaweza kushangaa. Na vile vile wakuu wa tume ya uchaguzi ukaongoza samaha. Tumesema ushahidi tuko nazo ya kutosha kuonyesha yale maovu yalifanyika. Na tumesema vile vile hata wakuu wafanyikazi wa tume ya uchaguzi wakaongozwa na yule mwenyekiti wao walifanya maovu mengi zaidi. Ukiona mwenyekiti mwenyewe akitofautiana na wanachama wake na kutangaza hata kama ma constituencies 31 kutoka yao yalikuwa hajawekwa pale, ni aibu kubwa kwa demokrasia ya Kenya. Lakini tunatoa shukrani kwa Wakenya kwa kusimama imara na vile vile kuonyesha utulivu wakati huu. Tunasema Wakenya wangoje wawe na subira. Maana yake tunasema subira huvuta heri. Tuna hakika ya kwamba mwishowe ukweli itajulikana. Na hiyo ukweli itapata sisi huru. Kwa hivyo sisi nasema asanteni sana Wakenya wote pale kila mahali mko, hata marafiki wetu kutoka ng'ambo ambayo wako hapa. Tungependa kuwasihi wawe na subira, wasijiingize katika mambo ya siasa ya kindani ya Kenya. Wacha Wakenya wasuluhishe mambo yao kama Wakenya, na sisi tunaweza kusuluhisha mambo yetu. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. Mungu ibariki Kenya. Asante sana.
My name is James. I have worked at the IEBC for the last 12 years since 2010. I was one of the people hired soon after the 2007-2008 post-election violence. I have decided to come out because as a patriot, I have waited for the police, the media, the courts, or the international community to call out the sham that is the IEBC, but they have not done so. I do this at a great risk to my life because I know that what I am about to share in this series of videos touches on the current deputy president, and if Ruto wins the case, then he will have full power to win every election using the same elaborate scams. To understand how election heists are done, we must first understand three key players. One is the former IEBC chair Isaac Hassan and now Wafula Chebukati. Second, you must understand two people who have worked for the IEBC and its predecessor, the Interim Independent Electoral Commission. These two people are Gladys Boschele and Davis Churchill. The IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati and before him Isaac Hassan were handpicked with the idea of ensuring a win for the two Jubilee governments. They were not chairs to ensure free, fair and credible elections. Instead, they were heads of a crew that worked in the IT, voter registration and voter tallying to ensure Jubilee wins. This fact can be established based on the fact that when we hold by-elections in Kenya, the KIMS kit and all other technology works smoothly. But when we have general elections in 2013, 2017 and now 2022, we have issues of failed kits, bungled transmissions and unverifiable transmission system. In 2017, the then Chief Justice David Maraga and the Supreme Court discovered this, and that is how the election was annulled.
The decision of the court is that the first respondent failed, neglected, or refused to conduct the presidential election in a manner consistent with the dictates of the Constitution and inter alia, the Elections Act, Chapter 7 of the laws of Kenya.
The fact is that since the days of Davis Churchill and Gladys Boschele at the helm of the IEBC as Commissioner and Deputy CEO, assisting to rig whoever they wanted into the presidency has been present. The system is based on 1. Who they hired while in office, 2. The back-end IT system that runs our elections, and 3. The tallying system that is relied on at the IEBC. For those who don't know Gladys Boschele, she is the former Chief Electoral Officer at the Interim Independent Electoral Commission, former Judiciary Chief Registrar, was dismissed from the Judiciary by JSC under CJ Mutunga, and was charged with abuse of office for, among other things, irregularly transferring the Chief Justice's official Runda House to Johnson Muthama, who is the current UDA chair. In these positions, she created a network within the IEBC that would allow her to work her magic in 2013. For those of you who don't know, in 2013, she had just left the Interim Independent Electoral Commission. As Registrar of the Supreme Court, she was put in charge of the recount of that particular election. She, being partisan, never finished the recount. Instead, realizing that the numbers for Jubilee were fantastically exaggerated, she created a false report which confirmed that Jubilee had won. Remember, she was the one who had hired many of the people working within the IEBC. As a former registrar with a non-criminal charge sheet, Sholei was instrumental in the 2022 elections. Anyone who was watching the television would have noticed her fleeing the scene. When she was caught, I will explain why she fled shortly. For now, let me introduce Davis Churchill, who was fired as a cabinet secretary under President Uhuru Kenyatta. He was a former head of Telkom Kenya, IT systems, and also the commissioner who was in charge of setting up the IT systems at the IEBC. He was in charge of hiring staff, who are implementing the framework that is still being used to date. Chirchir developed back-end access to the servers and ensured he kept tabs on the staff he hired, most notably the new CEO, Marjan. Marjan moved with Chirchir from Telkom Kenya to IEBC, where the two worked in partnership to ensure they would always have access to the IEBC system. In 2013, Chirchir was the one who managed to ensure that Kim's kits couldn't deliver results and were crashed countrywide. They clogged the server with an algorithm that rejected all Raila votes and made changes using a constant 10% margin. Remember this 10% because such numbers play out in every election since 2007. It is this algorithm that shut down results in 2013 that forced the Isaac Hassan-led commission to wait to tally Form 32As and get a presidential announcement. If you remember, Isaac Hassan did the same thing Chebukati did. He tallied the vote himself and ensured that the agents were locked away as the results were announced. So, what Chebukati did was a repeat of 2013. 2017 was the same. The irregularities found by the court were to do with the Kim's kit, the server, vote transmission and tallying. All these are the same issues that led to the prior death of one Chris Musando. He was focused on delivering a credible election via IT. He was under the impression that he had the support of the IEBC chair, but he was fatally wrong. After his death, Marjan took over, and it is no wonder he is now the CEO. The death of Musando introduced a new algorithm into the IEBC servers, and once again, no matter what the results came in, the gap between Raila and Jubilee remained the same. So-called experts said it was a natural phenomenon, but it was not. It was a careful addition of about 20 votes per polling station in Jubilee areas and areas where NASA did not have agents, or where their agents could be compromised. The system was set up to ensure it only accepted results that followed the math. It rejected text results that did not match with the desired outcome, altering the Chirchir teams to create a new result that would ensure a 10% lead for Jubilee. This was all done under the supervision of William Ruto, who was then the deputy president. To better understand the scheme, one needs to look at the election as it is. The first part of the rigging process is creating a lead for yourself in at least half of the polling stations. There are approximately 46,000 polling stations. Half of that is 23,000. These are usually in central Kenya and the Rift, where the narrative is sold of high voter turnout. This means that you can add 40 votes per polling station. It is a small number per polling station, but most agents are paid to allow it, thinking it doesn't affect the overall result, but it does. 23,000 polling stations multiplied by 40 votes equals 920,000 votes. The next step is, as the results come in, to intercept them, tally, and then figure out any votes you need changed. If the 920,000 isn't enough, the algorithm rejects results on SMS. This gives time for Chirchir to create new results for the portal. It is this that led to the nullification of the 2017 general elections. In 2022, the game had changed. With no text-based system, Chirchir and Sholei had to have a different game plan. First, they inflated presidential votes in their areas and then reduced presidential results in Raila areas. This explains the strange results where in Homa Bay, the governor had more votes than for their preferred presidential candidate. We all know everyone is given 6 ballots. How come there is such a big difference in the other races as compared to the presidency? The answer is simple. There are inflated and deflated numbers. Artificially deflating Nyanza and coast numbers is a key strategy. Another key piece of evidence is the fact that the turnout was 56% on August 9th by 5 p.m. By 6 p.m., the number had jumped by 2 million to 64%, with Chebukati declaring that was without the manual register. Have you noticed the manual register turnout has never been spoken of again? Turnout was so key to this election that Chebukati intentionally bungled the Kakamega and Mombasa elections to suppress turnout. In fact, the governor race in these two key stronghold counties for Raila was suspended at the last minute, and there are reports that locals were informed that the entire election had been postponed. Furthermore, there were widespread reports of Kimskit's failures, no access to manual register that led to voters giving up and going home. There are other areas where voting did not start until way past midday. These actions alone reduced Raila's vote by more than 300,000 in Nairobi, Coast and Western regions. Further, it must be noted that Form 34As were somehow switched on the night of the election and thereafter. Though the switch was made to artificially facilitate higher turnout in Central and Rift, Ruto had still not won. For example, there was key evidence that forms from Baringo County had been filled by the same handwriting. How could one person fill all those forms? Second, we know that the servers were switched off because Ruto was still not ahead despite all the rigging. My evidence for this is how Franz Gunik Mission Director's mathematic got away. At the Tallying Center in Bomas, Franz had been witnessed going into IEBC's control room. He could have been doing honest work as a contractor. He was suddenly surrounded by security on the tallying floor and placed under arrest. Franz chose to leave the country a day before the announcement and was seen at the airport departing. On noticing this, top state officials placed him under friendly arrest, pending clearance of suspicion, but also for his own protection because he could have been killed for knowing too much. A top DCI official cleared Franz to travel without any further investigation on the premise that his team members still in the country would suffice should the need arise. He left Kenya on the 11 p.m. KLM flight to Amsterdam. Why would this mathematic employee need to run away in the middle of such an important exercise? This was simply because all was not well and another game was afoot from Wednesday. Then there is the young man who worked in the IEBC's IT department. One day, he noticed activity bringing down certain content on the portal and replacing it with a new one from a remote location. He saw Abdi, who works in the ICT room, doing it. He reported it to CEO Marjan, who told him to shut up, and if you ever open your mouth, you will know who I am. He continued to witness the illegal activity, reporting it to his immediate boss, who could affect little against the CEO. He was devastated and feared for his life, especially in the context of the murdered IT director Chris Msando. He sought and received help from top AZIMIO leadership and is currently under witness protection. These two remain critical witnesses to the case that will be before the courts. Having realized that their numbers were still not working, the UDA brigade under Sholei and Churchill set out to create Form 34As that would reduce Raila's votes and increase Ruto's. At this point, AZIMIO, certain of victory, relaxed while UDA went to work. The first task was to figure out how UDA would raise 400,000 votes to beat Raila, who was ahead by 200,000. The game therefore was at the Bomas floor to replace certain predetermined specific Form 34As and Bs, which is why you saw briefcases full of papers for UDA and why you saw the access to the server room all the time. The night Sholei ran in front of our TV screens was a night in which he feared that the AZIMIO brigade had found out what was happening, and she ran to hand over the evidence to others. Just the day before that, the AZIMIO team at Bomas had caught a man with electro materials. The game on the table had been carefully coordinated between Chebukati, Marjan, and UDA through Sholei and Churchill. However, as the count got closer, Chebukati was told he needed to manage the tally himself, removing agents and commissioners. Chebukati, Marjan and Sholei cooked the rest of the 1 million tally, being careful to ensure Ruto had a lead on Raila that just got him over 50%. This cooked tally is what the chairman tried to have the other commissioners agree with him. It is at this point that I too decided to share my story. I hope this helps the courts and the IEBC and Kenyans at large to have free and fair elections moving forward. For if we do not change, in the hands of Ruto, Sholei and Churchill is the power to make anyone they choose president, provided the person can just make it to 40%, the 10% will be created from thin air.
Yes, Bwana Olara.
Asante sana. I had that video, especially without voice, without sound, without everything. I don't want us to go that way, but it's a good evidence all along. It's a very, very good evidence all along, because they chose to show us inasemekana nini, kutuonesha mavi kwa uso. Sasa pia tunaonesha mavi yao kwa uso. This is an insider from their side. Ameamua tu asiongea na sauti yake, amapatia pia hiyo mavi kwa uso yao. So in as much I don't share that blackmailing, but the truth, no, not truth, the justice that wanasemanga ama, you know, of later UDS wasema amani, 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 amani. Na sisi watu wa baba, hata hapa kwa hii channel, wewe bado umetukataza tusitupe vitu zetu hapa. We wanted to shame them, lakini hatukuweza. Wewe umetukazia kabisa. Lakini leo kuna vitu kidogo kidogo unatupatia, unasema kuna kitu unatupatia kidogo kidogo. Hii kitu kidogo kidogo ni ile mavi walitupa kwa uso, tunarudishia. Si tunapanguza, tunaosha uso wetu, alafu tunashika mavi yao kwa uso wao. Sasa Sholei should go with that, hiyo mavi yake akae nayo huko. Na hiyo Churchill, and in fact the way that evidence was constructed, it was very legal, because you can trace every other aspect of it, because she worked here, she did that, she worked there, and he worked there, he worked that, and he influenced that in that way. And I'm just imagining anyone calling us to just allow peace, which we've always allowed here, because Bernard didn't allow to do our stuff. You know, we have a lot of stuff to say. Lakini, on the wisdom of that, Mr. Bernard, I want you to explain two things. One, kwa sababu ndo mzee wetu hapa, unapewa na baro yetu pia kidogo, na kuachia kiroho. Explain one. If Ruto wins without an alleviation of that election. Two, expectedly, at least the Supreme Court will nullify the Ruto's election. Now, the biggest one, this one, I want you to explain this one. Because the culprits are some people in your court. They are wearing the same attire you're wearing. How can they justify those figures which are mentioned in criminality. No, people are just caught red-handed, and people stole our votes, our 34As, with shockers and guns, and now the guns are coming up. They're killing all of the arrows with a different, they cannot come and testify. They're killing those arrows. Bernard, speak to those arrows, speak on behalf of them, and speak to our security services. They should protect those areas. Hawa ni watu kama mimi na wewe, umetoka tu kwa nyumba, umeenda umekuwa pale RO, you seek employment, and now in the biggest scam of stuff, wewe sasa ndo unamalizwa. Sasa anyone who is calling for peace should also look up to those families of those areas. I think if you calculate them, there are more than 300 in counting. And if you calculate all permanent IBC clerks, they're in terms of 5,000. And anyone who was recruited differently is earmarked for anything, including killing. Mr. Bernard, pray for those families today. Pray for those families today, because there are almost 5,000 of them, including the clerks wale wanafagia pale wameona kitu ama wajasema kitu, because if you can see an evidence which a briefcase cannot carry, it carried a lot of people, and those people, as we celebrate, as we anticipate, these are the people, Mr. Bernard, maombi yako ya leo kabla utoka hapa, hiyo kwa watu. Hao ndo watu wamesimamia hiyo kitu, wamesimamia ukweli. Some of them were not bribed, but some of them incorporated to sign something which was signed somewhere else, then they can sign also. Hao watauliwa. Mungu awasaidia watu, na namwombea ndugu yangu Mr. Marjan pia amombewe. Yeye hakuwa na shida, yeye ametoka tu Kibira hapo, ameletwa hapo. Kama alipatikana hapo, apelekwe yeye na Chebukati kwa court. Hakuna mtu asimue, na Mobarutu asimue, amwache tu. Tuendelee. Asante sana.
Thank you, Banolara. We are together with the victims of these elections in terms of the arrows that are being sought after. We pray for their protection, and those demised, we pray for the comfort to their families. But what I get from this is a sad state of affairs in the country, whereby we are so much inclined to evil that we can't even see it as evil. And that makes it to be a very, very sorry state of affairs. That we can not just infiltrate our system, but get in and turn around an obvious winner into a defeat, then go on TV and say the Kenyans have spoken. I feel very sad when that is what we are justifying, and supported by the men of the cloth. Hata kesi ikiletwa kwako, Waswahili wanasema msema pweke hakosi. That means the moment you come to report that your wife did this and this, I cannot rule on that case until I hear her side of the story, so that I can judge rightly. You can't hear from one side and run into conclusion and say, let us have peace. So and so has already won. Kubali matokeo. Matokeo hayakubaliki. Matokeo yanaonekana. Kenyans, let us not court problems. Let us deal with our problems. Our electoral system needs to give us the leaders we voted for, not somebody else to go and change it around. So there is no accept and move on. We must get to the bottom of this. IEBC must be disbanded. We need a new body. So whatever direction the ruling goes, we cannot go back to that same place to conduct an election. From what is appearing and the evidence that fill the lorry, I don't see any IBC that is good to conduct these elections. And for that matter, we must fight the evil in our midst. The enemy within must be found and be dealt with according to the law. We allowed the snake inside the house. Our children are inside that house. Our families are inside that house. We cannot go on the market and sit and begin to drink. We must go seek out the snake, kill it, so that our children, our wives, and our families can survive, can be saved. Well, thank you, everybody. The studio is not full. I will share the link shortly. I really want to appreciate everybody for your continued support and continued followership. If you are watching, please invite somebody else to join into the discourse. And I keep emphasizing the reason we're here is because we want a better Kenya. We want a Kenya where we will be safe, secure, and at rest to leave our children behind. You can't leave your children in a nation like this. You can't. You will not be comfortable. You'll be rolling in your grave because you don't know the state of your children. We must make a country where our children will be safe to live and work and vent for their future. Not in this kind of system. So I don't care whether you're UDA or you're AZIMIO or whatever. What kind of country are you leaving behind? Is this the kind of country you want? Where somebody innocently goes and applies for a job in IBC, not knowing he's signing for his death warrant. Why should we have this kind of things happening now? Can we get back to our senses? Kenya must get her act together, or else we risk extinction. And if the Supreme Court does not deal with this thing correctly, whatever Baba said is not far from happening. We will never know Kenya as we know it again. Those words should not be taken lightly. We either get our act together or we get ready to cease to be. That is it. All the same, I want us to continue the conversation. Bwana Lara uliongea tafadhali. Nataka wale watu wamekuwa standby muda mrefu, tafadhali wacha tuwapatie muda. Okay, half a second. Olara.
Half a second. The cartels na wale watu wa drugs na wale foreign captures ambaye Kalonzo ameongelea, hiyo kitu hujaongelelea wewe, unaficha watu hapa wewe.
No, we'll get there gradually. We'll get there gradually. Don't worry. Everybody works for what is called.
I'm a married man.
I said, don't worry. I'm giving you assurance. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Thank you. Everything is under control. And you know, foreign wherever countries, they are not looking for Kenya's interest. They're looking for their own interest. And whatever that will help them not spend much in terms of establishing systems, the better for them. But what is good for Kenya should be given first priority. What is good for Kenya? Not what is good for the foreigners. Not what is good for the investors. What is good for Kenya should be given priority. We can't have a country run by cartels to this extent. No. Let's do what is right. Let's help this country. Naomba tumpate mbio mbio. Fen ulikuwa hapa kabla ya Henry. Quickly, dakika mbili tafadhali. Dakika mbili strictly. Stopwatch counting now. Fen Omondi.
Yes, Bernard. Unanisikia vizuri?
Uko sawa, endelea.
Haya, habari yako. Salimia kila mtu ambaye yuko kwa panel. So Bernard, nimejaribu kusikiza kidogo video. Nimesikia nimechoka sana. That is where this our country is heading. Watu ambao wanajiforce kuingia kwa power, then wanaanza kununua some leaders. Ndio sasa, because they believe in tyranny of numbers. They want to control this country. They want to change the constitution. There is an information going around. Kuna mbunge wa UDA aliandikia blogger mwingine message akamwambia, tukisha swear in tukaingia kwa ofisi vizuri, tunataka kudeal na nyinyi watu wanaongea tu kwa social media, Facebook, mara WhatsApp. Tunataka kufunga hii freedom of expression, and that's where we are heading. Watu walicheza na moto na wajui, walicheza na moto. This man Ruto is taking Kenya back to one single party state. Tukiangalia hata hizo party zenye ziko Kenya kwanza, hizo sijui Ford Kenya, sijui ANC, hizo party haziko kwa Ford Kenya, ni UDA ndio iko hapo. That's why jamaa Ruto ni schema na anajaribu kufanya chochote, anything anaweza fanya kuingia kwa uongozi, na we must stop him this time. We must stop him. Hiyo peke yake ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Okay, asante sana Fen. We must do everything in our power to see to it that what is right for this country thrives. A leader is seen in how many leaders he raises, and he says, show me your friends and I show you who I am, or I show you who you are. If somebody like Mishri, Isaac Ruto, Alfred Cartel did not make it, then we are playing with fire. Uhuru alituonya akiwa Bungoma. Tunacheza na moto. Wacha tu hilo Lantimama alisema mnalala kama bahasha. Sasa mnalala kama foolscap, wacha bahasha. At least bahasha huwa inainuka. Utalala kama foolscap. Hata ukipigwa na upepo huwezi tingika, utalala flat. Kenyans, wake up. Let's do what is right. Henry, make your submission, please.
Hey guys, how are you? I think everything's doing okay. I mean, everybody's doing okay, and everything's going on well. From my point of view, you see, quite a number of days I've not been contributing because you know, work has made me. I work during the night and during the day. There's one day, and like 3 days ago, I spoke when I was driving. I'm happy of what's happening. I know, and what I'm saying, these our other Kenyans who are saying that they are opposers, I think they are doing the good thing by all the time they announce the word of God, because God is revealing. And you know, there are so many ways we don't know anything about God. Even Jesus, they say he doesn't know. So they're using this word wrongly. No, they were not knowing that this is what is bringing them out. You know, even me now, I've seen what was in why the government said that now we're gonna let everybody go into the portal, because they were setting a trap, and exactly this is what has come out. And you see, they were very confident. They were not even bothering. We ask ourselves, how can post? I don't know, post Soleil can do this in front of the security. They knew what they were doing. So I don't know how this Soleil could have been snatched this whatever license for whatever she's doing. We can't go ahead. All these problems we are facing, they have been led by these cartels, as our leader said. And it is not, if the problem comes, okay, with them they can be okay because they are grabbing money. Our money, they are proud because they are using our money. They have grabbed our money. They can do whatever they want. That's when they are proud, like the previous and main submission, he has said that one of the programs that the freedom you can't see. Even this opposition, whatever they call them, the freedom they have, all this they are doing, it is because of Raila Odinga. I mean, it's not giving me nothing. It's not like they say, oh, why can't you steal? We don't want that. Our president, lovely president, and you see, that's why people say Uhuru is good. Nobody's blaming Uhuru. They know what the problem was. The clip you put there, this guy was saying this has been happening all along. This had been, there's no election which has been fair. But he has been saying, you know, all the time you say what wanted to kupigana, and nobody is talking about we want to get out of that. Ruto admitted that last time Uhuru said, I'm going to Ichangweli. He said, you know, you can't go that. You see what happened after that. One community was provided, people being killed just aimless like that. And because of the love of Papa said, let it go. I don't want to see this bloodshed. Let it go. And he has been doing that. I saw these other guys who go to with Mutembe, this critical analyzer, the diehard. This guy, I like what he said, like what he said about Sebkat. And I alisema baba ukiwacha hii usikuja Kisumu. Anyway, it's because of bitterness and because of what our country is undergoing. That is somebody who was hurt. I mean, Kenya in his heart. That's somebody who is caring other Kenyans. That's somebody who wants us to see us go forward. For your information, I was back home there before I came to America. I was a teacher, and from nowhere, you know, they bribe because they want the CDF money. In my zone, we were the first people to bring this water tank. We were the first people to construct the office through CDF. Why? That time, there's a time I was in that school for 8 years, but the education office saw that I was the right person to be because they promoted me. The teachers promoted me a senior teacher. After like 2 years, I was promoted to be the deputy. I said, because I know if I say the truth, the office told me, we have just appointed you and you can't say no. So I did not even get the allowance for the deputy, but I made sure what is right for the common one, for the community. I don't come from there. And this is the chairman who comes here and tells me I need some 1,500 for signing for the materials which are coming for the school. I told him, look at the way our children are sitting down. And you know, I'm just a passerby. I'm going. I want to help this community. Then you tell me I give you the money. I can't do it. So the time when it came, this editor was there, the principal, as we call them. I was supposed to be promoted to become the principal of that school. They said they made sure I've been transferred to bring somebody else. So I stood by the truth. When I left that school, that's the time I came to America. They were just saying, oh, can we have him back? I told them, do you know, during the meetings, the way you were talking about me, I was telling the truth. But because some of you, huyu mzee anakuja hapa kwa vijiji na ununia chang'aa kidogo, mnasema huyu mwalimu ameharibu shule. Nikamwambia, you know, I know my background. Nilitoka wapi? Nilikuwa nalala chini. I don't have even money. School fees ilikuwa tabu kupata. So then me just trying to help your community, na unaniambia unataka pesa. What is there? Mungu yuko. The evidence they brought, wale ambao watapatikana. Sisi hatutaki waende jail. But the truth, hata wao vile wa leader said, wajitokeza wasema ukweli, pesa yenyewe ina temptations. If they were tempted, wakakuwa na pesa, wakapatiwa pesa, just let them come out. Na wananchi tuseme tumewasamee because they didn't know. Hata Yesu aliwaa kwa peni 3. So we have to sit down and tell them, now look, this is where you were heading. Our country was here. You were just taking more to the ditch. Let us do the right thing. Sisi tupendane. Mimi sisemi, you know, I feel hurt. Mtu ana kitonda bado anaenda kuguza ile kitonda. Like where are we having crashes? Na Uhuru ametoka huko na tena all the time sisi wengine tumesahau. Hata Uhuru mwenyewe alisema, let us leave about all this crap of or leaking all the time. Alisema mwenyewe, sisi tunakubali. And the clip you put there, this guy said, I'm talking about our airport deputy president. Yeah, amefanya kazi nzuri kulingana na yeye. Kazi ile amefanya. You see, at the best, you want no printing of money. I can't say, there's one of my friends alitoka hapa kuja kuwania kiti. Akasema, I know what is going back there. It's terrible. Money are being printed. So, you know, such unasikia unafikiria, mimi niko na biashara. I was this year February, March. Sometimes unaenda mahali kuna hoteli, mostly hizi mapa. They come every day. Na wanakuja askari wale the patrollers, kuna pesa ya mkubwa, kuna yao wenyewe. So how can you come up? Kama ni license, waambie wakuwa na license. But these guys are frustrated. Matatu mimi nilikuwa na matatu. These guys are getting terrible. Mtu atake kuchukua license ama whatever PSV ama insurance, gari inaenda kama hata ya serikali siko na insurance. You know, uwezi kuongea gari yake ikipita. I had a matatu. I know what they do, all these guys. When I was there, I was driving. Niko na driver's license here Kenya, but I told them, I'm a driver. What do you need? This is a driver license. I can do that. So let us do same ukweli. Kama okay, this to me, tukiwapigia kula, it is open. Wakiingia kwa serikali inakuwa like personal. Kama hapa, kama ni construction ya parapara ama nyumba, they put a board. Wanasema this is costing like 200,000 whatever, pesa ya hapa. So you will see how that money is working. Lakini unaambiwa kama huko kwetu Nyamira 3 million na gate ya inaweza kuchukua like 3,000. So it becomes 3 million. Na watu wanarara huko chini, watu watatu wakitanda. Mimi previously nilikuwa siendi kwa hospitali. Unalia, you look at the people and you start shedding tears. Why? Because somebody is enjoying somewhere and anakuambia wewe uchi kitu. One of the guys came here and they was telling me, you know, sisi na sorry to say, rale mahali bema peponi Nyagarama, and this is mafanya kazi, ukikuja nyumbani unipigie simu. Nikakwenda nyumbani nikamwambia, okay, now I'm here, you give me your phone call. Kusikia ni mimi immediate hakunitaka kuniona. I want to tell him, mimi I have not come here to fight nipate hiyo pesa. Nyinyi mkipata hiyo pesa ni vizuri, but isiwe laana kwa familia zenu. And I think you have heard how people talk about umekuwa na hizo pesa. But see what is taking place. Na laana egosi kukosa. Biblia egosi danganya. There's no way. Laana iko na mtaweka mchana peupe. Hakuna kitu na look at this and I'm like, man, wale wenye wanaomba tafadhali ombeni Mungu atusaidie. You are just you say I'm a pastor. You double deal. Unajua mtu ambi vizuri sana. So you are a thief. Sasa unaongoza nani? Unaongoza. Look at I'm not saying everybody. Lakini kama kuna wenye, you are just peacekeeper. Mwenye anatuliza roho ya watu. Alafu unawaza watu wanalia ndani. Roho zao zinatiririka machozi. And then unasimama huko Bwana asifiwe all the time. Hata Waislamu nimeona tu kwa makampeni wanasema Bwana asifiwe. What? Mungu hawezi kuchezewa namna hiyo. Is bringing you out. Na this is the time. Nimeona amesema kama hata ni prime minister, hata ni kama ni rais, tukiongea vyao kwanza tuongee. Look, ulisema kama ni kuchukua you took it holy. Hakuna kitu kusalimiana. Sasa kama wewe unaenda kanisa na unataka kumsalimiana mwenzako, hata kama ni adui, hata Biblia inasema hata kama ni apenda kwanza adui wako. Bernard, ni vile sasa nasikia uchungu sana. Ngoja niwaachie hapo. Mungu awabariki na tuendelee kuombea nchi yetu. I think Mungu wale wenye wanaomba kwa ukweli maombi yao ndio hayo sasa yameanza kujibiwa. Asanteni sana. Asante na asante.
Okay, thank you, Henry. Thank you so much. This is a struggle that we must push through. We can't leave our country in this state. No more taking it easy. Now we have to put our best foot forward. This cannot be late to go on. Enough is enough. We will not have peace if we continue this way without doing what we are required to do. We will listen to Mama Mary Wainaina, then the twende kwa Ephesians chapter 5. Alafu sasa nabii atakuja kutufafanulia wakati mimi naanza kung'atuka. Mama Mary, karibu, vipi? Unmute. You are still mute, Mama Mary. Mama Mary, inaonekana kuna shida na mitambo yako. Utatoka alafu rudi ndio ijiandae vizuri. Haiko poa. Ukiongea tukupati. Yeah. So utatoka alafu rudi, kama ni simu utaanzisha ndio ijipange vizuri utaingia. Thank you. Okay. Ezin, chapter 5. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Karibu.
I'm okay. Asante. Niko tu hapa nasikiza. Na hii jina ya Sia ninakutatiza.
Just a moment. Anaitwa Nyambusi Fred Channel. Anasema Bernard Mato amekuja. Enda. Mato, umekuja kunifukuza. Kumbe mlikuwa mkifanya ku. Mimi nafikiria
nilikuwa nataka kuuliza nani anakufukuza sasa.
Nimeambiwa.
No, mimi nimekuja kupatiana
statement. Ni baba peke yake ananyang'anywa. Kumbe hata mimi. Continue essay.
Okay. Everything is good. And we started the journey. Wanasema tulipeleka track mzima ya evidence, juu nini, juu SGR mzima, but all in all, true to be told. And we have to fight for the truth. I said that I want to repeat, the public office should be handled with all the responsibilities. And you have to treat people equally. If you know the truth, make the truth, or table your truth, and then others will follow. We don't want a lot of story. We need the truth. And we want to know everything as it were. And that's what will be our joy. Some people are telling us this joy, we remain in peace and forget about it. We are in peace, but we can't watch when we are making one step forward and making 3 steps backward. That means we are not moving. We need to transform our nation. We need to be in a position that we shall be making election, and after election, everybody is satisfied. Not an election where one party is not satisfied. When you win me, when you beat me, and you beat me with proper, and you've been transparent, I'll be contented. But you can't beat me, and there is no transparency of how you have beat me, and then you think that I'll be okay. We need to bring the nation which our children will enjoy being. I said that they said it not once, not twice, that this nation was messed up very long time ago. We are doing what other people could do long time ago, 20 years ago. And this is the reason why we have all these hardships in life, because some people just enjoyed power, but they never served this nation. And that is not, this is not the final. We shall press until we make the nation we want. We have to make a nation whereby everything will be transparent. We shall be happy for our children getting the nation where it is corruption free. And you know that when the nation will be corruption free, we shall have industries. We shall have those stadiums, we shall have those dams, we shall have food, because everything is stabilized. Then our children will get employment. Bernard, you know, and those people in Kenya, they know that currently even a student akimaliza kampo anaenda internship, ni ngumu kupata hiyo internship. Kama hapati internship, ni job anapata. And things that we tungefanya kitambo, zile foundation tungefanya zilikuja kufanyiwa baadaye, so many years after independence. We need to think. We don't want to go back there. We need a moving country. Let me go to IBC, because I don't want to emphasize on that, and I have seen Mama Miri amerudi. I have done some follow-up, and I have just observed some few things, and I want to comment about them. In the day of election, saa 6 asubuhi, there was an announcement by the commissioner, and the commissioner announced this. There was the voter turnout of 30.65%. And the commissioner said this is equivalent to 6 million votes, 6 million vote, 567,869. That was mathematically wrong. That should be 29.69%. The same day at 4, they announced 12,065,803, and they mentioned it at 56.17%. Mathematically wrong. It should be 54.54%. Then on the 10, saa 8 na dakika 28, the chair himself announced of 65.4%. Then 15 minutes later, 12 minutes later, he came back and now said corrected to be 64.6%. And the 64.6% he was talking about, it was 14,164,000. 561, which was mathematically wrong, could be 64.03%. I want to say that this recurrence of mistake was it tactical? This addition of percentage, was it tactical? That's my first question. Or the IBC don't have calculators. It is just imagination. You come and imagine and say, tell us what you think. This is a shame. If you hold an office and you can't even be able to clarify some things, then I think as a common mwananchi, this addition of percentage, it was tactical. Ilikuwa itutokeze pahali, na tuliona pahali itutokeza. This addition. We need people who hold offices with the responsibility. It is a shame doing such a work, at the end of it, you think that Kenyans are not observed. We do observe. And I hope that we have a good evidence of the same. But mimi sitasema kama mwenzangu hapa, huyo mwalimu amesema hapa ati sijui hatutaki mtu afungwe. We need somebody to be an example of these mistakes. We need people to held responsible of mistakes which they could do according to the Kenyan Constitution. Hii tabia ya kusema tusahau ni mtu aende, wanaenda lakini at the end of it they come back. We had Chebukati the last election. Election ilikasuliwa na tukarudia. Lakini mistakes za IBC koti haikufuata kama zile and also Kenyans tulisahau sababu election ilirudiwa. The same things is repeating itself. Now I wonder, hawa watu wanakuanga wakifanya nini for 5 years in office, receiving a salary? You can't come and tell me the Kim's kit they failed. They failed. Ulikuwa unafanya nini? Which observation did you do? Ulikuwa unafanya for 5 years? Yaani ulikuwa umekaa tu election ikibakisha 1 month ndio unaanza kukumbuka machini zako, unaenda kupanguza vumbi na sijui nini wakatazi zako. We need responsible people. We need Kenya which is moving, and Baba is saying it that kama hii mchezo ndio itaishi kwa Kenya. Nao sasa hapa nitumie maneno yangu nikimwelewa vile namuelewa. Kama hii mchezo ndio itakuwa Kenya, tutakuwa tunapiga hatua moja tunarudi nyuma hatua 5. We'll never ever achieve. Na hii tabia ya mtu mmoja ndiye tu ana shape politics ya Kenya. My friend, we might go back to KANU regime. We might go back there. If haki haitaitwa haki, uongo uitwe uongo, kijiko itwe kijiko. God is for us all. Na tusilete Mungu. Huwezi niambia ati hii simu si simu ni remote, alafu niambie Bwana asifiwe niamini ni remote. Siwezi amini. Naona hiyo ni simu si remote. Huwezi niambia Deto hachat ati na uniambia Bwana asifiwe na naona ana chat. You know, these are the things that we need to put. Ukweli iitwe ukweli. Na naomba ukweli ikienda kwa koti itasikiza na itatupea justice. Every Kenyan need justice. Not that we want Leland, but we want everything to be stable. We need the truth of everything. And the truth will set each Kenyan free. Siongei sana na sipitishi hapo, but tutafuata. This from Monday tutasikiza, and all is well. Hata niliona mhubiri Ruben Kigame hata yeye ameenda huko, hata yeye ameteta side yake, and it is good because Chebukati aliambiwa na koti huyo jamaa kuwe hapo, akasema koti haijui Kenya inafanya, and I think that is a plus to our side. About Moses Kuria, forget about Moses Kuria. Kama aliona shida, kama Radama alitoa shida, kitu ya kwanza angeenda na OB kwa koti. So that is none of it, is neither here or there. Ni venye tu aliona hata achwa nyuma aingie kwa registry ya Supreme. I think hajaingia hapo, but this time loud aliona asiachwe nyuma akaingia. So we shall revisit, and we started revisiting it. Let them continue mocking us. Let them continue doing what they do, but justice is coming. We need a better Kenya. We need a Kenya whereby mwanafunzi atamaliza shule, atapata intern, atapata job. We need a place where that ukienda shule you are sure of what you are doing, that you will achieve in your nation. Hata hao wasichana wetu wanaenda gafa, wana hizo nchi zingine, si ati wanafurahia kuwa huko. Wangekuwa in a productive nation, hata wale watu wako huko nje, akina Deto, ask them. Oh, leo nimeonea Deto sana, ni venye amekaa siku mingi hajafika. Okay. Ask them if there is a good nation to be in, it is Kenya. I think they can feel better investing here rather than going to invest in another nation. And that's what we want. This all will come when you be a corruption-free nation. Ati mtu hatakuja kuinvest huku anunue shamba yake ya kuweka kampuni, akute the following day shamba yake imeenda na mtu fulani. Na ulinunua shamba jana uweke kampuni, unaenda kutafuta capital to start something, then unakuta shamba yako imeenda. We need a good nation. We need a nation whereby kijiko ni kijiko, spade ni spade. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante SN, we appreciate that. Na tumesimama hapo, hakuna mahali tunakwenda. Hii nchi lazima tuirekebishe na ni jukumu letu kurekebisha. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya ambaye ana nia njema na anataka Kenya iendelee kuwa kama nchi ambayo inaheshimika kimataifa, lazima ujiunge na this movement of making Kenya right, getting our act together. We cannot have this. No. Kuna nyangao umekuwa hapa kwa muda mrefu. Shida ni kwamba uko nyuma ya curtain. If you can't put on your camera, we can't add you to the screen. The screen is only for the people who want their faces to be visible. So if you can't be seen, we can't add you. That is the only condition. Hiyo ndio shida peke yake. But if you are not comfortable with that, unakaa kwa comments, huko ndio unapeana maoni yako. So thank you for putting on the camera, but you must also be dressed for the show, please. It is important. Unajua hii show your great grandchildren wataiona. YouTube haiendi mahali popote. Put on a good top, alafu ukuje tafadhali tutaongea. Asante. Mama Mary, karibu. Hey, unmute, you're still not. Imekataa. Naomba toa hiyo headphones. Toa hizo earphones zinaonekana ndio shida.
Zitoe kwa device, si kwa masikio peke yake.
Ngoa kutoka kwa simu ndio ichukue openly. Mami, unatumia simu. Kama unatumia simu, toa hiyo earphone kwa simu ili isikike tu bila kunini. Pole. Oh, mama, itaonekana utatembelewa. Pole, just take your time. Yeah, there is a problem with your connection. Did you restart your phone? Restart your phone. Switch it off, then switch it on. You can achieve the configuration. Mato Prophet, take it now and hata kama vile mimi nimefukuzwa, naomba nifukuzwe. Nitakutafutia walimu wako wa usiku kama watapatikana. Unajua kumaliza show.
Hakuna mtu amekufukuza wewe hapa. Huyo jamaa sijui ametoka wapi na story yake. Mimi nilikuwa nimekuja.
Leo nimeona video vile IBC nafanyanga kazi from inside. Sisi tunasumbuliwa huko nje ati ladema. Kumbe mambo inafanyika huko ndani. Watu wamevaa mabuibui.
Si tumekuwa tukiwaambia na msikiagi, kwani hamkuona watu wamevaa gloves? Unajua gloves, unajua ukivaa gloves hiyo ni fingerprints unaficha.
This country must be free.
Na muliambiwa na baba vizuri. We DJ, toa mchanganyiko. Weka lero ni lero. Kitu alikuwa akisema.
Aya.
Watu wakaanza kwenda wakivaa gloves. Yani, you gotta hide your crime. Lakini kidogo kuna watu wanajua. Uliona mama fulani alienda kuchukua kitu fulani na akachomoka na hamjui kule alienda. Ndio hiyo iko Supreme Court leo. Ile ilichukuliwa, ile mlikuwa mkiuliza huyu mama alichukua nini na akapotea nayo. Iko kwa box Supreme Court. IP address ndani. Chezageni na Musheru na chezageni na watu wa IT. Tulishika watu siku ya kwanza kabisa when they tried to hack. 12, I think it was 2:35 AM. Na walikuwa wameshikwa na watu wa kutoka countries different. This time hakukuwa kitu inalala France. Ati watu wamelala France atufungui server ziko kila mahali my friend round hii. Umeona venye wamenyamaza wamenyeshewa. Wakitaka digital tunawapea. Wakitaka manual tunawapea.
Zote mpaka ile kitu walikuwa wanatafuta zote.
Hamutawaiba tena. Hii Kenya hii. Kwanza mtu wa kwenda IEBC utakuwa ukiambiwa unaenda kuwa IEBC unafikiria mara 3. This time hata simu tuko nazo na manamba na IP address na kila kitu. Hamutoki, hakuna kutoka. Na Bernard, the funny thing, you were not here another day that I said. I said the worst thing ni kwenda kuiba na mtu alafu kurudi kujaribu kuibia huyo mtu. Kwa sababu alishajua njia yenye mlipitia. Kama mliingilia pale kwa compound kashimu fulani mlieka na mkaziba, anajua kule kako. And there's a trading voice call of some police officers talking about ukiona mtu wa bangi ameshika bangi, usimshike kama ameshika hiyo bangi. Wachana naye kwanza aende avute puff kadhaa afikishe nusu. Sasa unajua ukimshikia hapo uko na evidence mara 3. Ya kwanza bangi imevutwa. Ya pili harufu. Na akitaka sana tunaweza enda biometrics tuende tumtoe damu na itaonesha kona bangi. Sasa atatuambia yeye kama ni ukweli avutagi bangi. And you know where we are in our country is about time for us to start this bandit economy that Mutunga said. Aliitanga the bandit system ya majambazi. It's about that time and it's going to happen. We needed a good president, a president who was going to take at least his second term serious and take it genuinely to know that this he has to leave a good legacy of a good economy and a good, valuable, trustable people moving on and running the affairs of the country. And he's a very skilled guy. Mtu amenyamaza. I always tell you guys, if you see someone very quiet, be very careful with that person. Endo mchokoze. Manake mtu atakuja kukugonga kama hujui kule anakugongea. You have to know what they are thinking. Uhuru is very skilled, is very quiet, he doesn't talk a lot, and then also, here comes another man who's also been very quiet and has always fought for our country. The only thing we are left with right now is for us as a citizenry to start also emulating that and fighting for our country. To start being truthful, to start doing what it needs to be done to bring a country up. And Bernard, I'll give you a good example. One day, somebody told me, a friend, hey, Niaje, Mato, since you live outside the country, I have a deal here at KQ, luggage, and stuff. If it come hizo, can we use your account because we go Kombali, so that you'll make good money na kila kitu. And I looked at them, nikasema, we, mi sitaki story ya FBI hapa kwa maisha yangu bwana. Endo uchungane na vitu zako. Let me live a good life. And once you live a good life and you live a straight life, then you live a very good life because you don't have to hide, from anything. What is happening right now? Na kila mtu anajichukua mwenyewe. Utaokotwa tu mwenyewe tu IP address yako. Wale vijana walidanganywa na Ruto wakaenda sijui wakatumia laptop zao. Hizo ndio IP address tuko nazo. Hatutaki kujua kama ilikuwa ya mama yako, ya baba yako, ya kazini yako, kama uko na laptop na ulitu ukaambiwa kuja na laptop na uliingia kwa IP, uliingia kwa system. My friend, we just know that laptop. Utatuambia what you did individually. Mother Koome said it, Mother Karua said it, baba alisema na mumeambiwa. Kila mtu abebe mzigo wake. I want to read something here, Bernard, before you go. Na unitafutia watu wangu wa huko backstage. Watu wa kuniongezea watu, ndio mtu akileta shida hapa na mwambia unachomoka na wanachomoka. Na kuaga mkali kidogo. But let me read, if you've read, this is Okiya Omtatah's petition. There's a lot of petitions out there. But I want to read page 31. He says, they are wishing for an order quashing the results of the presidential election announced by the chairman. Vide Form 34C dated 15th August 2022. M. An order quashing Form 34D, the election certificate issued to the purported president-elect on the 15th of August 2022. N. An order quashing the declaration of persons elected as president-elect and deputy president-elect announced by the chairman vide Gazette Notice 9773 dated 15th August 2022 and published in Nairobi on 16th August 2022 in a special issue of the Gazette Notice of the Gazette volume CXXIV number 163. So he's saying actually that's a special. So if I was specially, I'll tell you why it was done specially and what does he mean by special. Okay. Oh, an order permanently barring the respondents and their agents howsoever acting from giving effect in any way to the results of the presidential election announcement by the chairman vide Form 434C dated 15th August 2022. Now, this is my another interest. Hii ni kubwa sana. An order directing the IEBC and or its chairman to issue a new certificate of election to the person who the court establishes was duly elected as the President of the Republic of Kenya. Q ya mwisho, an order compelling the respondents to pay the petitioners cost of this petition. So I want you to remember, wacha nianzie chini. Hiyo inaambiwa kila mtu the cost yenye itafanyika kwa hiyo petition yote, they will have to pay them personally. The cost, they will have to pay it personally if that is to be taken. Now let me go say why it was called a special announcement. Because it's never happened like that in Kenya. The way it was done like a special thing. First of all, we've never seen the person being announced sit at the same table with the person that is going to announce. Okay? Wanakaga huko chini, alafu wanakuja. There were so many anomalies that happened to where even the certificate that was issued was a new certificate that was not printed. It was handwritten. The original certificate is there. Iko. And that's why they are calling it a special one. This thing is so bad, and this is just Okia Mtata. There's ile akina Madakarua, and there's another 7, I think it's 7 on top of it. All this, the court has to look. All this wanauliza. So kimeumana na mkiona ama jamaa wamenyamaza, please, jueni, wameumwa, walijaribu ya mwisho kabisa. They shouldn't even have tried the last one. Because tulikuwa tushawashika kwa IT na tulikuwa tumwashikia kila mahali. Hii ya mwisho yenye walipul. Hata ukiona Chebukati leo alikuwa amekaa na sweat. The guy is not sitting very well na ametoka Uganda leo. Anyway, Bernard, let me not do it.
Ametemwa akaambiwa umekaa hapa holiday imetosha. Rudi kweli.
Acha ninyamazie hapo mtumishi.
Sasa thank you Martin, thank you. Very, very interesting times to be alive in Kenya. Naomba tumsikize Mama Mary. I hope it's now working. How are you? Unmute from the screen first. Okay, there you go. Pole Mama Mary, inaonekana I think our troublemakers here have vamiad you. Pole, itabidi sijui sasa itakuwaje. Because your gadget is not responding. Amani, internet yako iko low. Okay, let's listen to Musa as Mama tries to make her gadget to work.
Hey, Bernard.
Yes.
Mimi nimeshukuru sana. Yani leo niko na furaha, yani yenye niko mbali kweli, lakini niko na furaha sana. Nimeona hiyo lori na kina Jalango venye wana offload hizo box. Nimefurahi sana. Nimefurahi sana yani. Kwa hiyo
box number 24.
Nimefurahi sana. So kitu ile ningependa kusema, yani kama kuna mashahidi wenye kama baba alivyosema, mashahidi wale wenye wako sasa ni mawitness walindwe, kwa sababu nadhani tunakumbuka vitu zenye zilitokea KCC at KC Hague. Nadhani nakumbuka vitu zenye zilitokea, so ni witness walindwe vizuri, alafu tufuatilieni tuone utakuwaje, lakini niko na hope sana. Ndio niko mbali, lakini niko na hope sana. So wenzangu hapa wamelala, sitaki niongee sana niweke kelele, kwa hiyo wenzangu wengine waendelee nao. Shukran.
Okay, thank you, Musa. We appreciate it, and we share into your joy, even as a nation, as we continue with the making Kenya better and debating on the same. We still have got chances in the studio. Those of you who want to join and give your opinion on the matter at hand, please use this link to come in. The only thing we don't allow is the issue of bringing your madness on this platform, whereby unatusi watu, they calling them uncircumcised. Are you a circumciser? And if you are a circumciser, have you gotten anybody offering, asking for your service? What has being circumcised and being president, what is the relationship between the two? Mnajua hakuna haja wewe kuharibu school fees ya wazazi wako kupeleka shule, na unatoka shule unakaa kana kwamba hujakanyaka kwa classroom. Masuala ya kutokuwa circumcised yanahusikaje na urais? Yanahusikaje na uongozi wa nchi? Let's grow up for once. And if you want to talk those madness, use your account in your name. Put them on your wall. Don't bring them here. People are really annoying. Yes, Nyangao, namna gani?
Salama sana. Ben, I want to ask you, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you. Go ahead.
Pole, niko kwa dark background kidogo, hii light I have no control. But I want to give a few comments. I have been privileged to serve in Kenya as a professional in the higher education sector, and I have also been privileged to meet Honorable Raila Odinga. I have also read the petition that was put forward by Martha Karua and Raila Odinga as the first and second petitioner respectively. What I can tell you is that the ultimate end of the election period in Kenya will be a very just end. Actually, we need to pray that the process ends, because we have a lot of confidence in the Supreme Court based on the past experience. And one thing is that the Supreme Court, after the verdict has been given, there is nowhere else where anybody can go. That's one thing you have to note. You know, initially I was a bit worried, and I had to consult my teams, both legal and political experts in Kenya, just to understand clearly where our country was headed to. And so I understood that Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta are actually very committed to the handshake that they did in 2018 March. It was February 18th. So, and you see, before the handshake, there was a lot of suspicion and lack of trust in our country. Many investors and potential partners, development partners, were leaving our country. But then I think Uhuru and Raila humbled themselves beyond what we could understand then and what we could understand now by what they have now committed themselves to do. And I think all along they knew whatever they knew, but when I read the petition and looking at the composition of the Supreme Court bench, I think we, as a country, we have a lot of reason and justification to have hope. So let's not lose hope. Let's sell our country positively. I personally have engaged a lot of people who are ready to bring direct foreign investments to the country. And I can tell you that I personally would not be willing to participate in such direct investments if we do not have a favorable ruling from the Supreme Court. I would not guarantee anybody that they would get returns for their investments. But once we have the right and just process there, and I'm sure all those 7 judges, some of them are listening to us, by the way, and they are our colleagues in the legal fraternity, in the academy, because we work in the universities. And I know they listen. They don't just make judgments from the blues. So I read the petition. I'm confident. I know our country is headed in the right direction. I also have a right mind to think that whoever has dissenting powers have the rightful opportunities to continue advocating for what they believe as minorities within our democratic space. And that is why I would really advise you guys, we have no room really to feel about what people express. There's no room for that. Let's allow them, because the temper is ours, the feelings are ours. Let's protect ourselves. Let's reason out. Let's engage. I like the level of openness in the platform. It's my first time to engage you directly, although I've been following you for more than 2 years. Yeah, I'm happy. I had to establish independently that this was not a propagandist station. I had to really establish that it was independent. It was people who don't really have to have any specific diehard feelings. I'm happy for what you are advancing. And then lastly, I want to speak about the religious leaders in Kenya. I am also privileged to be a teacher of religious leaders, especially in the mainstream church, the Catholic Church. I must say that it is very shameful that today we have bishops and leaders of the church who cannot be trusted. It is not very good. We have people who are there, they are leaders in the church who are just being purchased. And also those people who are elected because the voters, the electors are believing them to be independent so that they can advance certain beliefs that they believe in. And then a few days after they have been elected, they want to be purchased and advance some other cause. Those things have a redress in law. Yeah. So after the Supreme Court, you will see many other petitions across many of those constituencies. And once justice is ultimately delivered, you will see the rightful voice of the people having majority in both the Senate and Parliament and majority of the county assemblies. Our country cannot go, we can't lose it. We are very lucky. We are a very democratic country. When you think about what happens across Africa and even across the world, we are doing so well. And I think God has placed us there so that we can also be an example to many of our brothers and sisters across the continent who really admire to be where we are. So thank you. I'll keep listening. And in case you have any question, I had told somebody here to write to me. I hope he'll see my comment. But anyone can write to me. These are my official names. If you check on LinkedIn, some of us, we express our views without fear. And we are happy to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. Our country is our responsibility, and we must do what is right for us and for our children's children. Let's keep into the discussion. Martin, I will leave you to chair. Nimereleasiwa na Trufo. Through force Allah amesema niende na ninachukua hiyo break vizuri.
Niko na backup huko nyuma.
Na nimekutafutia itafika, kwanza zitafika kama 3 hivi, so just relax yourself.
Make sure niko na backup ama ni backup mpaka wengine wafike, because without backup
here, if not call Alex, call Kip, call Julia. You have access to all those people.
Okay, nishikilie basi kwa dakika 10 nikiwatafutaga. Who was next? Mkururu inakaje?
Mary, let's try out Mary again. Mama Mary, inaonekana umevamiwa leo.
I think Mama Mary anafaa kutoa hizo earphones na si kwa masikio tu, atoe kwa Mama Mary. Kama unatusikiza, tafadhali toa kwa phone, use the phone by itself or the laptop by itself. Normally, like even me, you see, I'm not wearing, I'm just using my laptop and my phone. Don't use the, toa.
Oh, hiyo cable.
Ngoa cable ya earphones. Tumia phone na uweke loudspeaker. Okay, now restart the phone and come without having the earphones. Restart the phone and come without having the earphones. The phone will get you and then you can just put it on loudspeaker. You'll be nice and loud and clear. That's what I normally do when I'm using my phone.
Sasa tumesikiliza Isaac. Restart your phone, Mama. Restart without the cable. Restart the phone without the cable so that it configures afresh. Isaac Otengo, how are you?
Yeah, hello.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Mimi nimefurahi sana hasa kwa maamuzi ambayo umetokea siku ya leo. Niko mbali kidogo lakini mimi ni Mkenya asili. Na wengine wetu tukiwa diaspora nyumbani ni nyumbani na tunataka kuona nyumbani kukienda kwa njia ambayo ni sawa. Kwa hivyo mzee wetu amefanya jambo la muhimu sana na tunataka nchi ikombolewe kutoka kwa minyororo. Hii mambo ya corruption na mambo ambayo tumeona yakiendelea hapo awali ni mambo ambayo yanarudisha nchi nyuma sana. Kwa hivyo tuna support mwelekeo wa nchi sasa. It's now on the right track because demokrasia wakati ambapo imekuja kwa nchi, we have to defend it. Otherwise tukirudi nyuma bwana, itakuwa ni kama tumepoteza yote yale ambayo tulipigania. Kuna wengi wamepoteza maisha, kuna wengi wameumia kwa sababu ya hii demokrasia. So we have to defend it. Kwa hivyo ni kusema tu kwamba najua kwamba haki itatendeka sasa na ni mkondo mzuri ambapo tuko and we support it. Hata tukiwa mbali tuna support kwa vyovyote vile kwa sababu hakuna nyumbani pengine na Kenya ndio nchi yetu. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you so much, Isaac. We appreciate that. Now, as I sign out, a reminder, inventory management, sales, expense recording for your business. A new app has just been released that can help you manage your business, especially those of you that are small enterprises. It is free. You just click on the link I'll be sharing shortly. You download it freely from, or you can even just search like that on Google Play Store, install on your Android phone, and it will help you manage your small business from payments, from stock management, and every other thing. I want you to try it out and let me know how you feel about the same. Tukutane masaa mengine wakati tutaonana. Martin, go ahead. Thank you. You have your aid.
Oh, I have. Tukosa huko chini.
Yeah, you're well taken care of. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Then we have another day tuendelee, and I think kuna masaa yangu kabla hao wengine wakuje, wadosi wakuje. Anybody on the comment section, please, you're welcome to come. Anybody that is watching us, you can always join. Tunakuaga hapa, and it's easy to join. Just look at the comment section. You'll have a link, and that link will take you straight to us. And all you have to do is allow your device. You allow StreamYard to configure your device, and you'll be here. We want to have a conversation, because the moment we stop having a conversation as a country, then we start fighting. I welcome everybody. It's easy here. tunakukubali, leta mawaidha yako, kuja tuongee, let's be respectful, leta kwa comment section. You know how we do this, especially this session of it. Okay, so at this point, I think I'm gonna jump straight. Wenye wako hapa hivi, umeongea, Isaac ulikuwa umeongea? Nataka tu, I like to have a system. Umeongea wewe, si ndio?
Asante, nimezungumza.
Okay, labda najua umeongea. Mama Selina, acheni niruke kwa Liz. I think Liz hasn't said anything. And then we move to Mama Selina. And then from that we have a system of how we're going. And then if somebody new comes in, then we give them priority unless it's to na Liz amekimbia. So Mama Selina ni kwako.
Martin, nilikuwa nataka kuendelea kusikiza kidogo. Otherwise, umenipatia nafasi. Naona kama nimeshikwa na homa na ninajiandaa, naenda job, so nilikuwa nataka tu nikae ndio nijitayarishe, naenda overnight. Otherwise, siku ya leo ni kufurahi. Baba ameweka appeal, mambo inaonekana watu wanatoroka ama watajificha ama watafanya nini, but Kenya tunataka the truth. Ya pili ni kusema tu serikali, kumbe tukiambiwa serikali iko na siri na tunashangaanga. Vile hata tuliona mtu alikuwa anaitwa nani, ile Americans walienda kupata Bin Laden. Tukashangaa, kwani hii serikali inajua mambo aje? Kwa hivyo as from now watu wengi waanze kujua, hata kama ukiwa serikali, serikali ni siri. Martin, serikali iliwachilia hii watu. Unajua wakati Uhuru alisema siwezi wachia nchi wesi, kuna watu wengi sana wametaa Uhuru, na kuna watu wengi sana walifikiria Uhuru ako na wifu ama amekataa, lakini naye unajua Ndeto, nikikuita mwisi unasema niliipa nini? Kasema ng'ombe yangu iliipiwa, lakini na suspect Mato ama watoto yake. Lakini kotini unaambiwa Mato, unalalamika, unasema huu mtu ananionea, ananidharau kwa sababu lakini sasa ukipatikana red-handed ama umekuwa ukituma watoto yako waende waipe, mnachinja kuku ya wenyewe wa asubuhi, usiku, hata kama ni ng'ombe ama mbuzi, na mnaenda kumwaka hiyo nini kwa latrine ile ya nje ya mbali. So mnatafuta ng'ombe haipatikani ama mbuzi, kwa sababu nyinyi mnajua vile mnafanya. Sasa neighbors watasema tuache boma ikue wasi. Sasa watu wanangoja mpaka umepatikana naye, wakipiga nduru kila mtu anasema oh my God, kumbe ni yeye. Hata yangu ilipotea, hata ilifanya, hata kuna siku hiyo njia ya Nairobi ukienda Nairobi, kuna mzee alikuwa nakaa opposite na alikuwa ameua watu wengi sana, na ni mtu mzuri, anaenda kanisa. Kabla uchafika Limuru, and this is a live history from Nakuru.
Inaitwa Kimende.
Thank you. Sasa huyu mtu alikuwa na shimo mrefu sana. Sasa watu wamepotea, wamama wamepotea, wasichana wamepotea, mpaka siku moja watu wakasema, wakafuatana. Sasa alishika msichana moja anaenda kutupa kwa hiyo latrine. Kumbe watu wengi na mapolisi, kwa sababu ilikuwa watu wana suspect hii compound ikikuja inanuka, anaua maumbwa, anatupa hapo nje ya kupoteza hiyo arifu. Lakini huyo mtu alikuwa mwishi mbaya sana. Can you imagine? Wakati sasa watu wamelia, alipatikana akitrop, ameua hiyo msichana akatupa kwa shimo. Mato walipata watu wengi sana. And from that day, hiyo mambo iliisha. Ile mambo ya makari, walikuwa na crap, watu wanachukua vitu wakirusha hapo. So, saa zingine serikali, unajua tumeshangaa ya kwamba safa ya this time, portal, Chebukati anasema una access, everybody can access. Hakujua between hiyo yake ya Bomas of Kenya, kulikuwa na moja ya original sasa. Na unasikia hii watu, Ndeto, ati form 34A, kwa sababu Chebukati alipeana, ilikuwa inaenda tallying center ya Kenya kwanza, alafu sasa wakishafanya ukarabati, wanatuma kwa IPC. Bila kujua, kuna ile ya ukweli sasa ilienda. I'm telling you. Serikali, Uhuru anaenda nyumbani. Na Central walikuwa wamemuonyesha aibu ile hakuna. Walitrust ya man kushinda mtoto yao. So, ile kitu sijafikiria ni kwamba hata baba alijua. Kwa sababu Junet kuna siku moja karibu atambue siri. Nje ile watu ya Venezuela. Junet alisema, we are following you. Tuko na nyinyi hapa kwa hapa. Chenye inanishangaza, did baba knew that? Akakubali kurisk upresidency yake. Ama kuamini Uhuru to that. Ya kwamba, okay, nimekubali, fanya vile unataka. Yani like, I feel like, yani huyu baba ni mzuri kiasi gani. In case, kama vile ilikuwa imetangazwa na iende. Kwa sababu, Uhuru hiyo maneno alinyamaza, nikauliza, kwani hii watu ya Azimio la Umoja, watu najua yenye wangepanduka kwa Bomas of Kenya, wewe unajua. Wale watu kisirani kina Joe, Millie Tiambo, ile watu unajua watapigana. I was like, kwani hii watu yote walikutwa aje? Kwa nini hawakimbii huko? Wanawacha hii watu peke yao, wana relax, wanaimba, Shole anapatilisha, tunaambiwa Chirchir ameshika. Yani nilikuwa na unasikia Shole ametuambia leo ati baba anahurumia Raila sana. Kwa sababu Raila, watu yake walienda, chief agent ya Raila alienda Bomas of Kenya without laptop ama chochote. Akasema, hii watu wakukuwa na tallying center. They believe. Wanafikiri kabisa baba hakukuwa na tallying center. Na hao yani, okopa. Kama, if you are not intent, sisi hatujasoma, lakini, unafunguliwa mlango, unajua hii mtu alitawala kila mahali. Kumbe, anaipa, anasema, wacha nikwambie. Kuna mtu amenipigia simu. I don't know kama yeye ni part of those people ama alikuwa ni genuine anaongea. Anasema kura yao ni 5,000,000. Kura ya Rift Valley ilikuwa 3 something na kura ya Central ilikuwa 1.8. So, unaipa, munafanya balance. Kura ya baba ni over 10 million. Wanaipa ati mpaka wanakuja kuipa KICC. Ati wanawachiwa wanasema ni wapi tena tuchukue, wapi tena. Yani, sijaiona. Yani, Mungu, nilisema jana kuna miungu na kuna Mungu. Mato, nataka uniambie for real. Yani hii watu walifikiria nini? Kwani hata wange suspect kwa nini imekuwa rahisi kwa sisi kuingia kwa server ama hiyo portal ama sijui inaitwa. Yani how easy was it to rig mpaka yani au Raila, yani Raila ule akwambo alienda chela, yani mimi nakwambia, na Uhuru akanyamaza, watu wakapata certificate, mnasema ni certificate imeandikwa na mkono, mara mnawachwa mnakaa na Chebukati hapo. Ile watu wamekuwa genuine bila kujua what was going on was the new commissioners, kwa sababu waliokopa kuambia siri. So those are innocent, walikataa kwa Mungu yao, si ati walisaidiwa. It's like ni Mungu tu. Otherwise mimi sikutaka kuongea, nataka kuona ile inaendelea, because Uhuru alinyamaza mpaka tukasema kwani huyu Uhuru anataka nini? Na yeye ndiye anatafutwa. Ati mpaka mnaenda kucelebrate Kiambu kwa Uhuru nyumbani, mnasema Thanksgiving, na yeye ananyamaza tu. Mumetusi, mnaenda huko sasa, asante we Ngai Mwathani Jehova, asante tumeipa, tujapatikana pastors. Wacha niwachie watu wengine, but Kenya yetu tunataka irudi vile ilivyo. Mato, Chebukati, baba ametuambia ile watu wote walilipwa ni NSIS, ni serikali, mlikuwa mnawalipa pesa, ni agents, sijui ni mnaita nini hiyo, returning officers. Mnafikiri kumbe mnafanya na serikali, wanashika pesa wanaonyesha, wanaambiwa wachukua. Sasa saa hii kimeumana. Nasikia watu wanataka kusema ati Moses Kuria. What is Moses Kuria? Si Olendama alienda polisi na alienda hospitali. Kama kuna mtu wako na opini Olendama, hawana anything. So anyway, sitaki kusema mingi. Unajua professional na professors na PhDs wameipa mpaka enye wajaenda shule wanafanya 1+1 is better than them. Thank you.
Thank you so much Mama Selina for mchango wako, and najua kuna mikono mbili nimewaona nyote wawili. Mama Selina, there's a saying that says that and people don't take it very seriously. Kuna saying inasemanga, when the deal is too good, think twice. Now kuna watu pia wajifikiria hiyo kitu. Ukiona kitu inakaa mzuri sana, jifikirie mara mbili. Okay, I don't like to do too much while I'm holding this chair. So kuna mikono mbili zimekuja, and then Robert, thank you for joining in. We appreciate you. You'll be this person to give your contribution, but kulikuwa mikono mbili. Normally wenye wameinua kama unakuaga hapa na mimi, nitakwambia sana sana ukiinua mkono, I like it to be either swali ama something, but you don't spend too much time on it. At least 1 minute. I try to let you there, but I cannot refrain you to stay there.
One what? Hii Kirinyaka wanasema returning officer amepatikana amekufa, ni ukweli ama ni rumors?
Ni ukweli.
Oh my God.
Okay. Dionysius.
Any pronunciation is okay. Yes, that is unfortunately true. Kirinyaga and also formerly Embakasi West, in Embakasi East. And these things, you see, people are really trying to bury evidence. You see, Kirinyaga, Gishogo, where that returning officer comes from, is the place where Martha Karua comes from. And that is also the place where the governor-elect, the purported governor-elect of Kirinyaga, won higher votes, which determined their re-election after they had lost hope. Those two things must be really taken into perspective. It is very unfortunate.
And Anne Waigoro comes from Jeshogo. The two ladies are coming from Jeshogo anyway.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that that is the place where the determining vote of the gubernatorial candidacy came from. And we really have to think beyond that. That it's not, and I hope we shall not have more unfortunate deaths because of people accepting to work with the Independent Electoral Commission. By the way, I worked with the Independent Electoral Commission in the 2010 referendum, which gave birth to the 2010 Constitution. And I was lucky that time, at least it was not as risky as it is today. But I think that the way people are making it might be too difficult for some of us to accept jobs in the commission. Another thing I wanted to comment.
Was this a contribution? Nimekuambia mtu akiinua mkono, it's actually either a either a question or something, and less ufikiwe. Tafadhali, please, let's keep the rules.
I have no question, I can.
Huh?
I have no question, I can wait.
Yeah. So ukiinua mkono, it's either a contribution or a rejoinder. And again, as we go to Isaac, pia ulikuwa umeinua mkono, right? Okay. Ulikuwa umeinua ama ulikuwa tu na stretch? Unmute.
Sorry chairman, sikukuwa nimeinua.
Oh, okay. Nilikuwa nimeona kama umeinua. But also, as we move on with this conversation, we need to be very realistic and be, so that we don't run the risk of misinformation. Now, there's no something that has said that the guy was killed. We don't know we know he died, but we don't know in what means he died. So let's not propagate. Let's not do anything until we get more information. Death is inevitable in all of us. So we don't know. You can be a IEBC returning officer, no kufe too. Until we get more information on how he died, where he died, then I think now we need to just say that he died and not really associated with anything. I would really appreciate us to take that kind of role when it comes to this, because there's also family that is mourning somewhere and maybe it's not even associated with politics. Let's just be open until we get something. I would ask for that. Thank you, guys. Anybody that is listening to us there, Mweni Mwesh, thank you for joining us. You'll be coming in after Roba. And anybody else that is listening to us and wants to join in here, it's very easy. Just click on that link on the comment section and let your device be, let StreamYard configure your device and you'll be here. Come in here. Let's have a good time. Let's talk. Let's feel what you feel, because you educate us even as you talk. Nakubalisha kila mtu akuje, tutacheka saa zingine pia as we talk about our country and our politics. Roba, the floor is yours.
And we have read this first. I'll come later, please.
Okay, Mweni Mwesh, kazi kwako. Roba has given you the chance. Unmute, Mweni. You have to unmute on your device.
Mko sawa? Vizuri. Mi ni kuwasalimia tu. Siku mingi niko tu nyuma ya tent nikisikiza kila kitu venye kunaenda. Enyewe mnafanya kazi nzuri. That is good. So ni vile nimejaribu sana kuingia ikawa inanitatiza, but for now imekubali, imesikia vizuri. So maybe from tomorrow nitakuwa na jambo la kusema. For now sina kitu la kusema, niwasalimie tu na niwapongeze sana kwa kazi nzuri mnaofanya.
Tupa mbili Mweni Mwende, tupa mbili kwanza. Tupa tu mbili tu, tusalimie kidogo tu, tuambie venye unafikiria kule tuko, uko wapi, where do you follow the politics from, and this is a forum where we are open. Have a conversation, just say something. Mbili, where do you think? What do you think?
Okay, nimeona mahali mambo imefika. Pia leo nilitazama nikaona venye mambo ilivyo, na tunashukuru Mungu atatusaidia tukiwa timu Azimio. So kitu ile muhimu ni tuweke Mungu mbele kwa kila jambo, pia tukitegemea spirit code. Pia Mungu, yani wasiingiwe na ile matatizo ile. So wafanye ile kitu ya haki, na hiyo ndio itakuwa kitu ya maana kwa wananchi. So mi yani kwa saa sina mengi la kusema, cause I was not ready. Ni vile nimejaribu kuingia leo imekubali. Kwa hiyo maybe kuanzia kesho kutwa nitakuwa na jambo la kusema kwa kamera, na mimi niko Saudia.
Asante, tunashukuru. Usiende mahali, kaa tu hapo, maybe utapata jambo tukiendeleaga.
Okay.
Ya kaa tu hapo tu, ni sawa. Unaweza kaa hapo, watu watakuja wataongea, na maybe utataka kitu ya kuchangia. Ukitaka kuchangia, kama umekuwa ukituona huko kando, unajua tu nainua mkono, nitazunguka tena useme kitu. Kama unafikiria, chukua kalamu, andika. Kama unaweza, wengi huwa tunafanya hivyo. It's a good channel, you have to do it. Roba, are you ready, or do I move on to somebody else still? I know you just came from work.
Yeah, just give it to Miss Sian really quick. Somebody else, and I'll be next.
Okay, Isaac.
Yes. Sina neno, lakini hasa tu swali ni kwamba nimekwambia niko mbali kidogo na sababu ya masaa. Saa zingine sijepata habari, kwa huwa nafuatilia kwa nyuma kiasi. So nikiuliza tu labda uni-update about niliona kana kwamba kuna representation ya IABC, the lawyers wanaongozwa na one Githu Mungai. Na was he not one of our attorney generals?
Yes, he was.
All right. So what happened? Is he still, or?
No, he's not. I think right now the person that is on is called Kihara. He's an ex, but still his law degree still is valid. Yeah, as a lawyer, you can choose who your client is anytime.
All right. Okay. So it's not a conflict of interest in there?
No, because he's retired. He's not an attorney general anymore.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Laban, you want to say something before we bring in Roba?
Nawasalimia sana nyinyi wote, na Martin nafikiria ndio mara yangu ya kwanza kuongea. Nilikuwa sijaongea before, but nimekuwa hapa nikingojea patiently.
Samahani, si ungesema kitu bwana. Siko najua. Unajua nimekuja tu Bernard akitoka. Pole bwana. Huwa anapatia
I'm always patient. Mimi sina haraka. Hata kusikiza pia tuko hapa kusikiza wengine. Sasa mimi kwanza leo nimesikia ni kama nimekuwa relieved kidogo, kwa sababu mambo ambayo tumeyasikia ile inaitwa kionjo tu, ni kama tuliona ukweli kitu iko na inakuja nyumbani. Kama huo ushahidi huko hivyo vile wamesema, na tunangojea ufafanuliwe zaidi kwamba hata foreigners walihusika kwa uchaguzi wetu, na sijui kama mimi ndio naelewa vibaya kwamba katika zile sheria kushiriki katika uchaguzi wa Kenya lazima uwe Mkenya kwanza. Ikiwa mpaka foreigners walihusika, huo ni uchaguzi wa mtu kuwa rais ambaye ni Mkenya, ambao wageni wamehusika. Lakini mimi, na by the way, tangu hiyo kesi iwekwe, nimeona ni kama kila mtu anatoroka, hataki ahusishwe na hiyo kesi, kwa sababu wale watu wamekuwa hapa wakisumbua sana. Mimi leo sijui wameenda wapi, kwa sababu mambo ambayo hata wao wamesikia ni kama wametetemeka wengi. Ile kitu yenye sisi tunasema na muhimu ni kura sihesabiwe zile ambazo zilipigwa, kwa sababu huo ushahidi wote huko hapo na wameletewa na kanda mbili. kila kitu, wachukue time, hata kama itakuwa ni mwezi mzima, hata kama ni miezi 6, tujue baba alishindwa na tukubali kwamba alishindwa. Tuko tayari kuondoka katika mambo ya uchaguzi Kenya hii ikiwa Raila Odinga alishindwa fair and square. Tutawaachia kiwanja watutawale vile wanataka, lakini kabla ya ukweli, hapana. Hapana. Sisi huwa tunakubali kitu yenye imefanyika mchana na inakubalika na kila mtu, watu wanaendelea na maisha, kwa sababu hakuna mtu atakuletea pesa akuwekee kwa mfuko. Kila mtu anatafuta maisha, lakini tukiwa na uongozi ambao unaamini, sio wakora wachache wanakaa kwa kona, wengine hata madigrii zao ni questionable, ambao wanapita njia za katikati, wanataka kulazimishia watu uongozi wenye sisi hatuelewi. So sisi tutangoja, na hiyo kesi tutakaa hapo wakifungua mpaka wakifunga, hata kama ni saa 6 usiku. Tuone hiyo aibu yenye wanataka kuleta katika nchi yetu. Hata huko kwetu Kisii, gavana mwenye alijaribu kuleta hiyo mchezo, lakini wananchi walimwambia sio hapa, wewe kama umemaliza ondoka polepole. Na wananchi walifanya uchaguzi na wakaweka mtu ambaye walikuwa wanataka. So hii mambo ya kulazimishia watu kiongozi wenye hawajachagua wao wenyewe. Anyway, mimi niko hapa, nataka nizikize kwanza ni mambo nikifuatilia, alafu nitarudi tena kwa panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much Laban, we appreciate that. Maoni mazuri hao tunapenda sana. Sisi wote ni Wakenya, like I always say, we stop talking, we start fighting. So let's have a conversation. Hiyo ndio kitu inatuweka hata hatukupigana after everything that happened, because there's some of the channels like this that actually make us all together. We don't care who's the tribe, where you come from, and what it is. We have a conversation as Kenyans. So we appreciate and we encourage people to come in, subscribe, and be a part of this. This channel is here to have a Kenyan conversation of where our country goes. And we meet a lot of people here. Watu wengine, big people, small people, everybody is allowed in here. Usiwe ukafikiria una maoni yako tunayashukuru. Okay, at this point, I think I'll go to Roba. I owe you that unless you're still not ready. And then Ingosi just came in. Ingosi will go after that. Ingosi, naona ukiuliza vipi, lakini Roba kwa ameongea, amekuja pia just right.
It's okay, and just give him, I'm here. You know, I'm here. We have been here since yesterday. You can ask me, Shiani. That Ingosi, I'll get to.
Okay, Ingosi, you've been given the leeway. Have your stage. Tuambie, vipi leo? Mambo vipi? What's in your mind?
Poa sana, acha nishukuru Roba kwa kuwa mkarimu kunipatia hii nafasi. Alafu pia niwashukuru nyinyi wote for creating this platform. Mimi niko Saudi Arabia, nimekuwa nikifollow very closely wakati wa campaign hadi wakati wa election hadi wakati ilikuja kuwa announced, results ilikuja kuwa announced. I've been seeing what has been happening hadi vile petition imekuwa filed, nimekuwa nikifuatilia very closely. One thing that maybe ningependa kusema, people from Mount Kenya wamekuwa wakiandarate ama wakiandarate contribution ya Uhuru Kenyatta, sababu Uhuru Kenyatta kitu ya kwanza alikuwa ameidhinisha Raila kufanya nini, to be the next president, but the people of Mount Kenya wakafanya nini, wakaamua kumturn down, wakaona kwamba they were punishing him. But kwa saizi the state, what Ruto used to say, deep state, yeah, is now ndio sasa inataka kusaidia Raila. Deep state kitu ya kwanza haikuwa ina support Raila ati imsaidie aibe kura, ndio afanye nini, ndio aweze kuingia kwa kiti ama aweze kuingia kwa ofisi. Deep state was there just to protect, to make sure that hakuna wizi ambao hakuna wizi ambao utafanywa. Na sasa hivi wakati Raila amefile petition, this is now the time the deep state inataka kuonyesha contribution yake. Nimefurahia vile mama Selina amesema hapo hivyo, nimekuja akiwa anaongea akisema kwamba everybody was quiet, even Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa amenyamaza wakati tulikuwa tunaona zile saka zikifanyika pale Bomas of Kenya. Hakukuwa na akina Joho, hakukuwa na akina Juliet. So Kenya Kwanza had all the freedom finally to announce whoever they wanted. Hawakuwa na ile obstruction, so they had all the chance to do whatever they wanted. So Uhuru with the team or the deep state were watching very closely. Ukajua okay, wacha tufanye nini, wacha wafanye vile wanataka, then at the end of it tuone who will laugh last. And now wakati imepelekwa Supreme, now Kenya Kwanza ishamaliza kati yake. Now it's time for Azimio with the in support of deep state, because evidence ambayo niseme Azimio will be presenting itakuwa imesaidiwa na deep state, sababu hii mambo na kutafuta kama evidence, hii mambo na IT ni kitu ambayo inatoka kwa gava, sio kitu ambayo Azimio inajitafutia. It's something that ina associate ama inashirikiana na serikali. So Uhuru ameplay a key role, sababu kuna wengine mpaka wakafika mahali wakaanza kusema kwamba Uhuru alifanya nini, alidanganya Raila, of which tumekuja kuona sio hivyo vile ilikuwa imefikiriwa, kwa sababu walikuwa wanasema amedanganya Raila, kumbe wamerudi kucheza na fanya na Ruto nyuma ya cheza. But vile Uhuru alisema hatafanya nini, hata wacha nchi mikononi mwa wafisadi. Yes, tunaangalia kwenye country yetu imefika, tukiangalia the two teams, tukiangalia Kenya Kwanza na tuangalia Azimio, at least Raila ingekuwa kwamba ni mtu ambaye ako na ile tamaa yake kibinafsi, sidhani kama Kenya tungekuwa mahali ambapo tumefika. Na kama Raila angekuwa mtu ambaye anapenda kutumia njia za shortcut, sidhani kama hii ni mara yake ya tano, sidhani kama angefika this fifth time ya kufanya nini, ya kusema kwamba ama kuibiwa. Let me use that term. Angefika this fifth time, ingekuwa naye pia amefanya nini, angekuwa ashafanya hivyo. But sababu ni mtu ambaye ana believe in democracy, yeah, anataka the will of the people to prevail, ndio sababu anafanya nini, anachagua okay, let them do what they want, then I will try my luck through the legal way. Tuliona 2017 akafanya nini, akafanya petition, Maraga akafanya nini, akanalify the election, akasema warudi kwa uchaguzi, but akasema kwamba I will not go to the same election with the same referee, yeah, sababu it will be very unfair even if this one is nullified. Itakuwa sababu Raila amepeleka timu yake imepeleka mapendekezo kadhaa, either ikuwe recounted, kama haitakuwa recounted, kama itakuwa nullified, kufanya nini, warudi kwa ballot. Unajua I had someone was arguing, mbona Raila anasema in one of the report mapendekezo ambayo anasema kwamba election haikuwa, it was not an election, it was a shamble. Mtu anasema kama anasema ilikuwa haikuwa election, mbona anataka akuwe declared as the winner? Wakati una file kesi kotini, huwa unapeana mapendekezo yako yote, all the wishes, all your prayers, huwa unapeana prayers zako zote hapo. So Raila amepeana prayers zake zote hapo. One prayer being akuwe declared the winner. Kama hatakuwa declared the winner, anapeana another option, of which ni kurudi kwa election. So kurudi kwa election, hiyo itamaanisha kwamba Chebukati, sababu inatuambia kwamba itachukua 60 days. In 60 days Chebukati I think term yake itakuwa imeisha. But then tukisema turudi kwa election, what are the chances of Raila kushinda? That is something that we should also consider. Ukiangalia saa hizi Ruto ana focus na kufanya nini na kustrengthen his team. Utaangalia kuna amechukua ule jamaa wa UDM from Mandera, of which it's a strong point to AZIMIO. Yani ana concentrate sana kufanya in case warudi kwa election, anaweza fanya atakuwa amepata some numbers. Ukiangalia pia kule post wakati amechukua Amason King, that is hata kama ni plus ya kura 2 ama kura 5, that is a plus to him. Ukiangalia kule magharibi pia amejaribu kufanya kuchukua Wetangula, kumwambia kwamba utakupatia the position of the third senior most person in the government. So hiyo pia itafanya inaweza attract those people from Western region to vote for Ruto. But now you see sometimes Ruto huwa ana play cards zake smart somehow, yeah, only that huwa anaingiza udanganyifu mwingi, but in terms of maybe thinking ahead anafanya unaweza kumpatia credit for that. But now ukiangalia the whole team of AZIMIO, all of them wamefocus on the petition. Now we don't know the outcome. The outcome of the petition will only rely on the conviction, yani the evidence ambayo AZIMIO itasubmit before the seven judges. So the evidence ambayo kama itakuwa na uzito ya kuconvince the judges wafanye to overturn the Ruto's victory, alafu wakwe kura zikuwa recounted, Raila akwe declared the winner, itakuwa better. But kama haitakuwa substantial ya kusema kwamba ikuwa recounted, waseme kwamba wanarudi kwa ballot, then Raila and his team atakuwa na wakati mgumu wa kufanya kwa kwanza kwenda kwa jubilant. But because now Ruto is very keen, yeah, ako busy trying to mobilize, anajaribu kutafuta kule ambapo alifanya nini, kule ambapo hakupata kura ambazo maybe Ruto amefanya alizipata, large ilikuwa ni Rift Valley na Mount Kenya, and we all know even if Rift Valley watoke 100% na Mount Kenya pia watoke 100%, haitafanya nini, haiwezi kapeleka mtu state, because lazima kwanza apate hizo regions zingine, and that is one thing that Ruto is very keen. Ukiangalia kule kutoka kampani kule, kuna huyu MP ambaye alikuwa amechaguliwa kwa chama cha Wiper, ametoka juzi ameasi muungano wa AZIMIO, amejiunga na Kenya Kwanza. I think ametafuta ama amewindwa na Alfred Mutua. So Ruto anajaribu kutafuta numbers in case waende warudi kwa ballot, ama in case warudi wakienda kwa parliament, sababu kama Raila atachukua uongozi, achukue kiti, huenda atakosa nguvu kule bungeni, sababu unajua kwa bunge it's all about numbers. So Ruto kama atakuwa na numbers kwa parliament, itakuwa ngumu ama itapatia Raila kazi ngumu pale kupitisha timu yako kupitisha miswada pale bungeni, sababu we all know that one thing that Raila alisema kwamba akiingia pale state house, kitu cha kwanza mimi ambacho angependa kufanya ni kurudisha BBI. Na unaona sasa kama wabunge wa Kenya Kwanza watakuwa wale pale bungeni, itakuwa ni vigumu kwake kufanya nini, kupitisha miswada kama hizo. So I just think Kenya Kwanza AZIMIO wangekuwa maybe, I don't know their plan, but at least wangekuwa very keen to protect, waendelee saizi, they should be focusing at least sababu it's not yet over, kwa bado wanaendelea kufocus to protect what belongs to them until wamemalizana na court ruling, wamejua the result. But saizi wakiconcentrate wote, Ruto naye ataendelea kuchukua watu wao, sababu unajua the whole team wale ambao wanaelekea kwa Kenya Kwanza ni watu ni kama they are following man, yeah, it's like ni kama wanafanya wananunuliwa. So na unajua it's all about mtu anaangalia personal interest. Wanasiasa ni kama saa zingine wanaangalia hapa tu, hawaangalii mbele. So tutapata mtu atanunuliwa, ataenda huko, ataenda Kenya kwanza.
Ingosi,
Wakati nafika kurudi kwa
Ingosi,
ballot, Raila atakuwa tena na kazi ngumu. Yes.
I'm so sorry, but I guess unajua hii channel vizuri, so I guess there's kuna mkono imeinuliwa mahali. Kama unaweza save ama unataka kumaliza ama tutaribi chain of thought. Kama unaweza chukua hiyo swali, I think ni swali ama unataka kumaliza alafu swali kuje baadaye. It's up to you. Flow ni yako bado. Unataka kumaliza ama unataka kuchukua swali saa hizi?
Okay, I think mtu aulize swali ama mimi niulize swali? Sijakupata.
No, kuna mkono imeinuliwa na shuku ni swali kwako. So unataka kuchukua saa hizi ama unataka kumaliza? Okay. Mama Selina.
Acha uliza kama kuna swali, acha ulize.
Yes, nasikia unajaribu kutufunza vile KK wamefanya, watanunua. Kabla hujaenda hapo, kwa Political Party Act kuna vile ilitengenezwa, ama kabla hatujaenda uchaguzi, ukitaka kuenda kwa chama ingine, you have to after 6 months before election and 6 months after election, whoever anataka kutoka kwa chama yake na kusupport chama ingine itakuwa na by election. So vitu zingine ni unajua, mtu akikwambia kama sasa hiyo ya notice stand, tuende sahii, tunataka Kenya yenye watu wanafuata katiba na tunataka kufuata yale yako. So maoni yako ni sawa, but for now kwanza tunataka kujua what is on the tech. Unajua leo kuna mambo ya petition. Tungetaka kusikia vile unatuambia baba ama Ruto watadefend hiyo mambo imeenda bunge kotini namna gani. Lakini story ya kununua watu wengi kufanya nini? Tuko na Political Party Act that inatupatia guidance ya kwamba kama mimi sitaki AZIMIO, nitaingiaje kwa Kenya Kwanza? Kwa hivyo waliambiwa watu wanaweza kosa viti. So kuna 6 months before na 6 months after election. Hata hiyo watu wakikimbia kwa Ruto wanunuliwe, wakifika parliament wanaweza kosa kupiga kura ama viti yao inatangazwa. So sahii tunataka kufunza Wakenya the truth, nini inafanyika. So ningekuomba leo utuambie vile tumeona imefanyika kotini ama Supreme Court, the outcome, evidence. I think that is what you could have tell us. Thank you.
Okay, Ingosi, kabla uendelee, I think ulikuwa mkono mwingine ilikuwa imeinuka. Naweza penda ujibu zote mbili so that your contribution ikuje kama tumemaliza, so that other people also have the chance. Kuna mkono mwingine, ngoja Ingosi. Kuna mkono mwingine, chukua hiyo swali, shikilia hapo. Kuna iya Dennis uliza yako
yes,
pia.
Don't struggle with the name. I'll ask my question. You see, right now, our fate as a country is at the Supreme Court. As civic interested citizens of our country, we want to know from the contributors whether you really have faith that through the Supreme Court, we are going to have our rights on track as we chose them to be through the 2010 Constitution, through the institutions that we put in place. Of course, we have been let down by the IEBC, but do you think that the Supreme Court will also let us down? Probably. Let's hear a bit of that from the contributors. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Ingosi, you have 2 questions there. You can finish up as you're doing.
Okay, then I can come in. It looks like he's not hearing us. So I can come in.
Ingosi, are you still there? Roba,
Okay.
if he's not there, you can
Yeah.
go on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see Grosse even is not hearing us. Nyang'au, Tony, Sylvester.
Roba, I can hear you.
Serena.
Anyone from the panel can answer the questions. Proceed. Thanks. Sorry, Chair,
Okay.
for interfering.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. See when Messi. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you know, Martin, you know, we have been here, and even we yesterday. You know, some of us we have been emotional and other things about our country because we love Kenya. Although some of us we might be outside the country, we are a part of Kenya. Our families are there. That's some of us that were born there. But because in Kenya, it has been run to our throats for all these years. Hata kazi ndio tunaenda kutafuta nje. Some of us, maybe some of you included, we have worked so hard to be where we are. But at the moment, it looks like when we take a step forward, we take 5 steps backward in the sake of democracy, which some of us, we really support. But there's one thing I've been asking myself. What is it on this presidency? Kuwa rais wa Kenya. Why 2 communities hawataki kuiachia? What's there? Up to this point, I don't have the answer. And when we have been here on this network, we have always said, even myself, I've always said, if you win elections without maybe rigging or stealing, we will support you. But 2007, 2013, 2017, 2022, I'm tired. I'm tired. You know what's funny? Well, Hiba, then later they tell us, you know what, we store direction. And that's where we have a problem. And we keep on saying we have institutions. Which institutions to Konayo? If people are saying we store elections, I know, but I've never even want to investigate. People have tied Musando and other things are profiled because of election. Where's the investigation? Nobody. Now, let me come to some of my main points. Somebody asked that question about the Supreme Court, whether we have confidence they might render what some of us want, fairness. I do. Do you know why? I was against PPI. I want to be sincere with you. I was against PPI in one thing. I mean, not everything on PPI. I was one person who didn't like the idea of having members of parliament to be ministers. So I was kind of against PPI. But when it went to court, when they started reading, I was suspicious. I said, I want to pass it because of the government. But I was surprised they took it down. So, in the same way, I expect the same court to do justice, to give us hopeness, to give the country another stage when it comes to what happened in the election. Here's what I know. We can't keep doing what we are doing right now. If we keep quiet, you and her will be victims very soon. We know who won the elections, but we know who was declared to be the winner. Now, do we call that on democracy? No. So I've been listening the show before I came in. I heard Mama Serena and other people talking about how the government knew these things and they led them to whatever they did. But the same government, I expect by now, they should come forward, at least forward, if it is either Matiang'i or anybody, to tell us what the investigation is all about, what's been going on. Or they give, without giving us details, to tell us, you know what, during the election, we took some laptops, we caught these people, this is what some of the things. That one will give us confidence. Or how about the president comes out and at least he addresses the nation and tells them some of these things, just not without contradicting or without giving us in details. Some of these things, what has been taking place, that one will give us confidence. But where we are right now, it is us, those who are fighting for democracy and the rule of law, against corruption. And my fellow panel, corruption is about to knock the door down. They're about. He was declared president-elect. I'm very glad. Yesterday, if you can go to the tapes, what I said here. Cartels want to take over the government of Kenya. I'm very happy. Raila used the same words, the same thing. Cartels are about to take over. And that's the fact. So the question remains, do we let them do it? Or do we step forward and say enough is enough? We want what? To a different trajectory as a country. I've always said, democracy comes from the people. You cannot impose democracy on the people. This election, and since 2007, it looks like democracy is being taken away, and now people are imposing on us to be our leaders. So going forward, if the court rules the way it goes, ask yourself what's going to happen. But this is what I know. It will take whatever it takes, as long as Ruto does not become our president in the country. Because so far, I expect him, if they have found that they had all this cartel, they had all this collaboration between IBC, Kenya Kwanza, or UDL, whatever you can call them, then one thing, the election should be stricken down. I mean, on the UDA side, Ruto should not even be ready to run for any office in our country, and anybody who is involved. And at this point, even I wonder why Mr. Dekibaraman is still the commissioner of IBC. The man is supposed to be arrested even to answer some questions. I mean, that's where we go wrong. People are doing what they are doing because they think they are above the law. We are not serious in imposing our laws. We are not serious. From the policemen to DCI and to anybody. We are not serious when it comes the idea of when people have done something wrong. We had arrest. We have been arrested. Somebody like if it was another country. I remember 2000 when Al Gore versus George Bush. I mean, we know that the election went the way it was. Yeah. And you know what? Why can't we also call it peaceful demonstration to protest what has been taking place for all this time and this election here? This time we can't get it wrong. We can't, my friends, we can't get it wrong. Before I finish in that, I don't want to take it wrong. There's a gentleman who came here and said, I don't know, I cannot remember, he's still around. He said he had been some people some investors who really wanted to go in Kenya because they knew there were some changes, Raila was coming in. I know, for it to be sincere, that's the same thing I know from where I am here in California. You know, it offends me. I feel bad about my country, Kenya, right now. I feel bad about it. When you come, our young men don't have even jobs. And the way some of us, we work like now, like HR, human resources, they're calling me, you know, what do we do to help? We don't have people to come and work. What do we need? What do we do? And yet in Kenya, our boys, our girls, 18, 19, 20 years, the one I see in my place of work, and they don't have jobs. I know my sister was finished the university master's degree, Kuchoma Mahindi. Then we are just letting these people continue doing what they're doing. Then I still have your dream. I still have your dream, the one you've been telling us. Kenya. Kenya should be the hub of Africa. I mean, the Supreme Court, if they can come and just stop this madness, brace. We have people right now, I know people from Tanzania, people from Uganda, people, I mean, my goodness, they were just waiting for Raila presidency, and they need one to win. People are disappointed. Not only we Kenyans here, everybody, a lot of people are wounded, to tell you the truth. But if the Supreme Court comes here and they pronounce, or they just say, you know what, Raila one direction is one to take the presidency, and now DCI and other people, you have to investigate to the bottom line what happened here, so that it will never happen again. It will be a hard country. Our country will open up. It will open up. And that's the truth of the matter. Whether you like it or not, that's the truth of the matter. Let me finish saying, the will of the people, the will of the people. Democracy comes from them. You will never impose democracy to the people. Thank you. I look forward to answering questions or doing contributions. I'm on to stay around.
Thank you, Robert, for that, and thank you for saying that. I didn't know that you quoted a lot. I mean, that's a dream that for the new guys that are here, that's a dream that I've always said over here, that we need to, and where we're going in Africa, we need to be very careful. Africa is not going to be a third world country for the rest of our lives, and this is the time that we need to stop exporting but importing good minds like Robert, HR, and people like that. The engineers that we have out here. That was a dream of Tom Mboya. If you go read his book and read his biography, it's about time that we start thinking about not being called a third world country, but actually being the producer of everything that we produce to the whole country, and not having people come to work in the, in diaspora, but having people come to diaspora to Africa. It's a dream that I've had, and Robert, thank you for reminding people on that. I appreciate that. That was by the way. I think Nyang'ao had to say something.
Yes, I did.
Simple. Make it quick because we have newcomers and we have people, and tuko na mkururo ya kufuata.
That's fine. Roba, it's me who said that I have investors, and by the way, those investors are from US and from France, and they want to invest in the agribusiness. You see, one thing about Kenya is that we are the best country in terms of quantitative and qualitative in terms of human resource. If you are a practitioner in this industry, you know. My first job, I worked as a human resource consultant. Kenya, in terms of quantity and quality, we are the best in Africa. And so what we needed is to have this technology. We import the technology to our country. But you cannot import that technology if we have not got it right politically. And we are not saying any of our brothers or fellow Kenyans is so hopeless. We are only saying that let's have our democratic systems right, so that the person whom most of us voters think should lead the country is the one who is given the mandate. And I think the Supreme Court has the duty to offer us that opportunity. It's a duty. It's not a favor. And I think the case, I have read word to word of that petition. I can assure all of you that if those judges are in their right minds, they will make a decision that will ultimately end the process in a very just process. So what I want us to, my last comment would be, those of us who are privileged to be out here, outside Kenya, outside Africa, let's keep the hope. But I also hope that the Supreme Court will not let us down. That I hope. If they do, then just the way we are looking at Chebukati and the 3 or the 2 commissioners with him, it's the same way we are going to look at the 7 judges. I can assure you that, because we have to be very fair and we have to demand from each of us that which is rightfully given to them through our constitution and through our laws. So thank you, Chair. I think I'll leave it there for now.
Can I respond in quick seconds?
Yes, Roba.
Thank you, Nyanga. The one thing, in fact, that's very good. I hope you guys will just go ahead and invest, because we really want to invest back home. We see so that we can help our young people. But the one thing which I think is coming up more especially, I come from Kisii County, and our people are fed up. I want to be sincere. So the people are trying to organize themselves. Okay, what happens if this man takes over? Because some of us in the community where I come from, we believe we don't have a chance to be ever to produce a president in Kenya. That one is a given, because it's 60 years on the 2 communities. So we are trying to say, if this one happens, Papa does not come in, what are we going to do so that we can invest maybe in the county, whatever it is? So we are trying to get ourselves here, because unajua ukiwa na kitonda wewe mwenyewe ndio unajisikia tu, ndio unajua kitonda. Someone else cannot feel your feelings, and at this point it's going to be very ugly. If Ruto comes in, it's going to be very bad. And I'm telling you, at this point, let's hope Uhuru Kenyatta and the rest of the Supreme Court and other people make sure this thing does not go ahead the way it is. Kwa sababu kama yeye alishinda in a genuine way, we will support him. We will say that's the will of the people. Lakini kuja kuiba kura ndio unatuambia you want the president. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I look forward also to have a discussion. Thank you, Ndeto.
Ndeto, are you able to give me half a minute?
Okay, harakisha.
Yes, Robert, thanks for the sentiments. I've been privileged, I think, to sit down with Raila Odinga. And initially, before I sat down with Raila Odinga, I was also invited to State House to think through how Uhuru Kenyatta was going to respond to the post-2017 election, which was really not an election. You see, that 26th October election, it was not an election, August. The second election after 20, it was not. And Uhuru tried so many things, and Raila put very strict measures that were bringing our country's economy to its knees. And then Raila, I think they had a very honest conversation with Uhuru Kenyatta as individuals, as sons of our country. And they agreed on certain things which I think Ruto did not seem to believe in. And that is probably why he tried this monkey business, which seems not to be working for him, to the advantage of the greater prosperity and vision of our country. You see, it's really not about Uhuru or Raila or Ruto. I think Raila and Uhuru agreed that it must never be about us. And they said that for the last 4 years, and most of us did not believe them 100%. They said so many times, but for me, in fact, I have now fully believed after the election that just happened. I always had my 90% belief that yes, they are together. But after the elections, I consulted and I realized that yes, they knew everything. They let everything happen. They knew the Supreme Court was the court of the last resort. They allowed everything to happen. And they know that they will leave this country in a better place. It was really not about the 2 gentlemen. I believe very strongly. And so every person who comes from any other tribe apart from the Kalenjin and the Kikuyus who have had the privilege of running the affairs of our country, I think it is the time to give ourselves hope. But I can't speak more. Let's just really wait and see. For me, I have a lot of confidence. I think we are going to have a very strong verdict from our Supreme Court of Kenya. But thanks, Robert. I'll be happy to engage more. I shared my email earlier, and I'm happy to work with anyone who really thinks positively about our country. Thanks.
We really do appreciate that, our brother, and that's the reason we're here having these conversations, because we come from all different all different forms of life, and we come here to have a conversation. We meet, we also talk, and we understand our country better than we do. Now, I don't want to do a disservice to our brother Ngosi. He was in the middle of answering some questions. I will give you, Ngosi, sorry, your internet ilikumes kidogo, so we had to jump to Roba. I will give you to finish that. I still remember that you are not done. I will give it to you, but if you can make it limited so that we have two people that just came in, that's Tony and Sylvester. We also want to hear what they have, because people keep on coming and they will keep on coming. So please, if you can do yours, I'll give you 1.5 minutes to 2. If you can finish with that, within that, tafadhali.
Okay, nashukuru. Okay, maybe if I could answer what Mama Selina was saying, the issue inatokea kwetu sisi wa Kenya. Hauangalii kule ambako kiongozi wako anaenda. Yani unataka tu kufuata kiongozi kwenye anaenda. Hautaki kuangalia kule ambako anaenda kama ni kuzuri ama ni kubaya. Tumekuwa tukiona unapata leader amekuwa accused of graft. Yeah? Wakati anashikwa, watu wanaanza kulia, wanaanza kulalamika kwamba mtu wetu anafanya nini? Mtu wetu anakuwa harassed. Badala uache huyo mtu afanye nini? Apambane na abebe mzigo wake. Like recently tuliona pesa za Gachagua zikikuwa fani zikirudi accounts zake zikiwa freezed. But unapata watu from his home ground wanasema kwamba mtu wetu ama jamii yetu inafanya, jamii yetu inalengwa. So utapata even these people who are moving from AZIMIO to Kenya Kwanza, wanajua constitutionally it's wrong. But now watasema nini? We will follow our leader. Not just because kiongozi wao amewaambia tuende this side. They don't have that conscience. Hawataki kufikiria on their own. Then the issue about the Supreme, the case imekuwa fine. Na tumeona hii mambo na kwenda Supreme imekuwa hapo kuanzia hapo 2013 tuliona Raila Supreme 2017 the same thing. 2017 the same thing imefanya Supreme. Yes, ikafanya ikaondoa penye iliamriwa. This time again, this is 2022. To the Supreme, I think it's high time the Supreme Court deals with this thing once and for all, such that in the next coming election 2027, when there, what was unaenda unapanga leo kupiga kura, but unajua at the end of it, the result zitatolewa na Supreme Court. I think Martha Koome should take this chance to end this. Tunakumbuka in 2017 wakati Chief Maraga alipeana ruling yake. Sidhani kama alipatiana sheria za kufanya nini? Maybe za kuhukumu the commissioners ama tume huru ya uchaguzi. Yeah, that is why I think hiyo ndio inapatia these people ama this commission upper hand ya kufanya nini? To engage mambo na hizi ulaji rushwa. Hawafanyi nini? Yani hawana sheria, hakuna ile sheria inasema kwamba ukipatikana ukifanya this and this utafanya nini? These are the punishment. Because if that kama kungekuwa na hiyo sheria na ilikuwa inafuatwa, sidhani kama sababu huyu Chebukati ndiye alikuwa pale 2017. Kama kungekuwa na hiyo sheria ya kuifuatiliwe, sidhani kama angekuwa the same person ametufikisha hapa hivi ambapo tumefika. So I think or I'm expecting Martha Koome uamuzi wowote ambao atafanya. Yes.
Shikilia tu kidogo tu usisahau. Nyang'au, you're going against the rules of this show. Ufai kuweka nini, ufai kuenda behind the curtains. You can easily walk out of your chair mahali uko. Yeah, thank you. Endelea.
Okay, so nasema Martha Koome na the Supreme Court at large, they need to come up with something that could end this, such that in 2017 hadi kuendelea Wakenya tulikuwa tunaenda to an election tukijua kwamba the number, the will of the people will prevail at the end of the day, not that tulikuwa tunapiga kura alafu tunajua kwamba itaenda kotini. Kama kutakuwa na sheria zitungwe kwa hii tume hata ya uchaguzi, such that even after the exit of Chebukati, whoever will come akae hapo hivyo akijua kwamba if I engage in this, in this act, these are the consequences. Mtu asikuja hapo hivyo akijua tu at the end of it nitaretire ama nitamaliza. Sasa unaona kama Chebukati sasa hizi yeye anajua kwamba in the next days atafanya nini, term yake itaisha na ataenda nyumbani. Yet yeye mwenyewe amekuwa akiconduct elections ambazo hazijafanya, meet the credentials ambazo anafaa kudeliver to the people. So hakuna hiyo sheria ambayo inafanya nini ya kumfuata. So Martha Koome apeane verdict ambayo ni fair, haita favor anybody, na itafanya nini pia, itaweka stop such that tukue tunaenda kwa election tukijua kwamba that is final. Tusikuwa tunaenda kwa election tukijua kwamba tutaishia kwenda Supreme Court. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Like I always say, you know, we appreciate every input. Kila mtu anasema. People in the comment section, we also appreciate you. We are watching, we are looking at it, and your contribution is as good as the people in the panel. So ukiuko tu chini, tuendelee tu hivyo. Kuna mmoja ametoroka, I think backstage wataongeza watu, so you can still, the link will be out there in a minute. Guys, uko chini, ongezeni your link bwana. Okay, Mr. Sylvester, the floor is yours, sir. Unmute.
Hello, you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes,
now.
we can hear you. Proceed.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. First time I get in this show, I listen all the time and I hear you all guys, and I'm very happy. That's my happiest thing I've ever seen in my life with Tembe TV. Kenyans just coming together, share their views, divergent or whatever it is. But you know what they are talking about and where you know or where you come from, right? Yeah, all of us, no matter who you support. Is that true? Yes. So me, I'm very grateful to be able to talk to you guys. But first things first. Now with the election coming, whenever it came, I want you guys to understand one thing. Because we have a background where this was this. But it comes a time when people or country want to put things straight. Are we together? Now the country and the administration want to put things straight. You understand? Because there are people who are, you can blame Ulu, you can blame war, no. So there are things we can talk, but what we want to do, yeah, we can talk. Oh, he was with us. Now he's not with us. Oh, he was this, right? So please, let's focus on what we want to do. Correct mistakes or say, what it was a mistake, I was with you. We know there have been mistakes. We can go way back, but not important, because right now, for the older guys, I think Roba and Mama Selina, I don't know what she is. I wish she was here when I talked. You guys know, even in the time of Mlolongo, it used to be, I don't know, Roba, you may know about that a little bit, right? Mlolongo. You know about Mlolongo? Robert.
Yeah, the time when it happened, I was sikuwa nimefika hiyo mambo ya kupiga that time. I know it's
Yeah,
noise.
even myself, I was not voting because hata unajua kupata kipande siku hizo ilikuwa system was different.
Yeah, yes.
But ukienda pale tulikuwa vijana, so unaenda pale unapanga laini, mama yako na shida. Laini hii imekuwa kubwa, lakini hii imekuwa kubwa ndio inakuwa ndogo, hii inachangiwa. You understand? Hata pesa ilikuwa natembea, wacha hii sasa ina tuko na system kama hii. Ninashangaa, please let's accept ourselves. Kama sasa hiyo internet na juni global msema ni Kenya, Kenya mkitaka mfunge kila kitu mkuwa ni kama ni nyinyi isionekane, it doesn't work. Unaona? Lakini kwa Kenya, let's use the knowledge we get. Ama systems zimekuja tuzitumie for our advantage, not to challenge each other or to look down each other. You know ni watu wanatumia. Unaona? Because that time you ilikuwa pale naenda the unajua unachukua mzazi anatembea na one of the vijana wake wanapanga laini yao iko mpaka huko inapinda kona na ingine iko hapa hata haijafika kwa gate. Huyu jamaa amewin. That time ilikuwa multi-party ndio imeingia. Boss ndio nilienda kuona election first time in my life. Watu wanasukumana, kumbe wengine wanatoka na pesa. Tokeni hapa. Wengine wanakatalia kwa line, wasema hapana, tunataka vote fulani. So please guys, don't get emotional. Hii kama serikali yenyewe imekubali, please let's put things straight. Unaona, all you guys, I see you guys work with the people and see kila mtu ako straight. Wengine of you have seen, even by myself, watu wanakuwa fired for what misconduct nini wamefanya hivi, na alikuwa pale amefunzwa ametrainiwa kila kitu, lakini afanya vitu crooked. They show him the door or her the door, true or false. Si ni ukweli Roba? Hivyo tu, na sisi inji yetu tunataka kuiweka hivyo. Kama ni Chemkati afanya nini, show him the door, lakini consequence ya hii ilikuwa ni nini? Juu saa hii kuna kitu moja hamjaelewa. Police officer wetu tuwaambianga wakuwa na integrity ya juu, ila wana treat mtu na nini, lakini hao watu muna walid ni wengi hata kushinda nyinyi, lakini wao wenye mnasema mmechagua juu wako na majority wanapiga kelele, huyu amefanya kama ile niliona hapa juzi hapa, naona ati wanasema kwa Babu Owino si ni OSPD na nini. Please, we came a long way because tulikuwa opaque wakati wa KANU, we were opaque. Hii vitu si zingekuwa ingekuwa kama it was allowed, lakini wakati tumeallow tukua hivi tukubali, then to work straight line. Ile utareza mazee nilikuwa nafikiria hivi ni hivi. Wengine hata unaongea nao marafiki, how did you do this? Why did you do this? You know, I was thinking this. Please, wacha hiyo sorry na nini unaenda kwa charge watu kuombea I was victimized. Please Kenyans. Hii election vile imeenda ukweli uwekwe hivi. Ni mnajua. Si ni 14 million wale vote. Okay? 14 millions. Guess what? Fingers zikikuja mtashangaa. The real winner aliwin na 9 million. Out of 14, do the math yourself. Aliwin na 9 million, lakini ikakuwa hivi. So please, don't be too personal. Wacha ukweli utoke, because hata wenye wako administration imekuwa infiltrated. But please, let's calm down, talk to your peoples and everybody. We be ourselves. We are Kenyans. We want to build our country for the good, for the future. Sahi tutakuwa tunasema kama wakati wa Mau na nini, wakati huo wazungu walikuwa hapa, kila mtu ako na history kwa locality yake, si ndio? Lakini kama wangekuwa wanafanya shortcut kama sahi watu wanafanya, surely would we have the freedom we have? Na wale tumepata uhuru wa kujitawala, na wale sahi tumewapatia nini, wanafanyia nini? So please guys, nataka kila mtu accommodate, lakini msikubali Deto na everybody wao wanakuja kuinsult watu hapo wakina nyumba na nini na nini. Do not allow that. Kama utakuja na divergent view, utuonyeshe. Unakujanga na concept. Unaona hapa watu wanajua ni wangapi. Mount Kenya hako pot 50% ama hako pot 100% ama 90%, lakini wali vote 70%. So prove to us, tuonyeshe tu vile lienda, si kuja kutushi Roba, kutushi anybody else here. Hapana. Unaona, tuonyeshe hii. Unajua, yes, imeshuka from 90 to 70, lakini hiyo 70 50 ni yetu. How? ABCD, sio ya matusi na nini na nini. So mimi naona kukuambia point blank, inga ambaye najua, na guys will be talking more. Taka kuongea so many details ikuwe na I don't want to be sahi ni the first time nikuingia kwa hii station, because mimi naongea ukweli, kumbe kuna watu wao ni kama but mistake unajua vile ingia na itakorektiwa once and for all, once and for all. Tukienda hivi nobody, hata ukiongea vitu zako itaonekana, na kama sasa nikiongea kitu itakuwa kwenye hapa, lakini si yeko ni ya dunia. No. So tafadhali guys, hii koti itakuja kusema ukweli. Hata kama ni nini, we agree where we are. Hata wao mnaogopa ati international nini, wanajua stake yao iko pale. Stake yao iko pale, protect the wrong way. But sitaki kuongea mambo hii, naona watu wanataka kuweka pale. Yeah, we know a few, but I'm not gonna say much, but I applaud you guys. What you do here, let's talk. Sasa let the anger go down. Mimi nakaanga kwa nyuma kule. Kama ukiangalia mimi na commenting vitu zingine kwa ni kama ni sensitive, but I don't know so much, but I know tunaenda the right trajectory. Watu wakikubali, you government ni nini? Government ni wananchi vile wanataka. Unaona? Tukisema ni Roba, hata kama Deto yeye ndio popular, kila mtu amsikiza na mjua, lakini wewe umekuja na mfano no Deto, don't get me wrong, right? Ukuje uongee hivi na hivi na hivi, tutafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. You don't have to talk so much ama kimbia hapo 5 years, no. Lakini watu wakiamua Deto ametuambia, for example, na upeana mfano, Deto ametuambia for 5 years hii atageuza na nini, na sadly wewe umekuwa pale. Why did you not mobilize these people? Because we have members of parliament who legislate. They have to mobilize the government agenda. Okay, kama si hivyo wewe unapatianga authority. Ndio mnasema tuko na opposition ama saini majority and minority. Kama minority wako so vocal na watu wako genuine, kama Kenyans we have a real politician wana side na the government when they know yes this thing is gonna help the people. Kuna kitu moja nataka kuomba wa Kenya, tafadhali, najua kila mtu anatoka mahali, lakini hii kitu kuja devolution amjibe yenye ilianza nani inaweza commission. Unaona the late Charity Nasir alikuwa anasema majibo hata yeye alikuwa there pale, mpaka akakuwa size mpaka akasema baba, akakuja kuingia kwa baba, yeah, mpende msipende, lakini majibo aliona vision ya majibo ni at least ni dream yangu ni hivi Deto, na waambie wala wengi wanajua ukweli, hii devolution nataka ifanye kazi kwa kila mahali. Leo tuskaisikia Mkenya amelala njaa. Roba, unajua kwa kijiji ile, unajua hapo kuna headman, kuna assistant chief, kuna chief na kuna nini. Kuna mtu anafaa kufa njaa kweli? Why? Ilijirishwa, nani alijua? Na wewe wisha ukisikia kitu imefanyika Wakenya wanachanga, lakini kuna Mkenya mmoja amekosa kitu ya kukula, si ugonjwa kubwa, hati ni saratani nini, tutamchangia. lakini mtu akufa njaa, we had to hold these people responsible. Sisi mnamchukua jamaa wa kijiji tu ya kwenda kulewa busaa, lakini huyo ni mtu anayefukiwa na unaweza kumfikia kwa mguu, utembea kwake, unajua kwa kina fulani hawana chakula, wameomba kwa kila jirani. So what else? Those are the things we were focusing on devolution. Unaona? Then tuje kufika mambo ya masomo na nini. Kukufa kwa njaa. Kwa hiyo mnajiita mjitawala, mko na nini? You are the face of East and Central Africa. Surely. Lakini ukiweka hii corruption, huyu ndio alifanya hiyo inapotea. Guys, let's hold those people accountable. Once umemaliza hii, mimi nataka kila mtu akuwa anajua. Uulize hata mimi kama sijui natakanga kujua ni nani. Who is the headman wa kijiji yangu? Kuna mtu amelala njaa kule. Kuna mtu akufa njaa. Kuna watoto wamekosa kwenda shule, they are half naked, hawana nguo ya kuvaa. Surely. Na hii unasikia hii mambo inakuwa pesa ya account na nini. Hata hiyo iko skilled. Ule ukienda kule, huyu mwanamke naye ni bibi ya nani? Anakaa mzuri, mtu akaa chokora nini? Surely. This is the country we have. Lakini nyinyi na mimi tuna dream differently. Kwenye tunaishi unaona kila mtu ana basic fairness. Mambo hii mnasema ya kanisa hapa zinafanyanga nini? Do you know what they do? Siko collective nini peke yake. Those families wenye hata hawezi pata nini. Yes, government wanapatia hiyo EBT ya kununua chakula. Do you know what they do? Wataenda wanunua nyanya, kitunguu, nini, basics. Na wapike hata chakula ya kukula. Ule mtu ako nini ambako watoto wako na issues na nini, wawezi tokea kwa system waombe. Wanaenda huko, wanaenda kila mtu anaenda pewa kiasi. Why can we have that in the country? Why? Yes, ama kanisa wanachukua milioni, ulikuja kwetu kwa matuta, ulikuja hapa na matuta na nini. Surely, guys, let's focus on the ball. See, say show, nasema nani ndiye alifanya. Kwanza tupate justice ya uchaguzi, watu wakichaguana wamechagua nani. Anaweza kuwa si mtu anapendwa na system, lakini wananchi wenyewe wanajua kwa nini apewe chance. Unaona? Then tuone venye atatulu. Unaona? Kama vile Kibaki aliingia vizuri sana. Mimi nilikuwa pale big time. Lakini akaingia na vile vitu zienda wrong, watu wananchi wakachange mind. Lakini akalazimishwa akuwe. Same thing, hamjui party ya kina Huru bila ukuja kuingia. Waliingia, wananchi wakavumilia kaona lakini juu hii bado ni wananchi wenzetu. Imetwistiwa na watu wakavumilia kiona hii ikipita basi wacha wananchi wakichoose differently wapewe chance. Bado ikanyimwa. Na sasa yeye naenda kunyima mara ya ngapi? Wakanyimwa chance. Naona. Mimi sitaki kuongea ile details zingine juu itakuwa ni sensitive, but wananchi wakisema ni wewe. Unaona? Wakisema ni wewe kama ni Mama Selina, unaanza kusema mambo ya nini. No, wamesema hivyo, wapatie hiyo wanataka. Then it they will learn. The next time, na hivyo limefanyika by the way. Kibaki alichaguliwa majority. Kila mimi nakwambia ni kwa I did what I could do like a human being. Now he was elected. By area 100% and won. But wenda hivyo kulienda juu kuna expectation ya wananchi. Si hata wanasiasa wanamzunguka, but ikachange. Wananchi wakachange mood yao, ikachange to go to somebody else. Hiyo ikakatazwa, wananchi wanajua. So please, let's accommodate each other, but what is wrong, let it be wrong. Me, I'm grateful wananchi. Musiende kusema ati kuna jamaa alipeana testimony very nice, ilikuwa very deep, and vile sikuweza kuingia jana. It was very deep what he went through. But let me tell you this, Mama Selina ameingia. Let me tell you this. Hii kwa vita ya watu wa Nyanza na watu wa Central. I have my die-hard friend. Mpaka wa leo sijuangi familia yake inaenda aje. Mimi nikuja kuona kwa gazeti hivi. Mkale na ana mambo ya politics. He was doing his professional things. Nilikuja kuona gazeti. Hata nikasema
Sylvester, chunga wakati.
No, I know, I'm finishing now. But huyu jamaa saizi yezi sema jina yake. Mshale ikiwa kwa kifua. Mpaka wa leo, I never forgave Ruto and I will never until yeye ajue vile kuanda wananchi. Don't force people. Na kama imeenda hivi, you don't use force. Don't use force, please. Guys, hii kama Mama Selina ameongea vizuri. Serikali ukiona inafanya hivi, please, let's give it time. Tunaongea na wananchi kule nyumbani, waambieni. Calm down, the truth be exposed, lakini kukuwa na culprit yenye ina take responsibility. Hiyo ndio itafanya wananchi waamini. Mimi nilikuwa na so many problems with my family. Unatoka hivi sahi, infrastructure yenye iko Kenya is very sweet. Nimeenda huku nimepata wako na huduma centers and all that. You know what? Watu wa change ID, nika update ID yangu. Kuenda kule kufanga laini, una print number. Yes. Kama system ya majuu, wakati umefika, una print pale mashine ya print namba yako, kaa laini, utaitwa. Kumbe kuna watu wengine anaenda kusalimia mtu. Ni aje, na kumbe yeye amekuja na issue yake, amekata laini. Tukaenda mpaka naenda, kaleta shida kauliza hii ni nini sasa? People are becoming, wana print kama sisi, tunakaa kwa laini. Hakai wanaenda juu wanakujua. It don't work that way. Na hiyo ndio watu wanakuwa na connivance kwa system. Wakati wa michuki wote mimi nikienda hivi, I stand for the truth. Matatu sahi imerudi mpaka inawekwa kwa source. Guess what? Hata sahi na kuanga thrown out, get out, enda ununue uchukue Uber ama nini. Hii source ni ya nini? This person is hanging here, something happened, huyu gari is swipe, mtu atakumaliza hapa. And dereva ange control gari. So those are the things. Anza na wewe. Kuna mtu aliongea hapo jana. Tuanze na sisi. Na wale watu unajua, you are in circles. Let's follow the law. Sio polisi peke yake. Me, I live in Nairobi and I know how it works. Lakini hao polisi, they are trying their bit. Kama sahi ma road block imetolewa. Mimi nilikuwa nitoka pale. Mpaka me, I'm running for my life. Nasema hii ni ya nini? Hii imetolewa.
Time, my brother. Time.
So guys, please, let's stand for the truth, and the truth will set us free. Mama Selina, mimi sitaongea mambo ya deep. Hiyo next time nikipata chance kama itanikubali, then I will talk a little bit. Right now, it's dicey. Stay back. Ningeongea vitu deep, but stay back. Si wamekubalia nimeingia kwa studio because I know the truth, but the truth will set us free. All right? Lakini mobilize wenye wako around wewe. Fanya the right thing. Kama hata matatu imejaa. Time baba. All right? Mambo ya election is concealed. We don't have to have everybody clapping for us. Okay? Hao mnaogopa home international, they cannot pull a plug. They have interest, but they unaona kama hao ndio wako nayo.
Okay, funga. Utapata chance nyingine, si chance moja, watu upata chances mingi. We'll go another round.
Yeah, you give me another chance, yes, sir. But Uhuru Kenyatta, I'm lucky to meet that man. What is the local government minister? The man is down to half. He don't care about me. Lakini and I trust what? That was the only mistake. And I trust what? You know what they do job? Yeah, go do it. We'll do it right. Anything, come and ask me.
Okay, let's be ngoja utapata chance ingine.
Okay, thank you so much.
Save what you have. I'll make sure that you have another chance. Hata kabla nitoke, I'll make sure that.
Okay, thank you. Na Mama Selina, stay with that. Na sasa tukua tu measure, we don't want to run emotions. Umekuwa unafanya job poa. Na Roba, you know, keep doing what you're doing. I can see the names. Kila mtu tu nashukuru. Wacha iendelee. Saa zingine naona ndio frustrated, wana attack system zetu, uwezi nini. Hata kibaki watu wawili.
Daddy.
Inabidi kuongea.
Chance ingine.
Okay.
Unajua
Okay,
usimami
sir. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much because I've been fighting for this for over
It's
2
okay.
months. Sijaingia kwa studio.
No, utakuwa hapa kwa studio. Si umejua kuingia, utakuwa ukiingia. Ukiniona utakuja. Usijali. Na bado usitoke, utapata chance ingine. Robert, I see your hand up. Is that a hand? I'm on a point.
Yeah,
no.
no,
Me?
it's a
No,
hand.
no hand up.
Sylvester, mute.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to add what Sylvester was saying. Just 1 or 2 points because I know there's Rotich and Mama Serena. So there's one thing I agree with you about. You see, Ruto, when he was given that certificate, whatever certificate was given, he was on his conference. He says the first thing says he's not blaming Chubri the way they went to Chubri and Raila came in, whatever it is, and they said he wants a strong opposition. And what does he do the next day? He goes and buys the case from Mandela. I mean, this is madness on his side. The one thing also, Sylvester, we should agree as Kenyans, regardless of our differences, where you come from, elections should be free. That's the will of the people. We can fight, but it should not be rigging. We want it free. Ikuwe ndiye inakuwa delivery. No, the official who can just say, you know what, mesema, we are going to make separation. But kuja kutuambia mambo mengine, you start stealing election, that one will not bring better. And that's why, if you have been listening to the program, there's something one time I say. In fact, going forward, if possible.
Sometimes
Hey, Martin, you have to, yes.
Martin, we're listening, please. Thank you.
Mute, Martin, mute. Yeah, okay. So what I was saying is, going forward, some of the solutions like we were suggesting, hii mambo ya nationalize elections from Bomas of Kenya, I think that's where we are going wrong. If we can trust one another, we can build hii mambo ya election within the county government. Where governor, we build that hiyo mambo hapo section ya hapo. Then from there, county mnapiga kura na nini kura ndio kutoka hapo, county ndio na report. Unaona? But at the same time, we would keep an eye on that. That might be another solution. And we keep on saying that they keep on saying they want to give more money to the county government. Then some of us, we have been asking, hey, county government, that's why everybody's running to be a governor, some of these things, to be a governor. There's no checks and balances. If that's the case, if come to system that I work governor, assistant work in a year, why can't we also choose somebody called a prosecutor? Or the special prosecutor, county, wanaangalia what's going on. If we do that, then we are okay. Lakini mambo ya kupiga tuende, people can do what they want. What's his name? Tumbi can just tell us somebody has been kidnapped. Election night, and nothing happens to him. I don't understand. We are doing something wrong. Yeah, people break the law. Lakini mtu anakuja, he's just walking. Yeah? Nairobi, you can just go and cut somebody's head. And where's Barasa? You will not be surprised. Yes, he'll be in parliament. He's going to have his certificate, and yet he killed somebody. This is getting out of control. And our courts should stop this one starting direction. Let me finish there. I look forward also to contribute again.
Thank you. I apologize for that. I had a call story. People have calls. Lives move on, and poleni sana. I shouldn't have done that. I want to apologize. As a moderator, I should have taken care of that. So I apologize to the people listening to us, people in the comment section, and the panels a lot. I also want to tell people in the comment section, be mindful of other people. Watch how you comment on the people on the panel. People converse differently. So let's just be mindful. We're all Kenyans. When you come here as a panel, not the way you converse or how you want to say something is actually okay with everybody else. Let's be mindful. We are Kenyans. We're moving one Kenya together, and everybody has a different way of communicating something. Let's just be mindful. Let's just be okay. Other than that, I want to invite anybody that wants to come in and have a conversation with us from the comment section, from the people who are listening to us. I think Facebook bado mko live, munaweza kuja. The link is on the comment section. Click on it. Allow the StreamYard to configure your device, and you'll be here and you'll have your conversation. We will listen to you. You will have your say. Tuko hapa sisi wote tusikizane na tusikize maoni ya kila mtu, whether you come from Busia, you come from Nyali, wherever you come from, as long as you're from Kenya. And in fact, this is an international station. Kama umetoka Tanzania, Uganda, and you feel like you want to be a part of this conversation, please feel very free to come in, have a conversation with us. This is an open forum, and we are here to talk and converse on things that are happening in our lives, our country, and wherever we are doing, and other things. At this point, I want to give to Roitich. I know you haven't said anything. After that, I think I'll turn back to Mama Selina, and we'll go tutazunguka hivyo tena tukirudi juu. No, I think Mama Selina, then we'll go to Roba Nyang'au, and then we'll go to Sylvester. Unless we have a new incoming person, we will all have a conversation here on when to let them come in, because we want to have everybody welcomed to have a conversation here. We have a conversation and everybody is welcome. It's an open thing. Otieno Toretich, this is your floor. Take charge.
Good morning, Ndeto. Good morning, Roba. Good morning, Mama Selina. Sijui saizi sangapi huko. Sylvester, Nyang'au Dynasty, ama nini hiyo? Poa sana. Yeah, so yeah, it's another day na nimeona tumekuwa tuko na panda shuka. Sisi watu wa AZIMIO. Last week we were down, today we are one lorry high. Tunasikia vizuri. At least tumebadilisha jina ya mtu from president elect, saizi tumemgeuza amekuwa the 9th respondent. Yeah, that's good. That's a plus for us. Tumefanya kitu at least. Yeah. So
I like that.
Huh?
He's no longer president-elect. He's a respondent.
Yeah, 9th respondent. Hata sio first. Hata kwa crime ameko nyuma, lakini tunajua anakuanga mtu wa kwanza huko hivi. Ndio na mali wametoa picha Zuma amesema ati UDA na corruption wanapelekana hivi. But it's true. It's true. Roba alikuwa ameuliza swali lingine like I think 30 minutes to 1 hour before. Alikuwa ameuliza about mambo ya tribalism. Itakuja kuisha siku gani? Na according to me, nilikuwa na feel ni poa niiguzie because according to me nimeona trend ya kutoka kwa 9th respondent na majorly wakati hii, because you see tribalism sioni kama ni shida kwetu. Sisi wa Kenya we are not even tuna shida na tribalism as much as we are tribal in some areas, because yes, I am a Pokot and kuna vile yenye ninaweza coexist better na Pokots wenzangu than watu wengine, because kuna vile sisi huelewana, and that's with everybody else. Mkikuyu the same, Kamba the same, nini the same, but when it comes to being a Kenyan, we are easily Kenyans. Hatuna mambo shida nyingi. And Roba, I'm answering you, no problem. Just give me a minute and then I'll get to you. Now about this tribalism, unapata ni kuwa like hii uchaguzi ilikuwa schemed for like 9 years ago. Ruto alikuwa amepiga hesabu ya kukuja. Tunakumbuka ile wakati ya 10 yangu na 10 yako. And Ruto has tried so much to make people feel so like to be they owe their votes to tribalism yao so that anaweza capitalize on it. Wakati hii amejaribu sana amplify so that any other Kalenjin is just thinking about Ruto and nobody else. and then after hapa hivi atatamani sana kwenda kuikata, so that unaipata hiyo tribalism is not with us, it's with the leaders. Ni hao leaders ndio wenye wamekuwa hapo. Nakumbuka kuna ule anaitwa nani, kuna huyo kijana alisemanga, aliambia Mishra atampandisha ndege amrudishe India, wanaambia Raila ataenda Bondo. Nakumbuka hizo conversations zikitokea mara ya kwanza. Yeah, that was like to profile anybody that is not a Kalenjin. Alafu unapata hiyo tribalism ilikuwa imekuwa majorly kwa sababu ya Kalenjin, so that you don't think ikifika ni mahali penye ni kufikiria kuhusu mtu kama Raila unaanza kuongelea mambo ya kutairiwa, mambo ya nini, but after uchaguzi hakuna mwenye yako na shida yoyote na mtu mwingine yoyote. So this tribalism thing is not even existent. Hiki tu is just a fallacy, and this one is just a perception created by Ruto, 9th respondent. And somebody need to ambia AZIMIO. Maybe sijakujibu.
Amezima ni sawa, endelea.
Yeah, maybe sijakujibu vizuri. Na hii perception ya tribalism moja, hii ni one of the perceptions yenye Ruto alikuwa amepanga hesabu ya hii kura. Hii kura Ruto was planning, if he has number to take it the first round, if he doesn't have number, he wanted to occasion a runoff, so that when we go for a runoff, the AZIMIO people, we will have been very demotivated and feel very disinterested about this election and not vote, and then those people from his side also will feel very motivated and then come in their numbers na wapige kura na tutoke. That's why tunapata kwa wale wenye wamekuwa kifuatilia sana sana mahubiri online, unapata tumekuwa tuko na prophecy nyingi sana. Kila mtu anasema Mungu Baba amenionyesha kuna kijana ni wa Kikalenjin amedharauli. Sasa unashindwa nani alidharau Ruto from where? Alinunua prophecies, alikuwa ako na chest stamp akijaribu kuonyesha kuwa yeye hii kiti hakuna, there is no way vile atakuja kushindwa. And there is one time by the alikuwa anaambia Uhuru, akiambia Uhuru usitumie ile kisu, and I was trying to ask myself, hii ni kisu gani nyanya anasema usitumie ile kisu, mimi uniachie huyu mganga, huyu mtu akitendawili nitamalizana naye saa 2 asubuhi. Ile ingine ni alikuwa ananunua crowds, so that at the end of the day akifanya hii Chebukati ametufanyia saa hizi, people will be thinking that the crowds were the numbers that really voted. But we can see from the large scale rigging scheme yenye imefanyika hapo juzi, tunaona kuwa this guy had no numbers. Really, ni karibu hata ni kama ni candidates peke yake ndo walikuwa wanapiga kura. Now I'm wondering, watu walikuwa wanabai aje hii maneno. So we know Ruto is riding on perception. He is trying to make this larger than life persona ya mtu mwenye ako untouchable, mtu mwenye ni very influential, mtu mwenye ako kidogo karibu kama above the law, lakini Ruto sio, alikuwa na rubbish opinion polls, but if there was ever somebody mwenye amekuwa akiconsume na amekuwa akitumia vizuri sana opinion polls, is Ruto. And I think he went with the opinion polls and used it to profile the leaders that he didn't want, like the people like Kina Mishra, the people like Isaac Ruto, people like Ngirishi Wangui. Those one he rigged them out, by the way. Wakieka tu pale hivyo tu, focus ikiwa tu focus kwa hao watu wenye walikuwa wali lose elections. It will be found out by that upande hiyo ndio mahali penye rigging scheme ilifanyika in larger scale. Now we've taken our petition to court na tuko na a ton of evidence to back up our claim. Na uzuri nimefurahia sana hizo prayers za baba, because last time we did not pray about vitu kama recount, hatukuwa tumepray mambo ya culpability, and today nimeona tumepray for a lot, so that if we don't get this, I think the worst tunaweza pata ni rerun. That's the worst yenye tunaweza pata kutoka kwa Supreme Court in the next like 14 days. That's the worst according to me. And the best tuende kwa recount, na sasa icing on the cake I think we are going to have Chebukati being jailed, and we are also going to have this man Ruto, the 9th respondent, being barred from elective posts and effective. I think to already to Supreme Court, there is no other higher court than Supreme Court. I think from there will be a pronunciation that Ruto is not supposed to be on the ballot again because amehusika, amechafua mkono wake kwa kila kitu inaonyesha kuwa ni agents wake, watu associated to him wenye wamekuwa wakiingia kwa server, wamekuwa wakijaribu kubadilisha hizo forms. So if watapatikana, if 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of them watapatikana tu kuwa walikuwa wanajaribu kuiba in the aid of Ruto or to aid Ruto's win, then that one of course itam disqualify kwa rerun kama kutakuwa kuko na rerun ama kwa any future elective positions, and that will be a plus for Kenyans. Anyway, you know, as Kenyans saizi vile tunaongea hivyo, when the worst will happen, if tutakuwa granted na rerun, you know, we will have to go back there and we will have to plead more, because hii turnout ya juzi haikuwa that impressive. We will have to plead more. We will have to go out a little bit more. And I'm talking like that because we don't know. But if we are going for a rerun, we will need to come out a little bit more than vile tulitokeza last time. Because Kenya tumeonjeshwa vitu mzuri sana. Unajua, in a span of like less than 30 years, since 2000 up to leo, tumeonjeshwa vitu ndogo yenye tunaweza sema we have a short history ya decide where Kenya is going to go. Nakumbuka uongozi wa Moi ilikuwa na a lot of hopelessness, a lot of suspicion, na ilikuwa ni kama nothing could get better until we chose Kibaki, and then things changed. The country became so good, and then we tukaonjeshwa na bado saizi tunaendelea kuionja, tunaendelea kuiunderstand the evolution in 2010, na tukapata kuwa seriously with our votes can change a lot, and the choices that we make can change a lot, because sisi vile tuko hapa hivi ninaona wamama na wababa na wengine naona sijui Selena karibu umekuwa shosho, Roba karibu kuwa shosho, mimi karibu by the way. Yeah. Na and tomorrow
we are already tuko hapo.
Sikia sasa. Unaona, si mzuri yale yenye tumekuwa tukipitia. Unajua with Kenya, I think mahali penye nimefika, even though sijakuwa nikipenda, lakini unapata to some extent imebidi nitumie dubious means to get 1, 2, 3 things. Na hiyo ni karibu na kila mtu. Polisi hata kama una shida na chochote kwa gari yako kwa barabara lazima usimamishwe. Shule zetu are the worst. For kama kuna mmoja wetu hapa hivi mwenye mtoto wake yako kwa public school, seriously, yeah, kwa tu pale ni kama kupush time tu ni kumtoa nyumbani, but the gain is very minimal. But now we are at a position to change hiyo, so that in the event tutaenda tuwache watoto wetu na wajukuu wetu huko hivyo nyuma, tuwache in a very just society where they don't need to know nobody. They just need to be very competent, they need to be very qualified, they need to merit whatever that they are pursuing in life and get it. If this petition goes through, we will say amen and hallelujah, tutakuwa tuko na baba, and I know things are going to change. It starts with us, as Robert told us before. It starts with us. And let us reach out more. Tuache kuwa abusive. Nimesikia watu wakiwa na tusi watu hapa hivi, wengine wakisema vile hiyo kiti imefika Rift Valley itatoka nini. Let's not be like them. Let's not tusi watu. Let's welcome people when wana feel kwanza in fact wamekuwa ni kama hata your victory is no longer theirs as much as they voted for Ruto. Let's welcome those people that are feeling, hey, this thing now is become. In fact, that's the reason why I mean change jina yangu to Otieno Toroitich, because nimesikia matusi yenye inaendelea kwa Wajaluo mpaka nasikia kwani nini sasa, hata mimi si Mkalenjin tena. Yeah. So yangu ni hayo, na nilikuwa tunataka kuelezea tu kuwa nobody will feel bad in fact if they ever rule kuwa Ruto alipata hiyo certificate fraudulently na alikuwa anahusika. moja kwa moja kwa yeye kupata hiyo certificate, so he's supposed to be disqualified. Nobody is going to go to the street. Who alikuwa ananunua crowds? Will he buy again the crowds to take them to the street? Mimi hata ndaenda huko hivyo nichukue hiyo pesa yake na nirudi kwa nyumba, tukule tukikaa tukingojea sasa FCT yetu ikuje pole pole kama vile tulikuwa tumepanga. Yangu ni hiyo, asanteni. Naona kuna mtu anataka kuniuliza swali. Sawa Robert?
Yeah, Robert, go ahead, ask the question.
Yeah, actually, it's a small comment on what he just said. But thank you for just saying the truth. In fact, that's what we want: open-minded discussion. And the one thing I think people don't realize, they keep on stressing that, oh, Wakenya wanatuma pesa from India, but we are losing a lot of people from our country, engineers, doctors, and other people. And as Kenyans, we are happy when they go to look for jobs outside. Yeah, I'm telling you, I told you I come from Kisii County. I know doctors who come from Kisii, where I live here in California. Some in the state of New Jersey and other places. I mean, engineers. Some of them I know they are in my group. I mean, this is getting out of control. Remember what China did. China, Chinese used to come like USA and other places. They decided to go scratch. I know they are not a democracy, but they were able to build the economy. Guess what? They don't come in anymore. When they come a few, some of them, they go back. People are staying there. They are building their own country. But us, we are exporting our people. We are killing our country because of the few individuals. If this economy was open, and the only way it can be opened if we have a free elected government where democracy and the rule of law takes place. Otherwise, if we don't have that one, Kenya is going to be very, very, very difficult. And that's not good for the country. Why do you think USA that cheat up a superpower? USA is not a superpower because everybody ananda huko. They are taking advantage of the technology, educated, whatever it is, because they can pay their money, the economy. They can give you a job. Guess what happens? Because of the economy is doing very well, that's why they are called a superpower. Without the economy, you could call nothing. And that's why I keep on, what makes me feel very bad is about our young people. My place of work, like I said before, 18, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, they are coming there. And I'm asking myself, imagine these are the people we are hiring here to do the jobs. Very nice jobs, higher paying jobs. And yet people with master's degrees from some even PhD in Kenya. I wonder, Takasi, something's wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, it's true.
Thank you so much, Otino, Rotich, Roba, even for that. Like we always say here, we come here to educate people, and we come here to, have a conversation that needs to be had. That's why we spend most of the time sometimes here. There's a hand. Sylvester, and the rules is that if you open ukifungua mkono, it should be either a question or a rejoinder, and please make it less than a minute. Unmute.
I'm sorry, yeah. So the other thing I wanted you guys to understand, and Mama Sarina, she can bear me witness. Leadership, it bears a mode, like the mood of the people, from the civil servant to the communities, and all the way to the bottom. The mood, that is the leadership. If the mood of the bottom sounded feels different, they don't matter the guys on the top who have money, they do business here and there. The mood is what you have to look at it. Yeah, he was saying very nice thing, but look at the mood. People wanted this, but you force them to have this. They will accommodate for some time, but right now I think we are like right here on the edge, because people know we didn't have what we have right now. So the leadership, we don't deny whoever is chosen, but when it's put out there, that is what the majority. You don't have to be a voter for Ruto. If I voted for him and I see, oh shit, everybody voted for him, majority voted for him, we go with that. But everybody knows, as we know, we are communities. Everybody knows where you voted right now. You guys know we cannot have that. Now they are scientific, so those polls, now if they do it, you will not believe it. Where people, yeah, they couldn't say anything, but look at the mood. Like I'll give you an example of the Moy era. The mood of the people, it was different, but you suppress it. Yes, the person on the top, if you knew himself, but the cronies around, they had a different agenda. So he'll be
Sylvester,
the one be poked. So let's be honest to ourselves. Yes.
Sylvester, please, let's
Yeah.
follow the rule. If you're going to ask a question, not a contribution. Please, you will
Okay,
get your other chance.
sorry,
Please.
I went over, but I say like, look at the mood. What I was saying to him, just a rejoinder. Look at the mood of the society. Look at the mood, and it will tell you where their heart was, right? Regardless of what was announced. That's how I was the rejoinder. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry it's taking too long.
Okay, guys. And I want this seat that I'm sitting here. It's a very hot seat. Some of us cannot sitting in this seat sometimes because you get different kind of people, different kind of characters. I want you guys to always understand I'm very open when I sit on this seat, and also when I'm not sitting on this seat on the other side. I also try to be very open. I'd really want people that know me and know when I come over here, I don't even contribute myself when I'm sitting on this seat. I want us to keep a rule. When it's Mato moderating, that's just going to be my rule when I'm moderating. That if you lift up your hand, let it be a question or an addition of the person that is speaking or is speaking. I will give you that time. And if you're going to do that, please make it less than a minute. Let it not be a contribution. I will give you your time and time again. Myself, you will not hear me contribute anything other than add a comment in between anybody and before I give the next person. I would like to have that so that we run a good conversation and a good show that can be listened by other people again and again and again. I beg of you guys of that, and I'll be nice whenever I'm here. Thank you guys. I appreciate tuendele. Isikuwe ni kelele, but let's have a good time. It's a good day. Mr. Benson, you're the newcomer now. Tuambie vipi. Mambo leo, uzuri, nini, tuendele.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, panelists and everyone listening. Greetings from Arizona. I want to continue from where Toroitich left in terms of tribalism and also a way into the discussions around the petition. I think we have come of age. Just 60 years ago, we got independence, and we are now seeing things shifting. We are seeing presidential candidates getting votes across the country. We have seen Baba getting votes in Mount Kenya. We have seen Mount Kenya overwhelmingly refusing to be directed by their kingpin to the direction he wanted. We are seeing, costs changing. So I think, to be fair to the country that we want to be, that we are making progress. I want to state that the next cycle, 10-year cycle, I think it will be a tribe-based community. I think the next president in Kenya will be a tribe-based man. I think it will be a chance for Nairobi people to get to the presidency, or the new generation. I'm looking at the new people who don't affiliate themselves to any tribal affiliation. I see, you know, the new governor in Nairobi. I see, you know, and they are tribeless, and that number is growing. And that's the country we want to see. 10 years, my son is 12 years. 10 years down the line, my son will be voting. My son doesn't even know what is this later. I had a very, my house had a very they were voting for Jacoya. We were having our mock voting. They all wanted, my son and my daughter, they wanted to vote for Jacoya. My other daughter wanted to, and their mother wanted to vote for Raila. I wanted to vote for Ruto. So what does that tell you? It tells you the next 10 years, the community, the voting community will be tribalist. Number two is on the petition. I have seen the petition. It's tight. I hope the annexes and the documents will be able to support the pleas and the, you know, the prayers that the Baba have put. Because Baba said, we can't move on without justice. Having said that, it is also to reflect on what worked, what didn't work for both teams. And also knowing, you know, where I come from, and this was in 1978 when Moi was given the power by Jojo. The first question Jojo was asked by the Kikuyu tribesmen was, you have given a cat a piece of liver, or you know, and you have thrown that to the cat. How are you going to get that meat back? That is a serious question. How the deep states and how all these other guys around the level of having a presidential elect, that was a big mistake, because it is the cat with a piece of meat. Number two, we want a better Kenya. It doesn't matter who is on the top. You know, just talked about a tribalist community. How are we prepared to, whoever comes into power, to hold them accountable and ensure that there is accountability mechanism? How are we seeing the people, the communities, and the civil societies, and the opposition, and, you know, people in different shades preparing for the government? And the worst case scenario, if Supreme Court validates Ruto's election, how are we prepared for 5-10 years to hold him accountable? Because as we push, it's another 14 days. As we push for this and the Leland and all that, is just assuming that Ruto gets into power. And these are the same questions that we have been asking the people in Mount Kenya. You allow this young man run amok in our community. He picked the weakest. He picked Kawanjiko from the street and make him the MP. He picked Rigathi Gachagua from the dustbin and make him the deputy president. What is the mechanism of holding this person accountable? And I think that is the biggest thing in the room. How do we hold each other accountable? We have seen how Uhuru have run his government. He dismantled opposition. He dismantled the civil society. He dismantled parliament, the legislative arm. You see, Ruto already have started dismantling the different shades. how do we hold these people accountable? It doesn't matter who will be declared the president, but for me, it is how do we hold these people accountable? And finally, is the dream of handshake. The dream of handshake should be alive even as we go to the Supreme Court. That if the dream of handshake was to unite the country, I'm still hoping Uhuru Kenyatta will extend the handshake to everyone so that he leaves a united country. Because whichever way you look at it, it is a split at the middle. Ruto holds 6 point something, Baba holds 6 point something, or each holds 7.7. How are these people going to govern? Whoever is declared, if Ruto is declared the president today, how is he going to govern with just 100,000 votes over? If Baba is declared, how is he going to govern with maybe have 1 million votes over? So the spirit of handshake should be actually the primary objective of any progressive force, progressive religious groupings. So that as a country, we see the next phase of, the next 10 years, we see a more united. We seem to have wasted quite some time during the Uhuru government because of, all these things that will happen between him and his deputy. You can as well imagine another 10 years of, Baba on one side and Ruto on the other side. How much are we going to waste? So I also hold a position of trying to find a middle ground, finding a convergent point, and ensuring that we also hold the new government accountable. And finally, the substantial amounts going to the county government. We have seen the governors who are leaving. I come from Murang'a. Today I was looking at the unpaid bills in Murang'a is 2 billion. What does that mean? The new governor is coming in to take over a county with almost 2 billion unpaid bills. I'm looking at a county like Homa Bay. We know what the governor did. Zero development. It was siphoning of money. We have counties, you can go on and on and on and on. You can go to NMS. We all know what happened to NMS. It was just a siphoning of money. So as we do this at national level, how do we take the accountability mechanisms to the county level? Because that's where a lot of money is also going. How do we empower our county government so that they are able, the county assemblies, so that they are able to hold governors accountable? We have, where I come from in Mount Kenya, we decided to reward the motorbike guys. So half of the MCAs in Murang'a, they are all motorbike and makangas and all that. How are they going to hold Dr. Kangata, who is a PhD in doctors of letters? How are these makangas? By the time they start understanding standing order is the 4th year. So I think also is looking at such forum like this forum, making contribution into the lower level of governance. While we are still concerned at a higher level, we can make inputs at the lower level. What are how can we turn this forum that it makes sense at a lower level? We know the development is going to happen. The push, everyone, whichever side, everyone have been talking about word fund. What does that mean? It means the same motorbike guy will be given 20 million to learn the word. If a motorbike guy is given 20 million, we, from where we sit, and Roba was talking about PhDs. How do the PhD support the motorbike guys to be able to manage a devolved funding at the world level? So those are some of the issues as we continue debating and reflecting for a better country. Thank you, Moderator Martin.
Thank you so much, Benson. That's a very good topic that you bring in. It's very educative. Appreciate you so much for your input. Kaapa bado tu, you will get another round. Roba has a question for you, I believe, before we go to Mama Selina.
Okay, Martin, just a small comment on Mbudi. That's a very good, I mean, you can do a very good thing, because we should prepare for both sides what might happen. But there's something where you just finished about regarding, and in fact, a few minutes ago, before you came on, I talked about it. I've also shared the opinion, and I say this idea: we are sending money to the counties, and we are not holding them accountable. Why can't we have a situation where maybe the constitution or something, they say, if we are electing a governor, why can't we have every country we have a prosecutor or prosecutors, so that we have changed? People are looking there what's going on. So I'm very, I want to share with your opinion. I like the way what you just brought up on the table. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Much appreciated, Roba. Yes, and that's the conversation as Kenyans we need to talk about, because these are the things that we need to talk. We get ideas from everybody, and because we have a country to build, regardless, young, old, female, male, gender, whatever, Christian, Muslim, whatever you want to do, pagan, it's our country. We need to develop it, and everybody's idea is valid. If we didn't have platforms like this, some of our words and our thoughts will not be heard. So this is a good place that we can actually come and talk and get ideas. And there's a lot of people, please trust me, there's a lot of people that are watching these things. Some of them big people, and they sit there and watch, and sometimes you get calls and you're like, what did you guys talk about yesterday? And they see it. So this is a place, it's a platform that encourages a lot of people to be Kenyan and to have our national anthem and everything that it says to be Kenyans.
Martin, can I please? I forgot a question to ask Mbudi. A small question about what he brought about the government of Nairobi. Can I ask my question real quick?
Yeah, make it simple so that.
Hey, Benson, how do you feel if you come later and find out that Sakaja is the governor of Nairobi? Does have a degree. I mean, that's some of the things that I think it makes me mad if we can't follow the constitution. What's your opinion on that?
It is a loose end. The conversations about Chapter 6 and integrity, and that's a fresh conversation in this country, because every time you have a leader coming up, there is always something about them. Even at the highest level, people would ask, people asking questions like, how did Ruto get a PhD when he was a deputy president? Where is Baba's letters? So it is a fresh conversation. It will continue. Why I mentioned Sakaja is from where I sit. Sakaja will take over after 10 years. From where I sit, Nairobi will be the biggest voting bloc. The tribal community will be the biggest voting bloc. We hope that he can go back to school and stop that nonsense he was doing, and get papers. But the conversation about Chapter 6, integrity and qualification, just on the other day, and we must also give it to our country. Just a young country is so all of us, you remember the day we went to University of Nairobi. Some of us have never picked the transcript. So it is only at this time that we have started the whole discussions about qualification, authentication, and presentation of our papers. Otherwise, it have always been washed under the carpet. I have always been Sakaja. I find him fresh since the Kibaki tenure. That was 15 years ago. He have always been this fresh young man, young mind with a tribeless face. But of course, I was very disappointed learning that he didn't even finish his university. But I give it to him. It's a discussion that is starting from the Prime Minister and to Ruto, going to Uhuru. Every time people ask about Uhuru, people say they never finished. So there is a new conversations across the country, and we give it to the country. We have a new national qualification authority with the Sakaja drama. I'm very sure in the next 5 years, everyone looking for governorship, they will have their papers right. And it's part of a growing democracy. It's part of a growing country. So let's give it and leave it at that.
Thank you so much. I think a lot of people that know me here, Toritich, I'm coming. Is it a question, Toritich? Go for it.
He have to unmute.
I was having a problem with Mr. Benson. Is it Benson who was talking? Because we are looking at a worst case scenario where we are going for a runoff. We are not envisioning, or we are not having this Ruto as our president. No. So we are not looking at that, that if he becomes a president, the things that we are going to face and how we are going to cope with him as our president. No. Why? Because I know even right now, the way things are right now, when Raila takes over, the same things that Ruto is doing right now is what he's going to do. So we don't care what he's doing right now. We're not so worried about that one. Okay, but when that time comes, according to me, we'll be very, very hopeless. According to me, we'll be very, very hopeless. And we'll just give it up and just look at Kenya the way they're going to run it.
Yeah, Mato, can I respond?
Yeah, but Arakisha kuna so that we keep on moving.
Okay. Toritich, I think this forum is more open in terms of looking at options and looking at the worst case scenario. We have 7 men and women of integrity. They have a job to do. They have the whole world is watching them. I only said we are getting to the Supreme Court with Ruto with the advantage of the certificate. That is one. Number 2, I think Roba was talking. Is it Roba or I think Sylvester was talking about the national mood. What is the national mood? That's other thing you need to evaluate. And finally, it is jurisprudence. Are we going to the High Court to nullify, or are we going to the High Court to create a jurisprudence? Does Mother Kome want to create a jurisprudence for prosperity, or he's going to nullify? So because we are an elite group, we must go there with open mind, knowing that we have a young court. This is the 3rd case they are presiding over. They might be looking more on jurisprudence rather than trying to nullify. Number 2, and I don't want Otieno to disappoint you, is what are the matchmakers saying? What are the matchmakers saying? Does a Supreme Court want to be associated with a cycle of nullification? So it's catch-22, even for the 7 men and women who are going to sit at this. At this point, me and you, we have capacity. We have the magnanimity of accepting the results. We can only wait and discuss it at that elitist level.
Mama Selina, the floor is gonna be yours, but I think you have a question.
I'm almost going to work, but I don't understand what Benson is saying.
Just take the
What
floor,
is he
Mama
saying
Selina.
about the charges? Yes?
Because you're about to go, just take your time for this one, because you were supposed to come next, and I know you're about to go to work. So it's your time. You take your time.
No, I will donate my time to Sylvester because he has not been here for a long time, and he has a lot he wants to talk. But I wanted a question to Benson. It's about the Supreme Court. I thought what we want is the truth. We don't get, yes, you say what Kenyans need is the truth, who won the election. And the Supreme Court is our lasting hope. So we are not coming here to say what are the judges will say. The only thing we say, we make a vote, we elect our president, and now we want the last hope for Kenyans. Even what you have talked about MCAs and wherever in Muranga, the only thing we need is our hope, and it is the Supreme Court. And that is the last thing we are waiting. The women and men in Supreme Court, we want them to deliver and follow the right thing. Otherwise, Kenyans are not moving anywhere. We are not going anywhere. Whoever gets a certificate, if we get in the right way, that is fine. Kama ilikuwa mambo ya hivi na hivi, Kenyans are not moving. We are not going even a step. We are standing there and wait. So baada ya kusema we don't care, we do care. Tulipiga kura. That is why kuna 5 years in the country. So I think what we are trying to say is Supreme Court ndio itatupatia the last, si ati hata kama every 5 years itakuwa election ya Kenya, lazima tuende kotini na tupate ukweli. We will go 100 years or 100 times as long as Kenyans get the truth.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. We really appreciate your wisdom. Kila siku kwa hapa, we really appreciate you. We've been here for it's been a long journey. Unajua kule tumeenda na tuko karibu kufika pale mwisho. With all that journey tumepitia huku back and forth, You know, I wanted to add on something before, because Sylvester umedonetiwa the time by mom. I wanted to say something. Watu wananijua hapa hivi for a long time. I knew this Sakaja thing was going to be an issue. We knew it. Na it was a controversial. Niligongwa hapa kugongwa. Thank you, Julia, for coming. Karibu nikuite. Wewe, hapana wekaga kijana hivi. Umenifinya na munanifinya siku hizi.
I just want to say something that Budhia said, to contribute to something that Budhia said. Unafanya kazi mzuri, we appreciate so much. I just want to make some contribution. Nitaita hawa wazee, nitawaita hawa kina hawa dosi wetu, sijui wanafanya nini, I'll call them.
Okay. So, no, I wanted to say, yoki to ya Sakaja, I'm a very realistic person. Now that nimetoka kwa hiyo kiti, now we can have a conversation now. Julia, do I get to
Oh, do you want me to talk first? Or conclude? Jiweni mdosi?
Wewe sasa unachukua usukani bwana.
No, I don't want to moderate. Siwezi leo, weekdays nakuwa ngumu.
Lakini mnanigonga bwana. Unajua pia mimi lazima niende. Wako wapi hao wengine? Si ungechukua kidogo kabla wakuja.
Acha mimi niongea, alafu wewe ndiye boss leo. Uta conclude. Asante Martin. I just heard Mr. Budhia talking about NMS. NMS, Mr. Budhia, it because of the corruption we had in Nairobi and the poor state of the city. All Kenyans know because of Sonko. Sasa mimi nimesikia ukitupia mawe NMS, and now I'm beginning to see your school of thought. Your school of thought, you're okay with corrupt people. Umetetea Sakaja sana hapa. Sakaja ako na shida na makaratasi. And the issue is not tribe. In fact, I don't think sai Kenya iko na issue ya kabila. Sidhani sana. Because if you look at the people wenye wamepigia Baba kura, people who are voting for Baba, they are not, it's no longer a tribe thing. It's no longer a tribal thing. So we already passed that, Mr. Budhia. In fact, Mr. William Ruto ndiye ametetea maneno ya kabila sana. Every time huwa analeta maneno ya kitendawili, he wants to paint Raila as Mjaluo. He even brings watu kama Kuria wa Mtusi, that he's not circumcised. Ile camp ndio iko na hiyo tabia mbaya. But if you look at Raila, for the first time, we are seeing a unifying person, someone across borders of tribe. And the fact that even mother, people walikuwa nasema ati mother hakupata kura Mount Kenya kwao. Mother is not a Kikuyu kingpin or a queenpin, if you'd like to call her that. Mother is now being seen as a national figure. And watu wenye wamepigia Baba kura, wamempigia see mother as a national figure. So mother came out with a different constituency. Si ile ya Kirinyaga. Sasa maneno ya ukabila, si watoto wako watamaliza ukabila. It is our age that is done with tribalism. That's what I need you to know. It is our age that is done with tribalism. That is why Ruto amedanganya kwamba ati Kikuyu voted for him. And you could see the turnout in Mount Kenya was low. And I think that is going to be proof in the Supreme Court. Why was the turnout in Mount Kenya low? It is because the people of Mount Kenya, even though they were painted to be pro-Ruto, they were not committed to Ruto winning. Otherwise, if they were committed to Ruto winning, wangetoka ile wanatokanga ya Uhuru, kumira. Hawakutoka hiyo. Which means even them, even though they were made to appear like they despise Baba, that is not really the truth. So maneno ya ukabila umesema ati we are going the generation ya watoto wenye wako 12 years ndio naleta tribalists. We are already there. Kenyans no longer really care about tribe. That is why they can support Baba. It is the Ruto camp that still tries to paint the tribal thing. The other thing you've talked a lot about Sakaja. There's nothing heroic about Sakaja. And I want to tell this panel, this member of panels here, na wenye wananisikiza, there is nothing heroic about Sakaja. If we can, kama mtu anaweza danganya maneno ya makaratasi, we're talking about chapter 6. We're talking about integrity. And me, I'm seeing a situation whereby our country is going kwamba mtu anasimama tunawafuata mpaka kwa nyumba zao. Kama ulipiga bibi yako, tunakufuata. Tunasema wewe uko na tabia mbaya, uheshimu familia yako, therefore we cannot vote for you. That is where we are going. So Sakaja has failed the test of integrity. So there is nothing good to say about him. Hakuna. Na tusimtetee. There is nothing. It is a shame that he's going to be the governor of Nairobi. It's an unfortunate situation. It is a tragedy to have people like Sakaja as the governor of Nairobi. Nimesikia ukisema at the Supreme Court will avoid being seen as the court that nullifies election every now and then. It's okay if they are going to transform this country. In fact, Mr. Benson Budhia, we do not need a nullification. We do not even need a vote count. We need a total disbandment of the IBC. We need a review of electoral laws in Kenya. We need to sit back and ask ourselves, ni nini hii inaruhusu watu waibe kura? Who allows who to get into the IBC systems and change numbers? How does that happen? We need something radical. Something like having booths, people voting in booths. Watu siku hizi wanaandika kwa ATM machines, wanatoa pesa, hata wamama wazee. Hapo ndio tunataka tuende. So that we stop people like Ruto interfering with the electoral system. We must stop that, Mr. Budhia. The most important thing now is not to declare Raila as the president. The most important now here is to disband the Electoral Commission and look at the electoral laws in Kenya so that tumalize hiyo maneno ya corruption in the electoral processes in Kenya, so that we make a change that will benefit this country for thousands of years. That is what we need to do. Kwa hivyo Raila kuwa president si kitu ya maana sana kuliko kitu ingine. It is not more important than it is just one of the things. Hiyo ndio Raila ajitetee kwamba he may have had more numbers than Ruto, but that is not what is important. So you saying that the Supreme Court will avoid being seen as the court. In fact, they should nullify. They should rubbish the whole process. They should say, this was rubbish. They should nullify. They should not just call for another election. Hata uchaguzi ingine itatusaidia Mr. Benson. Hata tuchaguzia at we have another runoff between Ruto and Raila. That is not going to help Kenya. We don't need that. In fact, Mr. Budhia, we need Chebukati to be jailed. And all those ROs who participated in this process, who messed us. Chebukati has messed this thing for 3 times. Mimi nimekuwa nikifikiria leo nikajiuliza kwamba nikaangalia I voted for Kibaki mara 2 and Uhuru mara 2 and this time. So I'm asking myself, so all these years I have been wasting my time going to vote because I have been thinking that I have been voting for my leaders. Kumbe kuna ukarabati mwingi. And if Kenyans think like that, they'll feel so cheated. So me, I'm submitting here that what you said at the Supreme Court, itaonekana kama they like nullify. It is not a matter of like nullifying, or the ones that nullify. It is that we have got change. I think you are old enough when we started the multi-party system. Tulianza mbali, I think I was in school, and it was 1990, if I can recall. Okay, I don't have a good record of how Kenya fought for independence. But I can recall how we fought for multi-party. I can recall Matiba resigning. I can recall Rubia resigning. I can recall all that. And I can recall, I can see Section 2A being signed and Kenya being declared a multi-party state. That was a step. Lakini hapo tulifika aje? People are jailed. People are detained. People are maimed. How did we get there? It was a fight. It was a struggle. And finally, Moi had to give in. Then after that, we have the first multi-party election, that is 1992, and Moi obviously rigs in that. Then another one, 1997, in obviously rigs. Then 2002, we cheat ourselves because we said Kibaki tosha and Kibaki won over Uhuru. Tunaanza kufikiria kwamba haki ilitendeka. Haki haikutendeka. It is only that I don't think Moi and Uhuru had a big deal with having Kibaki as president. Otherwise, Moi would still have rigged and succeeded. I think Moi just let go, maybe because he was retiring. I think he just let go. But mimi sidhani haki kutendeka because I suspect even many members of parliament rigged their way through. They bribed voters. You see, this thing of someone bribing voters, people should be jailed. I'm sure many members of parliament bribed the ROs. I'm sure of that. All those things happened. But we thought we did the right thing. We didn't get it. That is why after 2002, we had the 2007. And all of us know what happened. Because we didn't get it right. And then we imagine we are okay. We got 2013. The election is nullified. And then we have another election. And then we think we are getting it right. We didn't get it right. 2017, the same. And now, because of those mistakes that we allowed to happen, here we are. Chebukati got away with it, I think 3 times. And so he thinks he's okay. He thinks he can do all this nonsense with the election and get away with it. Mr. Benson, the evidence is overwhelming. Hata wewe kwa moyo wako unajua kuna makosa mingi imefanyika kwa uchaguzi. The evidence is overwhelming and something must be done about it. So we are not just here saying that, I don't even just think that, I don't even think the Supreme Court should nullify the election and say that we have another election after 6 days. They will not have helped Kenyans. They will have taken us the same problem, the same pit where we are. They should take their time. We have no problem with Uhuru being president for the next 2 years until we get it right. We are okay. Wacha Uhuru akuwe raisi kwa miaka ingine 2 until we get it right. So we are not going to sit here and celebrate The Supreme Court has nullified the election, and so we are okay. And so we now to Akuna, we cannot have the election with the same electoral commission. In fact, Chebukati needs to go to jail. And all those returning officers who have messed the election, they should be jailed, so that next time mimi na wewe Budhia na kina Toritich tutafikiria sana while working as ROs before we get bribed. Now, you are saying that we should start preparing ourselves for a Ruto presidency. Let me tell you the truth, Mr. Budhia. I'm not preparing myself for a Ruto presidency. I don't want to come here and lie to you and feel nice lying to Kenyans here. And let me tell you something. If by any disastrous thing that happens that we have a Ruto presidency, prepare for a Sri Lanka, Somali loading in Kenya, because that will be a corrupt regime. All of us know here how many times Ruto has been charged for corruption and crimes against humanity. We know how many times Gachagua has been charged for corruption. So we cannot see a trust saying, how will you hold them accountable? No, we are not ready to see that. Mimi sipendi kudanganya watu, nikijidanganya hapa. What we need to think now, if that happens, I think we should go back to how we fought for multipartyism, because this impunity must end, and must end now. So kutetea akina Gachagua hapa na akina Sakaja, msiwatetee, mtu anyamaze tu aseme ni bahati mbaya Sakaja won. Let's just say that. That is unfortunate and a tragedy for Nairobi that Sakaja is going to be the governor. That is if there will be no petitions. I'm sorry, Mr. Ndeto, singekaa kwa nyumba ni nyamaze, nyinyi mnaharibu hii debate mkitetea thugs and corrupt people here, mkisema atujitayarishe Mr. Benson. We are not going to do that. I'm sorry. Asante Ndeto.
Thank you, Julia. Julia, you know my stand very well. Unajua mimi nikikaa kwa hiyo kiti, I try not to make it my debate. Unajua ningekuwa ile pani, kama singekuwa nimekalia kitu, unajua hapa kungekuwa kumewaka moto. But when I sit on that chair, I try to just, be mellow, not really put my input too much into it. But unanijua nikiwa kando, you know where I stand. That would have already... Hapa moto ingekuwa iliwaka kitambo sana, and people who know me, it's just that when you guys leave me with that seat, I just try not to put my input. When I'm moderating, I moderate. I just watch watu waongee unless mtu and overboard. They can counter and whatever. Now, when I'm on that other side, then what do you call it? You're a teacher. Is that called a split personality, where you... at once time you just put it this way, and then the other side you move? When you're on the other side, when you put on the other side of the chair, you can actually now go head to head. And who's talking?
Benson.
Okay, we cannot see you, but don't take too long, because I'm about to hand off. Another boss has come in, so I'm about to jump on that seat so that we can go head to head, me and you. I'm about to leave the seat to the other person.
Deto, wait a minute. You were just talking. Somebody cut you off. You didn't even finish what you were saying. We were listening to you. Come on, don't do things like that.
No, but he has a right to. He has a right to. He's been spoken to. He has a right to do that. That's what.
I understand that, but at the same time, finish what you were saying. Then somebody rebuttal. Come on.
Benson, somebody has a right. Even you, if somebody calls you, I will tell you first of all to rebuttal. Let him have a right of reply, and then I will come after that. Please. Benson, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel you, Julia. I restrained myself to the level of where we are as a country. I just mentioned about Sakaja and the National Qualification Authority, that our systems have failed us, because we have institutions that are mandated to do the qualifications and the validation. They went ahead and gave him so it is the young democracy, and where we are as a country, we can't be emotional about it. Number two, I said we have a case in court. It can go two-way. So asking people to prepare for two-way is being magnanimous. And of course, number three, when you look at all the cases combined, the Supreme Court will be just looking at three things. It's just was the election done in accordance with the Constitution? Was it simple, verifiable? Was it transparent? And number three, were there culpability of the commission? So those are the only three things that are at the Supreme Court. Just three things. So all the other things are just they are neither here nor there. There are only three things in the hands of the judges. Having said that, we have a country. We have a country called Kenya. We have our generations to come. They don't know any other country. That is their country. So we must be magnanimous enough to accept that we have a split vote. Whichever way you look at it, you have someone with 48, another one with 49, whoever you look at it have 48, 49. So we must start from that in the context of the difference between the two candidates is less than 200. How do you deal with the rest of the country, be it Ruto, be it Raila? So as we discuss here, it's also to be magnanimous. I don't want to get to personalities. I don't want to get to regions and people and who did what. I want to restrain myself at the level of at a higher level, rather than getting into the lower level of individuals and their personalities. Thank you.
Okay, so now Stone and Julia. And Mr. Guru, I'm so sorry. I've seen you here. Thank you so much for joining in. Mzee wetu kabisa. I'm about to go and I want to give over the period of time. Nimesema miwa nimenyamaza when I'm moderating, but I always listen to a lot of things and really keep it because I want to learn as much as everything. But you will all allow me, since I haven't contributed in anything, and Stone PK, you're about to take over. Be ready. Give me 2 minutes to just do my thing. Benson, I have a question for you.
Okay, ask.
Okay, give me, honestly, where did Ruto win?
Ruto has what we have.
No. Don't go what we have. You tell me from your own knowledge, where did Ruto win?
Zones? Are you talking about counties or zones?
You actually use the old provincials. Use the old ones. Those are easy.
Okay. Let's go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Ruto got 80% of Central Province, and okay. He got 80%.
No, don't explain. Just go ahead. Let's do the math. Where else?
Ruto got 85% in his native counties.
Okay, move on.
Ruto flipped 700,000 votes in Western Kenya.
Okay, move on.
And of course, Bungoma is at the heart of the.
That's Western. Stop explaining. We're using the old ones. Move on to the next one.
Ruto did well than Kibaki and.
No. I asked you a very simple question. Where did he win? Come on.
I have given you the question. Yeah, I'm done.
You're done.
Martin, I'm sorry, I'm driving. 2 provinces And this man is telling us we continue, we have a generation. We are not moving nowhere. If you feel we have a generation, mungefanya vizuri. Kwa hivyo, hiyo Ruto unasema aliwin, ama alipata 80%, ama alipata nini Central, I'm a Kalenjin. Listen, we are not moving nowhere. Tunasimama hapo. Tutakutana. Hiyo nchi ya Kenya mnataka kutengeneza, mtatuambia. We are there. We are there. We are not going nowhere. We are not moving. Sikuja kutuambia upusi. Atuendelee tuko na nchi. We are not.
Thank you, Mama Selina. I knew that would touch you somewhere. But okay, Benson, going back to the math.
That would not be fair to me, though.
Let's do the maths. Let's not be emotional about.
Okay, yeah.
Let's not be emotional about things.
Are you telling me umeniambia nchi yetu kumpatia full?
Not emotional. It is the truth. Ni ukweli tunasema. Bana kuambia sisi tuendelee wapi? Where are we going? Nyinyi kwanza ndio mtatuambia. Tumevumilia. Tukaonyesha heshima. Wacha sasa twende kotini after 14 days. Itajulikana mbichi na mbofu.
Yeah. Wewe hujakuwa mwema kwangu bana. Ni nini unanifungia hewa bana?
No, sikufungii. Wewe ndio utakuja next. Unajua sasa unapata mdosi mwingine. Unajua mimi udosi yangu inaisha saizi. I've been cancelled, lakini wewe ndio utakuja next.
But this is the second guy. I had a question because we had to follow up the conversation. Yeah, to clarify for 1 second. Uambie hey, ni haji bana hii. Then uambie labda anajua different la unajua hii. Then we strike out the truth where it is. But
yeah,
anyway, I'm not intercepting that.
Sylvester, I'm heading there. I don't think you've ever seen me debate. I think you've seen me as a moderator. Today's your first day, yeah?
No, you real talk, bro. I'm this thing since the open to the end. You don't even know. You don't even know me, yeah. Bro, I'm sitting in the back here. I know how it goes. I know it.
Keep it cool, man.
Yeah, say no more.
Yeah,
say no more. I know it. Yep.
Yeah, see the other side of me now, not the moderator part of it. Now that I've been relieved of that seat, that seat comes with a couple of responsibilities. But hey, hold on. No, chill out. So bro, umeniambia 3 na 2 umesema 80.
Yeah.
Dude, no, real talk. It's 8 promises. 5 plus 3. So don't tell us 3 that you stick there. No, real talk.
Sylvester, even though I'm not on the seat, I think I'm still on it. You will be sent to quarantine very quick. Misbehaving.
Okay.
So anyways, umesema 3, si ndio?
Yeah.
2 80. Hiyo 3 watu hujatuambia percentage. Umesema hiyo ni flipping na hiyo umesema ni western.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are left with how many?
You are left with 6 traditional, what I would call 6 traditional areas.
6.
Tell us something nice. Wachana na hiyo upusi saa pure hiyo.
No, mami, wacha nimlete box. Wacha nimlete. So you okay? Just
mami, tunataka kusikia.
Mommy, please. Let him tell us, Mom. Let him tell us. Let him tell us
what we don't have time for tungoje kotini. Aenda asemee hiyo so kotini. Kwa tuko na 7, tuko na 4. 4 wapi? 2 wapi? Sema vitu ya maana. Today was a day. We don't want to hatutaki to spoil our night and our day with stupid things.
Mom, relax. Kwa na usiku mwema, tuko sawa. Look, bro, let me tell you, hata ukipigia hesabu yako yenye umenipigia saizi, even if we were to do it percentage wise, by the provisional
he need 5 more. Man, he needs 5 more. He gave us 3 though. It's 8 provinces. He needs 5.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Yes, sir. Please. So he's gonna go ahead. He's gonna give the numbers. We know.
Sylvester, let's not turn this into a back and forth. Please, we will meet you.
Bungoma is not even a quarter of Western. Bungoma is just a small place. So you leave all the Western, alafu mnakuja sema 3. Bungoma
Okay,
is
guys,
a
kill them, everyone. I think I'm still the chairman until I hand it over. Please, I want everybody to just please give me my time. Let me talk just the way I've given you guys your time. Please, with all due respect, tafadhali, do not unmute. Let me finish my thing and then mtaachiwa na mtafanya yenyu. Tafadhali. I'm asking this so that we make it civil. So, unaona hata kitu yenye umenipatia 3 out of 5. I mean out of umeacha zingine 5, si ndio? Dude, let me tell you, when you do the math and you go do the population and take the census, and plus I am a math guy. I do these maths, I do them every day. I'm telling you, even with those 3 that umenipatia, akachukua zote 100%, not the 80 that you're telling me, and you give the others, which it's impossible. There's no way Ruto could have won. That was a 65% win for Baba. Take it to the bank, hide it somewhere, ameweka chini ya mattress. Now, let me tell you what is going to happen, because people don't understand. There's been a lot of things that zimekuwa zikifanyika Kenya chini na ndio zinakuja kutokea saa hizi, na ndio tunakuambia kama laptop yako my friend iliguzwa mahali na uliguza kitu ya IEBC, chunga. Na kama kuna mtu wenyu, jua tuko nazo zote. We fought for the democracy of this country, and we've fought, some of us. In fact, this election, some of us that you see here fought and spent money to counter even the hacking. When we were saying, you hack, we unhack, we have the numbers. Listen, we are going to change this Kenya, whether you like it or not. Watu wataiba kura tena. And by the way, utakuwa ukiambiwa unaenda kwenda IEBC, kufanyia IEBC, unajiuliza tena. In fact, we are going to change it kutoka kuitwa mheshimiwa to be a public servant. Where Kenya is located, some of us will not relent. And you know what? Huyo jamaa unaongea juu yake, ndio mwenye utuambianga wajinga waliisha Kenya. And by the way, ni ukweli, he's very right. Wajinga waliisha, we are no longer illiterate. People are not illiterate. And even the diasporas, they're the ones that do the most remittance back at home. And most of them, actually, wengine wana Google, Musheru came from Google. Don't you think he knows the IT guys? The engineers out here, building skyscrapers and everything. They know. People have gone to school. People understand. This is Kuyamoi. And bro, we are not going back to YK92 or Moi era. We will not watch it. We will work on it. And if he needs a trap, we will trap you. Because if you think utatoka huko unajua kusherekea ati watu huko Kishagi unawaambia ati tutawapatia waru na mchele, wote wako hivyo. Hata watu hiyo Kishagi kuna wengi tunakuaga nao hapa hivi, na wao pia wako educated enough to know, you know, that this is not the old eras. So now if you grew up as a DO, you grew up working in a government that ilikuwa inakanyagia watu, and that's what you know. And then you come and deal with the new generation. Siku hizi to deal na ile simu ya kuzungusha hivi. Siku hizi tuna deal na hizi na ziko na picha, tunapiga picha hizo vitu zote. We are going to demystify you. By the time you realize what hit you, you'll be so surprised. And Kenya is a new constitution in the making, a new country. And listen, we will put some precedents that your kid will never ever try to do corruption because of the precedents and the constitutional amendments that we're going to do by the presidents. Let me tell you, heads will roll. Hii story ya kushika mtu wa kuku na unaacha ule jamaa ameshika huko hivyo watu unatuambia hapa sijui bottoms up, sijui wheelbarrow na nini. It will not work. We will not allow it. The generation in Kenya right now is more than 50% literate than it used to be. And that's the advantage. Some of them, they still think they live in that old education. Most of us now, we can understand computer. Most of us now, we can sit here and look at this channel and join into the channel, knowing what a link is.
Even our kids, my kid, 4-year-old, can operate my phone. Do you think when mtu wa kudanganya? When mtu kimwambia, no, daddy, you took that. No. And nini. Listen, I'm telling you, the old generation way of doing things, ile ama ya kwenda pale hivyo sijui ati lazima ukwe na nini back pass, hiyo inaisha na hii generation yetu. Unaona hii ndio itamaliza. Tomboya had this ideology when he started sending people out and when they started bringing education. And that's why even today some forces that are so political and think that's how the way to run a country, well, people don't understand what you're doing. That's why they don't even want the free education. Why? Because people are getting too educated. Wanataka zile siku za watu kuletewa maziwa ya Moi and then munakaa chini munacheka. It will not happen. And we will not do it. And let me talk about the Sakaja part while I finish. It was in this group, and I said, let's be careful about Sakaja. Now, the only way Sakaja passed was because aliendia watu is because he speaks more of a Nairobian. I grew up in Nairobi. He is more of a Nairobian. That's all it is. But other than that, he should not even be there until he proves that he has his papers. Kama hukumaliza shule, and their certificate yako tulete. You went to Nairobi University. Some of us went to Egerton University. If you ask me right now, I can go get my certificates and everything and my degree and bring it to you right now. I can even go to Lies of you to my school and get him. What is this thing that he cannot get it? He told us very well he did tutorial or whatever hata nimebweka science in Nairobi. Now, when did they ever become team university? Not even teams. You know? So we cannot have this economy and a society of deceit in everything. Most of these leaders that you hear today have degrees that you cannot even find out what they had. Ukiuliza to doctorate. The other day, Margaret Wanjiru aliandikwa how many thesis papers aliulizwa. How many thesis papers ameandika? Akasema many. How do you do many thesis papers if you're going for a master's degree? You only do one. There can never be many. And that's what they are. That's what is happening. Because people go in there lucratively. And that's why you hear, like I saw a video, mtu anasema, oh, I spend all my money, anaanza kulilia watu. Unalia nini? Why did you spend money? Go get elected like the guy that got elected on a donkey's back. Don't come here telling us unalia like it's a must for you to be a public servant. Nani ukuja kukulilia kutumikia? Unafaa kuwa pale ukitutumikia. And that's the economy, and that's the country we are going to change, and that's what Baba wants, and that's what Mother Karua wants. Now, if you want to hit me, I swear to God, you can hit me every day that you want, but I will always advocate for that. I will always say that, and we are going for that country, and we will get it, whether you like it or not. That's the country we'll go with. Hakutakuwa entrepreneurship anymore. In fact, if the government wants to go buy a biro, go to the store and then buy biro pale. Entrepreneurship, hiyo itakuwaga ya nini? Hiyo itakuwaga ya maybe somebody has an engineering firm that can build a bridge, and then you're given money according to and equally. Mkiwa wawili, munaenda munaangalia nani atapeana material list mzuri, BOM, bill of materials and all that. And then you get what you get. We are not going to play with that country while we are bound to be the Washington, D.C. of Africa. And Africa is moving on from a third world country to a first world country. We will not be left. And Museveni will not take that because it's a landlocked country. And we will not also let it go to Tanzania. We've already been there. We've already been chosen, and we're going to fight for it. And that's where we're building the big infrastructure. We will do it. And thank you, Uhuru. Thank you, Raila. Thank you, Mother Karua. And thank you for standing for the democracy. We are not going the Congo way. We are not going any way of fighting. Some of them expected we would fight this time. We did not. But tulikuwa tunajua mahali ya kuwashikia. Now, most of us did sleepless nights to catch them. Watch. Kila mtu atashikwa peke yake. Asanteni. Sylvester naona Stone amehepa pole. But Stone is supposed to be taking over.
Yeah,
Zuia.
Mato, nilikuwa nataka kuambia hivi, nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi, not just to you but to the panelists. Msisahau, our focus is this. We had an election, na hiyo nataka to focus. Tumeipatia Supreme Court, wacha tuiwache hivyo. Let the process go down. But to ourselves, we want to focus on good governance. What is good governance? Sahi, we should be digging who has been selected there, because it looks like it's a selection, or who has been elected to your area or your neighboring area as a MCA, women rep, member of parliament, and governor, because we decentralize the government. We want services to the people. Tukifocus huko tuweze kusema mambo ya Sakaja itakuja wakati yake. You know why? Itakuja wakati wake once we settle this. Let the court do their thing. But right now we should be focusing on the governance at the bottom. Who is there? Akona focus gani? Qualities ni gani? Nani asha approve wale? You cause sasa unaenda tunafanya kila kitu ni kama ni Nairobi nafaa kwa. Kuna watu wanataka gabion peke yake, gabion yako crossover peke yake. Kuna wengine wanataka classrooms, wengine wanataka towers for classroom. Do you understand, Mato? I'm not telling you, but I'm telling everybody else. Let's focus on the good governance. Good governance. Unaona, na governance sahi tumedecentralize. Sasa adapt to the system ya juu, ya huko majuu, then how it works. Hakuna mtu anafaa kukufa njaa. Hakuna mtu anafaa kwenda kupigana mwingine juu ya kisima ya maji, because water is supposed to be provided within your radius. Unaona? I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying, but those are the things right now. Hii yangu ilikuwa watu walikuwa pigana tunapigana is settled, believe me. It's settled because tunaenda kotini, hata court vile nasema is it don't have to be, nilikuwa nataka kujibu before, it don't have to be at the or to nullify, then this is straight case. Ati tuende na nullification ya pili, hiyo Supreme Court itakuwa nini? No. Saa hii wanaenda nitty gritty. What is the truth? So who won? Kama ni Ruto, huyu he won validly. Lakini kama ni Baba, then Baba, he had to be declared there. He's the one who won. See, the Supreme Court atakuwa na declare any president? No, but from the fact that tallies, if he's the one who won, I'm sorry, he was wrong who announced, or she, whoever it is, you're not the wrong person, man. This is what it is. You have to wait for that. I don't want to talk so much, but I want you guys to focus on good governance. This one, let's give it 14 days, as he said. But now I want you guys to focus on what is good governance. It's not the presidency. No, it's not the president, but the people down the line. Down the line, who is there? Who is he doing? What is he doing? Just to go sing there? Yeah, kumbaya to the governor? No. You are. There's something I was proposing, but I'm waiting. Me, I have my own proposals. If Baba gets it, I have it down the line with the headman. Even the headman of the village, I have a proposal. You go to jail if somebody dies of hunger to his village. Not even the assistant chief. No, because everybody knows everybody, right? If I sleep hungry, I'll tell my neighbor. My neighbor, no, I didn't have nothing. This is the governance we want. Government of the people, for the people, by the people. That's what it means. You guys are looking at the president. No. But what people chose on the top is supposed to be who it is. Then they have now a legitimacy to hold these people down here account. Why do we have to go? Now, what I was proposing is this. We cannot be running around with all this. We need town halls. Every center there's a town hall right now. With the new system, we have town hall. people can bring their grievances, their localities or whatever. You can know if you are a headman or you are citizenship, you can know which corner they are pinned to the ground. This is the governance we need, bro. We don't have to fight each other. Who's the president? No, we need good governance. But the choice from the top to the bottom, that's what we need. So if the top is just that the gerrymandering, no. We need that because we can hold people account. At the bottom, we can't wait this verdict. It don't have to, there will be no reader. Get it from me. There will be no reader. Whoever was the winner, he will be declared it was validly him. Okay? Either side, it was validly him. But unfortunately, if it was not, then don't feel there was change. No, nothing will have been changed. It's just the validly winner. That's it. Then we want how people accountable down to the bottom. All right, my brother. Sorry, that was my interjection. Don't focus too much to the top sheet. We need down to the bottom. If you are public servant, you are paid. Me, my proposal on a BBI, I wanted the headman to be paid. Be paid a salary, even if 5,000 shillings. But if I hear somebody die of hunger, you better know you go to jail. Yes, it'll be you and yourself and the judge. How long? The family will not see you. Yes, that was my proposal. That's why we need equity. Equity. I don't care if you're in Turkana, you're in Mandera, you are in Kajali. I don't care that. But everybody as a Kenyan.
Sylvester, why don't you limit naomba sasa ufupishe maongezi yako kwa sababu Nguru hajaongea, Stone PK hajaongea.
Okay, I'm sorry I talk too much, so yeah.
It's okay.
Okay, it's okay. I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Asante, we appreciate your contribution. Martin, ndio tunataka nani aongee? Nguru hajaongea na Stone PK. I think
ni Guru.
Okay,
Guru. Yeah, ni
Stone
Guru.
And where is Stone PK? Stone PK, can you come back because we Deto sijui anasema anaenda kulala. Deto, are you really going to sleep?
Yes, I have to.
Because I think
Deto, you wanna go out?
No. Julia, you know what I do, so casually it's a tough day.
Okay, let's have Guru.
And Sylvester, let me ask you for a big favor. Please do not unmute until mtu amekuallow ku unmute. Please. It makes the whole thing go nicely because it's not a shouting match. So don't just unmute to unmute. There comes that time, tunakuaga na hiyo time hapa mwisho when it's an open forum where people can unmute and joke and everything. But right now we're on a serious show. Please do not unmute. Either lift up your hand or something. We will see you. Whoever moderator is moderating, we'll see you. Just don't unmute to unmute, please. I want to ask you that respectfully. Mr. Guru, Mzee, asante sana kwa hapa.
How are you doing? How are you doing? Good. Now, mine will be very short because what I want to let you, brothers and sisters, know is that what has happened in Kenya, what has happened in these elections has rolled back the clock of democracy to 1990s. What we have in our hands is not just about Raila Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. It's about the soul of this country. It's about whether the votes will count in the coming elections. We are having a situation whereby there are some very clever, sly people who have decided to take over the systems of elections in Kenya and do their thing. And therefore, the future of the democracy in Kenya is in threat. The threat is that with the capture of IBC, there's every risk that in the future it may not be necessary for Kenyans to go and vote. After all, some people will have made up their mind who is going to take over or who is going to retain power. A very, very unfortunate state of affairs. So for me, I think what Raila and Mother are doing is to try to salvage our democratic standing as a country. If we fail, which I don't think we will have failed Africa. We will have failed the test of democracy. We will have failed the future generations. Because you can also imagine 8 million voters did not turn up to vote. If those who did not turn up to vote voted, they are even more than those said to have voted for the first candidate. That is an indictment on our democracy, because you do not know what the 8 million who did not turn up to vote, what they are thinking, and how they would have voted. And by the way, they are the majority, because if we go by the figures that we are being given by IBC, which are highly contested, it shows that those who did not vote are the majority, 8 million versus 7 and 6.9. So you can see slowly a country that must bring back confidence in the democratic credentials. Otherwise, the alternative is degenerating into a category that we cannot imagine, where people are desperate. They would want to change their government, but the route through the vote does not count. And therefore, for me, that is a recipe for disaster in our country. So there are those who have been celebrating, even asking why Raila would not even have participated in stealing votes for himself. Kwa nini yeye anaibiwa kila wakati? Why can't he, steal the votes? How do you join in destroying the very thing that you have been fighting for all these years? I do not think Mother and Raila are in that category of wanting to circumvent the will of the Kenyan people. And for those who are saying, let's just close this chapter and move on, they do not know what they are doing. Now that they are celebrating, next time it is them who will be crossed out. Their vote will not count. I do not know how they will feel, the desperation that they will have when they know that you woke up in the morning to go and vote, and then your vote did not make a difference. When you go wanting to bring in a certain governor or senator or whoever, but someone seated somewhere with a laptop is able to overturn all that. I hear the information and the evidence that is contained in the case that has been filed is overwhelming. And it will demystify this feeling that there are Kenyans who think that electronic systems only improve the voting, which is not true. The electronic gadgets and electronic systems can also be used to circumvent democracy. We had observers here. They came from different countries. By merely observing that, the public were going into voting in peace, does not essentially mean that the democracy was upheld. Behind the back room, they did not know that there were shadowy hackers who are making sure that the vote does not count. And that is what lesson we must teach the world. That is our contribution. That should be our contribution to the democracy in Africa. Because if we succeed and bring out the underworld machinations, the enemies of democracy, who would want to circumvent the will of the people through the electronic systems, I think even the monitoring will be completely changed in the world. It's not about merely observing people lining up to go and vote. It is about the systems that are being used to make sure every vote counts. And this has been lacking in Kenya. This is a new threat to democracy, not just in Kenya, not just in Africa, but in the world, where you capture the electoral bodies like IEBC, infiltrate them, and make sure the result that you want is what you get. It's a very, very dangerous thing. When people cannot be able to change their government through their vote, you put the country on a path, on a perilous path towards conflict. And that is what we would want to avoid as much as we can. Kenya has made strides. There are those who are complaining that the court may not want to be seen to nullify the elections every other time. But let me tell them they are in for a shock. In fact, you remember that there was a multi-sectoral team that was set up before the elections that would have included the judiciary, the IBC, and the security and others. You remember Chebukati pulled out of that multi-sectoral body that would have seen that all systems work, under the wish that the body would interfere with IBC, which he said was an independent body. During that multi-sectoral meeting, the CJ, Martha Koome, made a very strong statement that if the case of electoral fraud is taken before her and it shows that the election should be nullified, she will not think twice. She will nullify the elections. So I don't want here to praise or to give hope to those who may think that it is easier to say, let's forget this one and move on. I don't think it is going to work. As long as the evidence laid on the table of the Supreme Court is incriminating, my brothers and sisters, the elections will be nullified. And that is the bottom line. And Kenya, we have made a stride. It does not matter how many times we are going to nullify the elections. So be it. If it is going to be the basis, it's a new struggle to make sure that democracy works for us as Kenyans. It is also a contribution of Kenya to the world, to Africa, that the vote of everyone must count, and that governments are made by people. They are not made by some shadowy fellow seated in some back room manipulating gadgets. I understand the evidence has specifics. It has even names of those who did it. We waited to see what will come out of it. But I'm very proud of Baba and Mother, and they said that as the living pillars of a fight for democracy, they will not let this country go down the path that we were in 1990s. They will not. We are not moving. We will not move. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Nguru. We really appreciate that. Stone PK and Julia and everybody that has been listening to us, guys, thank you so much. I think at this point is about time that I sign off. I really appreciate. I think we've been here for 4 hours. Guys that are listening to us and the ones that have been here, we really appreciate. It was a good session. People had the time to talk their heart. But let's pray for this country. But we know where we're taking this country, and it's never going to go back to the 80s. At this point, I just want to say I appreciate so much for you guys letting me moderate you guys, and for the guys who let me moderate. And it's a good place to have a conversation. And I appreciate the gift of life. I appreciate you guys, and may God bless you in whatever you're doing. Tupatane kesho majaliwa. Julia, good night. Nyanga, if you're still there. Sylvester, Stone, bro, pole, sijakusikiza ukiongea, ningependa lakini pole dadi, nitakusikiza tu lakini niko na simu, nikiendaga nitasikiza yako. Mr. Guru, nice to see you sir. Asante sana, na hiyo shuka nitakujia nikikuja nyumbani wewe.
Ni sawa. Sawa.
Good night, thank you, adios mchachas.
Asante Ndeto. Sometimes Guru, hiyo nguo ya Masai unatoanga wapi? Si nikikuja Kenya utanitafutia.
Ni sawa, tunanunua huko Kajiado area of Ngong and the rest. There are people who sell there.
I like your contribution. It's good. You should have talked when Mr. Mbuga was trying to waste our time here. And mimi sipendi tabia kama hizo, because you've put it very clear and you are very candid that it is time. It is not even the issue of having Baba as the presidency. Let Kenyans know that. That is just one of the things that kura zimeibiwa kwake. That is, if they're able to prove that. But it's the issue of the electoral justice. Mr. Guru, how do you feel if you imagine that you have voted maybe 3-4 times and all the votes, the numbers you have seen are a lie? Unasikia aje? I think that's a really very bad feeling for both sides. Hata kama ulipigia Uhuru kura and he won, you still feel there was a lie, you know? Hata kama you voted for Kibaki and he won, you still feel that was a, you know, you're feeling bad because somebody lied to you. I think yes.
Unfortunately, if we let that culture to infiltrate our systems, it is us, those who are celebrating now, will try to remove an unpopular government. They will not be able. What will they do? Assuming today, in 5 years, and assuming that one Samuel Ruto is confirmed, then after 5 years, those who voted for him feel completely out of him, and they really want to get rid of him. And because he has made sure that the systems cannot get will get him the results that he wants, how will those who are celebrating, how will they feel? That is the gist of the matter.
And so we must deal with it. We must deal with it. Sasa hii mtu kutuambia. Another thing, sad thing, is that Ruto and his scandals, Gachagua and his scandals. Yani hii ni timu ya majambazi. Sasa mtu kusimama hapa kutuambia ati maybe Ruto, I won't buy that. I'm sorry Mr. Mwangi, wherever you are, I will not buy that, and I'm not gonna buy that because it is now. PK, I think wewe uko na maoni mingi. Tuelezee kidogo, karibu.
Asante Mwalimu Julia, ndugu yangu Guru na kuona, na Sylvester Dion. Good to see you guys. As I said yesterday, this safari has been really long. It's a long journey. Most of us here have really been in it, not 2022. You know, those whom we call the organic supporters and lover of this nation, of this country called Kenya. There are people who really are passionate. They love it. Wanajua ni nyumbani. Wacha wengine wanapayuka tu, you know. Oh, move on, sijui nini. Ukisikia watu wanachukua hizi phrases, these new phrases. Oh, democracy, young democracy. What is young? Does it mean you should mess because of young? Why do we give excuses? Why can't we perfect our democracy in 10 years, 15 years? Because kuna technology, you should take a leap, like elections. There is no excuse why we should not do a perfect election, honestly, with all the money, the IT, and all the with all the money, with all the expertise, the resource we have. Sincerely speaking, we don't need 50 years to be able to make elections that work. So for me, I always say Kenyans, as much as we are sharp, the minority that is thugs and hao wanaitwa majambazi, the corruptors, ndio wanaonyesha vile mambo ni ngumu. They are the ones who tell you step by step. Step by step kwenda wapi? Squeeze is not a step. Yeah. From Nairobi to Mombasa, squeeze SGR in 7 hours. We used to go there 24 hours. We take a leap, going to US, wherever, you know. So in terms of development and ability to develop our mind, we should be able to take a leap. We know the problem. The problem is corruption. Tuache visungu mingi, tuache vingereza mingi, theory mingi, watu wanaleta sijui ma theories zile hazina adabu. The constitution is very clear. Constitution is clear, but the constitution iwezi kusimama ni kitabu. It can't administrate. Haiwezi kunyonga hawa hizi. It is us. And because the leaders have failed, this is what some of us are advocating. The leaders have failed. Mwananchi will take over. Oh, you are inciting. Oh, Kenya loves peace. How do you love peace when people are all languishing in poverty? And you are languishing in poverty when people are talking of billions. It is in our country where money is stolen in billions. And now what they want to do, they want to bring it into the levels of Ecuador and those other South American countries where there is no law and order. Because who wants to take over? Ni waizi, Cartels. Mlisikia baba akisema, they are the ones who are fighting very hard. And they'll fight very hard. Na damu itamwagika, tusidanganyane. Because there are those Kenyans that are not going to allow our country to go to the dogs. We don't want a country whereby itakuwa kama utakikani unakuja kuchukuliwa usiku. We don't want to go there. Yeah. So Kenyans, as much as we are going to court, we are telling mwananchi, take over. Take over, stand by. I loved the way we mobilized yesterday, the songs of Mapambano. We are supposed to go to redemption songs now. Kujitayarisha kwa vyovyote vile. Yeah? Because someone has to salvage us. Right now, bullet yetu ni ya nani? Bullet moja ni hiyo ya inaitwa nini? Supreme Court. Let's listen to them. They are ours. They are human beings. Let's see what they say. I don't believe when people say, oh, sasa hiyo ndio itakuwa mwisho. Ikisema ni Ruto. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hakuna. I've never heard of anybody who gives his herd of cows or goats to be herded by a hyena or a lion. Huwezi kuacha mbuzi wako msituni ati na unasema Mungu atazisaidia. Now, and that is what Baba doesn't want. We don't want to be left out there in the wilderness with the wildebeest and manyang'auzi na manini zinaitwa nini? Leopard. We are very vulnerable. Right now, we are being told that, we have somebody who has been convicted to pay some money, and he is now, okay, today there is no president-elect, there is no deputy-elect, it's over, okay? But we had somebody, ameambiwa arudishe hela na koti. Hiyo ni kumaanisha, wewe ni mwizi, ulikuwa umeiba, unaambiwa urudishe. I know Kenyans ndio wanageuzanga hiyo maswali, hiyo phrases. We don't want to call thieves. Nasema, oh, he had misappropriated funds. You know, so gentlemen and ladies, tuna njia moja tu, like ile Singapore alienda. And Julie, I wish you could show, if I could send you a clip uonyeshe. Singapore has an answer, an impromptu answer as to how to deal with corruption. I'm sure most of you might have seen that kind of clip. It is used everywhere in lecture halls, yeah, in a community mobilization, in all organizations, there is one simple answer. See constitution, see workshops, si sijui nini training, ati hizi vitu nasikia Ruto akisema ati strengthening. Hiyo ni garbage. Strengthening what? Strengthening zinaitwa nini? Wanaziita department unit, kutenga pesa. Hiyo lugha ya kutenga, ni kutinga. Kutenga ndio mwende mkachukue. Yeah. So basically we need to go Singapore way, period. And Singapore is, of course, it can't be led by Ruto and his cahoots. There has to be Raila Odinga. If not Raila Odinga, then Wananchi will lead the way. I like what Julia said. Wananchi will lead the way. We have al-Bashir examples. Yeah, we have al-Bashir. It was led by a very young girl there. Yeah, she started by clapping every day, and people got it. Those of you who can remember it is not long ago. Egypt, what happened? The brotherhood. Yeah, people can decide. Na watu wamechoka, na tukichoka tumechoka. Hauna chakula, hauna kazi, hauna nini. Sasa unangoja nini? Sikufa tu. Ukikaa nyumbani utakufa. Ukitembea utakufa. Si utoke, unatokelezea tu. Yeah. So basically that is what we are saying. Gone are the days when people get intimidated. Tuache mambo ya kusema tuombe Mungu ati sijui nini. Tuombe Mungu aweze kutupatia nguvu. Amani tunayo. Tukae nguvu, na wale ambao ni majaji wapewe nguvu na wisdom. Na wasikue intimidated ati kwamba if they decide this, they will have thrown the country sijui into what. Hiyo yote ni nonsense. Whatever decision it is, so long as it's a decision to show that whatever Ruto did is illegal, we welcome it. And we will bear the consequences. We have wasted 40 billion. We can waste more. Yeah? So long as we get the right justice. It is expensive. Justice ina cost nini? Ina cost maisha ya watu. Yeah? So we are ready. We are ready to pay for it, because we do and say what we say because people suffer. One of them being Baba. That's why we are able even to meet on these televisions, talk without anything. Kenya unaenda unatukana Uhuru mpaka unamwambia aende akazae. Really? Those are freedoms that have been brought and fought by people it has costed them so heavily. Yes, Bwana Nguru, acha nipose hapo.
Let me tell you, Bwana PK, and those who are in this forum, some of the people, some of our Kenyans think this is tribal war or a struggle that divides us around ethnic lines. I want to tell you that in every community like ours, we gave Baba almost 1 million votes, which has never happened. So anybody here imagining that this is about communities, that you are going to define communities against and pit them against each other, like more used to do, that Kikuyu will be trained against the rules and that kind of thing. They are in for a rude shock. In fact, if you even look at, even in Ifri Valley, Baba got very many votes from the Kalenjin community. Direct. If you go to the voting patterns, you see in Baringoi and 40s of thousands of votes. It means they are Kenyans who have started understanding that this is our heritage, that this is not about individuals. It is about principles. It's about democracy. It's about human rights. It's about our future. Because how do you put your future and the future of your children in people who have already been proved to have, character, flaws of the kind that we read in the newspapers and which we have lived through? Honestly, let me tell you, Baba yesterday said they will not allow and it will not happen. And I take that man's word for it. This is not just about well, let's give the Supreme Court its space. But as I stated before, this is a fight for the soul of our Kenyan nation. Do we agree that a certain band of men, let me call them men, can come together and find ways of circumventing all systems and actually saturating the systems with, their lackeys to play their games? That is precisely what we are up against here. Thank you.
Guru and PK and Nyang'au na Sylvester, see the way that Ruto is buying the MPs. Sasa hii ndio kitu Buko anakuja kutetea hapa. What is this? Me, I'm disappointed with this kind of people. Some of them are in the diaspora and they cannot leave their tribal corrupt cocoonism. Mtu amekuja America na hawezi kabadilika. What is this? How do you stand here kutetea thieves? How do you stand there telling us that the Supreme Court will be seen to be nullifying election every now and then? I mean, yani hashiki shida yetu. Shida yetu is not just a Supreme Court. This thing is not tribal. This thing is that we must get rid of this impunity in the country. Nyang'au, toa maoni.
I followed with a lot of disappointment. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, towards the election, I followed with a lot of disappointments on the happenings in Kenya, but I was also able to follow closely with some people within the AZIMIO structures and some independent observers within government. And I learned that some of the events we are seeing were just happening with full knowledge of Uhuru and Raila. And I was not convinced until yesterday. Yesterday, I spent about half an hour reading the 72-page petition. And I understood that, you see, the good thing about the Supreme Court is that the Supreme Court is the court of last resort. There is no any other higher court that you can go to after a decision has been made. And so Uhuru and Raila understood this very clearly. So what they just did, they let Chebukati and, they let the second and the 9th respondent do their thing. And then after they did their thing, they let them, they filed the petition. And you see, one unique thing about this particular petition is that it has 9 respondents. Unlike the other previous petitions, the IEBC had always been sued as a corporate organization. This particular suit, this particular petition is suing each commissioner individually. So the 4 commissioners will come, each of them will have an opportunity to respond as an individual. And then another beautiful thing is one of the prayers, when you see a petitioner asking the court to summon somebody like the DCI, summons to be issued to the DCI, it means that there are some evidence that can only be produced by that institution. So once that evidence is produced, I mean, I had a lot of reservations about where we were heading to. But I think our 2 gentlemen must have had a very honest conversations, must have had a lot of conversation before they entered into the handshake. Because it is a fact, and everyone knows, that in 2013, from 2007, we did not have justice through the electoral system. In 2013, we didn't have justice. In 2017, we did not have it, and the court confirmed to that extent. Now, they must have had a lot of honest conversation, and they must have had ways through which they were going to ensure that Kenya moves forward post Uhuru, Raila, and some of our age mates and any other person with a just and more supportive community. What we can only wait to see, of course, I have some background in law, but I wouldn't want to be in a position where I'm the one writing the response to that petition. I can tell you for a fact, because for sure it's going to be a very difficult exercise for those lawyers, for example, who are going to act specifically for the 2nd and the 9th respondent. It is going to be very difficult. I can't put myself in their shoes. The other thing is that this petition is particularly bringing this individual responsibility to the fore, so that when you are given a public office, a public position is an opportunity to serve your people. You see, you can make a lot. You look at the salary of a minister, for example, in the Kenyan government. If you are just fairly earning your income, there are certain levels, there are certain amounts of wealth that you cannot achieve through your genuine pay in public service. But you can achieve that, of course, through industry, through creativity, through investments, through business. The only reason why some of us go to public service, sometimes with a very negative interest, is to pursue certain very selfish interests. So with this, we are going to treat so many evils. And I'm sure, and I'm alive to the fact that the Supreme Court judges are also Kenyans, and I'm sure they are going to be very fair to the petition. So for sure, this is the best way. It's only, actually, if you look at across Africa, Kenya is the only country where if we have grievances, we don't go to the streets, we go to the court. And now that we have gone to court, we can only wait to see what the court gives us. And I have a lot of trust and confidence. I think that's what I can add for now. And I'm happy, apart from the panelists you see here, there are so many other Kenyans who believe in open conversations and who are following this channel. And some of them who are probably in the chat section, probably have never even attempted to join through the link, but they believe in the sentiments that some of us are expressing here. And when push comes to the show, they are ready to stand up for their country. And that's a very good thing. So for now, we are just giving the opportunity to the Supreme Court, to the rule of law. And then when push comes to the show, we shall be there to stand up for our country, to stand up for fairness, to stand up for justice. Thank you.
Asante Nyang'ao. Someone is asking who has blocked Getashide. Erikana Getashide, I have not blocked anybody. I don't know what happened. Sijui kama ni Alex ama ni nani, lakini Alex ameingia saa hii. So I have not blocked anybody, and I'm looking at it. CG, I don't know how people get unblocked. Naona haingii, maybe after some time. So sija block mtu, hata sikuwa najua nini kinaendelea huko kwa comment section. Now, thank you so much, Nyang'ao. You've given us some details about the petition, and I think that's a good thing that we have people are now held accountable in individuals. Somebody kama mimi nilisema huwa napeana mfano wa shule when Matiang'i realized the people who are helping students cheat in the exams. Alijua ni mwalimu mkuu, alijua ni walimu, alijua mtihani ilikuwa inaibiwa inauzwa na policemen. So he held people accountable. And the principal, instead of principal kurandaranda akinunua mtihani, the principal was made the supervisor na akaambiwa mtihani ibiwe kwa shule yako uhame Kenya. So the cheating stopped. Cheating stopped. So I think this is a good petition. And the thing is, and I will repeat here, the Stone PK nitaondoka, sijui kama moderate na Alex mtamua nyinyi ni wazee. The thing is, it is not just having Raila become presidency. It's just we got to have electoral reforms. We got to have justice. In fact, people were saying at Reagan began 2007. Reagan began in 1992 and 1997. And even 2002, ni vile Moi hakuwa na haja na nyinyi. Moi was okay with having Kibaki as a president. Otherwise, angemanuva kuwa Uhuru president. So we've never had any free and fair election. Tukekuwa tukijidanganya hapa, tumepigia sijui MP kura, sijui nani. So I think we are wrong, but I think we are in the right direction. So Elikana, wacha Aisa na kudanganya. Mimi sija block mtu. I have not blocked anybody. Elikana is my classmate. Says in blocks. Sasa naomba PK karibu endelee. I think Sylvester wants to say something. Na Alex ameingia. Alex, if you stay a bit, you can add people. Na mimi naomba mwache nikalale na mnyinyi mlale salama salimini. Na Wakenya wenye wameamka. Ni siku ya kazi, siku njema. Asante.
Asante Mwalimu Julia. Have a very good night. And also I welcome ndugu Alex. Njoo tusaidiane. Leo uko na ile kazi kuu. Ulikuwa na jukumu jana. Acha tusaidiane tuelimishane hapa wa Kenya tujitayarishe because we have to do a lot of preparation. Before I continue, let me ask you, Sylvester, you had something, you may come in. Alafu Alex.
Nilikuwa nataka kurejoin tu mwalimu lakini ametoka, so I don't think it's worth it now to do it right now.
Anasikia kabla adoze. Anasikia from background.
Yeah, mwalimu venye amesema, you know, venye ame throw back to the 202 vile I don't want to go back to the history, but because I see my brother Alex here now, we're talking one-on-one. 202, it was the will of the people, because ujue government inaongoza watu from their wills. Some they like suppress them, but that time wao walijua. Moyo ukimwangalia yeye si mtu alikuwa anataka vita. Personally no. So yeye aliona watu wanasukuma, yeye wameamua the other way. He could have suppressed, kama sasa hivi unaona watu wana suppress hiyo. Alijua hiyo inji yeye ashamaliza wakati yake. Angewacha hiyo inji katika high pricing. Angesukuma tu afozishe. Alikuwa kwanza yeye, you were the most detailed man. Yule alikuwa naweza kuongea mpaka na mzee wa kijiji. Mimi nimetoka kwa poor background. Kuku ilikuwa nachukuliwa hapa, mchango ya nini? Kama ni mbuzi natoka na hamna pesa. But that time when people chose the other way, he never resisted. So ndio nawaambia wa jamaa tukuwa na moyo. Na saa hiyo mnakumbuka nini, population ilikuwa watu wangapi saa hii? Na saa hiyo watu walikuwa wangapi? We were very few compared to today. Unajua? Lakini moyo yake kutaka uprising. He knew, so let the people choice prevail. Ijapokuwa alikuwa na die hard, wengine walikuwa depressed. Maisha itaendelea kweli because they knew. Unaona? So hiyo nilikuwa nataka kujibu mwalimu, nimwambie once watu wameamua hivi, kama wewe ni mtu jeni unataka peace kweli, una preach peace, wacha wachukue hiyo, wapewe hiyo mtu wanataka. Kama si mzuri kwa macho yenu, wacha mpatie nafasi, miaka ni 5 hapo watamvote out. Kama vile ulifanyia Kibaki. Kibaki ndio alianguka na yeye. Lakini 207 watu wakachange, lakini akakuwa suppressed. So all I'm saying is this, folks, me right now hata tutaki tudwele sana kudiagonalize Supreme Court itakuwaje. Ishaingia pale. Na kama mzee ameongea pale, washaongea na waka na detail mpaka mwenye hata victim, mwenye ametu victimize, nasikia anaitwa number 9 responded. Tuiache pale, lakini nataka so much time to spend kwa good governance. Sometimes my brother Alex captures that. What is good governance? Kutoka pale chini. Tukuanga na headman, assistant chief and all that. Sasa hii tuko na devolution. Guess what? Msimamizi ya nini ya county yenu, kama alikuwa na PC, tuko na governor pale. Ako na MCA, wametoa kila ward. Hiyo ward ukiangalia, kama ni sub chief ako na wards ngapi? Kama ni assistant chief ako headman ako na nini ngapi? Those are the things tunataka tuanalate watu. Unaona? Governance ni nini? Juu hawa watu wanalipa kodi, wanafaa kulipa nini? Au mama akipeleka kambuzi kake kuku yake kuenda kuuza, lazima akate kanju na nini na nini. Lakini what are the services? Kan dispensary akana nini? Unaandikiwa dawa, enda kanunue chemist isa. Hivyo sikii imewekwa kwa media pale, cartel, because it's a system. So Alex anatuambia kidogo, but hiyo nilikuwa nawaomba to focus sana what is good governance, because some of us tuko na experience ya good governance. Naona Na good governance si ati ule mnapenda ama ni nini, yani ni wa locality yako. Kama amepatikana na hii, out man, out. Me in my place, governance tumetoa. Yes, you remember New York, New Jersey? Yes. Kama uko hivi, out, get out. There's no excuse nini na mwenye ako nyuma yako na take over. You remember New York? Naona? That is governance. Si ati ikuwe ni nini na vitu zinafanyika za aibu kwanza. Ili kwa personal integrity. Yeah? Kama mnakumbuka mwenye alikuwa hapa, nakumbuka Elito Spiza. Alikuwa the governor of New York. Governor wao, deputy governor alikuwa blind man. He took over the term until akaenda kumaliza. He was a blind man. Nobody cared, and he had to appoint someone else. So he, the former governor amekuwa pale, who I was so much feeling he gonna be a president one time. Ametolewa. Andrew Cuomo, because of misconduct zake, hata si kuiba nini, alienda kutouch people in a different way because that's what we need. That's what we need. Na saa hii offices inaendelea because they are people with integrity. It's integrity. That's what we need. Msiangalie mambo kusema ni nani na nani. Saa hii kuna kitu moja nilikuwa nataka kuambia mwalimu. Kiambu sisi tunajua. I have roots there that those people vote for Baba, but they were to a point. Wakati wa Kibaki they voted, but 2013 and 2017 they were suppressed. Ukavotia, ukajulikana, unajificha. Because if they know, they'll go for your neck. And they are the same people, wanaongea mdomo moja majirani. Sasa hatuongea ni Mkisia kuwa pale, ni Mjaluo kuwa pale, Mluja, ama ni Masai. No. They were going for their own people. Why? Because this tribalism inawekwa mpaka kwa ndugu zako. They were not fighting their opponents wenye wako toka nje. They were fighting their own. Wewe ukiongea hivi, Uhuru amefanya kitu tutakuja kukumbuka. Some people never know right now. But when the books are written, yeye aliangalia. Because tumeona ile tupia kuambiwa na nani na Ruto. Angeangemzamba kofi. Kama ndiye aliwin hivyo inji itachomeka. Alikuja kuambiwa na intelligence inji itachomeka juu wananchi anapewa watu walivote ni they knew. Lakini sasa wameanza kupush kidogo, wanasukuma gate. Tutafanya nini? Nasema I'm ready to walk up. Kumbe kulikuwa na mtu hapa knucklehead, he don't want to. Come on man, guys. Let's change that mentality. Yeye anaweza kuwa na wakati wake. Watu wakimpenda saa hii, hata kama baba angeharibu atake kurudi, ako na chance. Tumekataa baba, sasa tupe huyu mwenye alikuwa anatuambia bottom up. But when the people decide this, please let not people be urged to fight. But saa hii iko wazi, ndugu Alex, unajua na nyinyi mmefanya kazi, mnajua what is going on. So let's not agitate nobody. Hii itakuwa fair game. Hii ingine ya to sports vile mnasema nini, wananchi wanarespektiwa chenye wanataka. Hata ile reconciliation ilifanyiwa, watu walikuwa wanataka nini? Why do we go wanasema nusu mkate ni, lakini juu hii imeandiwa over. Hii amuelewi kwa nini huyu hajaongea juu kama huyu amefanya hawezi kumnyang'anya, because that's not the protocol. Protocol iko hivi, you cannot take it back. It's handed, you cannot take it back like that. You take back by hiyo na kuanga ni kama you take back by force. So he knows the protocols. He knows why he still back. Tokyo kuambiwa ukweli, sasa koti imeenda, hakuna mtu atafanya demonstration. My theory, sometimes I say like Alex, my theory is this: ukweli ikiwekwa, kama baba aliwini ya ukweli was declare juu ni numbers itaonyesha. Kama aliwini ya ukweli basi, this man will go in for a longest time and pay for a lot of misgiving who could have happened. So let's give the court time, but they will be flooded with the facts and the truths. If they did it the other way, then we hope the country to be calm, because sahi majority were on the other side. Minority you wanna celebrate. Minority. That's why we had the problem we had. No. Now that's why 2017 hatuku fight. Majority ilikuwa hivi, Uhuru akasema na achaongea kwa mdomo yake, akasema yaona nchi iko half. So tutafanya nini? But he didn't know people were working different plans ahead of him, thinking you want to govern now. The people thinking ahead of him 10 years after him. So guys, let's preach integrity. Hata kama wa MCA, mi area yangu, kama alivotiwa in by crooked means, yes, let's go down. Once it's settled, kushuka chini ni rahisi. Wale tuzesettle hii hapa juu, kushuka chini hapa tutakuwa na plug tu kama feathers. Una plug tu. Hata sahi wao watakuwa natoroka wenyewe. So guys, let's preach integrity. Kama unajua ulikuwa unafanya nini, please, no shortcut. Na mnajua, most of you are here, no shortcut. Unaona? Na Kenya ni watu wako na bidii. Na kila mtu anakipata 100 yake 2, wengine ameenda na 20, hakuna mnao naonea mwingine wivu. Lakini hii tunaweka kakakuru, naanza kuworship mtu. No way. No. We cannot go that way. Najua yeye ni hawa watu fulani. Hii digital unaona imekuja na iko na so many things, good things and bad things. Because the liars now they are paying the price. Now when you are developed that sign na umanga because it expose what they didn't expect. Unaona? Lakini Kenya, me from what I see, we're not going to have an uprising right now. We are not ready for an uprising because you know why? We know our problems. We know the truth. So why are we going to go for an uprising? We will say, no, you was not validly elected. Please step down. Usianze kukoroga vitu because people know. Na hii imetusumbua. Let's put our country in the right way. Sasa hivi jana unakaa ni aje utanipatia ya macho unajua naona baba unajua umempremba. Hiyo ni inji gani PK? Inji gani? Nipatie ya macho. Na umeibia nimeona ukiiba lakini usiponikatia kitu itaropokwa, nipatie ya macho. Surely, what kind of country is that? Na hiyo juu tumeonyeshwa hivyo. No. Please, you just want to live like a normal people. We are content with what we have. Kila mtu anaendanga nyumbani akiridhika, sijapata leo. Wakenya na watu watalivu sana. They are very content to where they are, who they are, and what chances they have. Kwa nini wale watu wanakuja kuwa provoke? Ni nini? Hawa watu ndio wamefanya, hao ndio wanaona hujafaulu. Unaona? PK, sorry for taking more time, but what I want to say, something you have said before, I've been having a long time. I've been here for 4 months, not being able to get in, but we talk more. I don't want to go to some nitty-gritties, but where usikue ile hard, don't press it so hard. Right now, we're going to settle this easily, because nataka hata mwananchi, wakati nilikuwa natembea hivi Nairobi, wewe unajua ni wewe mnai. Nasikia yangu ukisema wewe ni mnai, si ndio? Natoka hapo bwana, umetoka hapo social over Bulolo na mimi naenda Uyole Buda.
Sylvester. Sylvester, acha tuongee kidogo.
By the way, mimi na misingi ni yako contribution yako, but nilikuwa naambia PK hapa.
Sylvester kidogo. Asante Sylvester.
Nilikuwa msema Ulolo bwana, tunatoka hapo, banga natokea hapa, naenda Ulolo mguu bwana. Nauliza wewe
Asante
ni
Sylvester,
mwizi,
wacha
wewe ni karao
wacha
ama ni nini?
niseme kitu
Naambia tu.
kidogo alafu uendelee.
No, yeah, say it.
Asante. Leo ilikuwa siku nzuri kabisa. At the same time, it was a very sad day. Let me give my condolences to the presiding officer ama anaitwa nani wa Gishugu. And you can almost see that we are going back to those dark days. The family of the Gishugu presiding officer ama alikuwa ni Pio, I think they must be crying and asking why. And I think Bernard opined earlier in the afternoon that imefika wakati even those of us who wants to participate as officials in these elections, we find it very difficult because anytime we can lose our lives. So I can't ask for one moment, even if it's 1 second, of silence to our brother who lost his life because he stood firm and said Minji Minji did not win that election. And I think we all know Minji Minji at some point conceded, and we all knew, she said, there is always next time. In a matter of less than 24 hours, she came back and said she had won. How? We don't know. When? We don't know. Why? We don't know. But somebody has to sacrifice. You see, one thing we realize is that even the Bible says, without the remission of blood, there is no sacrifice. Good or evil, blood can shed for somebody to win or to lose. And in this case, a man lost his life because a woman wanted so bad to win the governorship of Kirinyaga. And today, a family, children, a woman have been widowed and orphaned because of the elections in Kenya. It's sad. It is sad. We didn't think that after Musando, we are going to see other situations like that. It pained me. And we have seen those kind of videos that what Kenya is going through right now. But you know what? The sacrifice that we have to go through is more insidious than we know. When Baba spoke today, I don't want you to listen to what Baba spoke. I want you to go to star.co.ke and read what Baba said. Let me repeat for clarification. I don't want you to listen to what Baba said. I want you to go back and read what Baba said. The touchdown of his speech was, and I want you to understand that very soon, if we cannot collectively come together, Kenya as a nation as we knew it, is not going to be there. As a nation and a state, you know, that triggered me into crying, that if we don't fight, and some of the things that he spelled is that this election has put on money laundering, drug dealers, and people who do not care for our country. Some of the things that Baba said were difficult for me to digest, that we have a people who want to be leaders in our country by all necessary means. Now, later on, Kalonzo had a rally. And this is what Kalonzo said, that the foreign entities participated in this. And I can spell out Yoweri Museveni to be part of this. The Venezuelans, the Greece who have come on even to help us. For the first time, even the Greece are helping us to tell us what has happened. My brother, our country is going through a lot. Later on, Orengo spoke. And if you can hear Orengo, somebody ask Orengo, what are we supposed to ask the Supreme Court? And you know, Orengo was a little bit sexy, and he was saying, we have a cocktail of orders that we can ask the Supreme Court. A cocktail of orders. You know, if you go, you read what Orengo said today. I have participated in many petitions. But this one is a bombshell. That is what Orengo said. I have participated in many petitions. You wangwana sasa wamefika kwa nyumba yangu. You know, my son rules in the house. Once he comes here, he rules over. He just came in, but I'll have to finish my submission. He said, I have participated in many petitions, but this one is a bombshell. Then he was asked by one of the journalists, what are some of the few things that you are going to ask this? He said, we have a cocktail of orders. My friend, if you listen today what Kenya was going through, you will understand. As Raila said, and I want you to listen to me carefully. El Chiefs, pole sana. I mean, I was trying to put my camera. Unfortunately, I blocked you. Pole, you and Gitash. It was me trying to fix my camera and I accidentally, I don't know how it happened, I blocked you and I want to apologize. What Raila said, we either have a nation or we will never have a nation as we knew Kenya was. And that's why I'm asking you, go listen to Raila's speech, but also go read what Raila said. Kenya as we knew it, we will either have it or never have Kenya as we knew it. Look, it's not about Raila anymore. It is about a people who can go beyond any necessary means to make sure that they take power. Kenya has become a center point of money laundering. That's why we even had to change our currency because of one man. We had to change a currency because of one man. You need to know that. Secondly, you have to know that in Mombasa right now, we have a man called Omar Hassan, a recently introduced drug baron. He wants to become a governor by all necessary means. And we don't fear by saying that. And you can understand everything that happened in Bomas. Now, what we are saying, and I think one person said it earlier, it is not because that we want Raila to become a president. We want to save our nation. Now, there are many petitions that were put on today in our country. Many petitions. And I went through them because I'm not an ordinary person and I'm not trying to put myself beyond you guys, but I had to read through. And I want to put my friend PK, not Stone PK, the other PK, the Mukamba one, the other one is from Bere, and both are very good friends of mine, who called me and asked me, have you read the Githongo petition? I said, no, I wanted to read this Nina comp called Moses Kuria. He told me, don't read that. Let me read for you the Githongo petition and give me time so that you can fully understand. We have about 462 people here, and I want you to pay attention. Sometimes on the 18th of August, a young man was introduced to me by a colleague by Batanian Hotel located at Agui Kodek Road, which is within Nairobi, and said that he had a matter of national importance he wished to discuss with me. That young man was visibly tense and frightened. That is page 2. I want you to pay attention, more particularly to Githongo. Githongo is not a person who puts a petition like Moses Kuria just for the sake. Moses Kuria put a petition that Raila did not come to Bomas, that's why all that happened. But I want you to pay attention to Githongo, all of you. Eli Chiefs, Paul, I am the one who blocked you. I don't know how it happened, Paul Sana. And this is what I say. Then he asked me, the young man gave me his name, his profession, place of business, residence, information which he willingly provided. I'm not able to disclose.
Sorry, Alex. Sorry for interruption. Are you saying Gidongo or the former Attorney General?
No, Gidongo was not
Gidu.
a former Attorney General. He was a minister in
Oh,
Kibaki.
the former minister, because I heard something about Gidu Muigai, so I thought you were confused. Okay,
No,
okay.
let
Go
me
ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. That upon inviting the young man to the state, the purpose of his visit, he revealed to me utterly orchestrated fraudulent scheme that enabled them to interface with the compromise, the IEBC Electoral Data Commission system, and manipulate the electoral election result same in of favor of the 9th correspondence to secure a fraudulent win. Number 9, that young man revealed to me the great details how the fraudulent scheme implemented as follows: that he was part of the team of 56 people, a team who had been recruited to conduct a grand scheme to manipulate the result in favor of the 9th correspondent to ensure the 9th correspondent is William Samoei Ruto. The 8 correspondents are, the first one is Raila, and the 7 ones are the IEBC commissioners, including Chebukati. Okay. The 56-man team had 10 supervisors. He was one of the supervisors, while the other 46 people were accessing, entering, manipulating the entries. The task was to receive the Form 34A from the Kim's kids, which was sent to their server or platform, which he called Uchaguzi Tallying Center. That is what Dennis Itumbi showed us. Sorry, this one here are really disturbing me. Still, can you take this one from me? Just give me 1 minute. Okay. That they said that Form 34A would be received at JPEG picture format, edited and then uploaded in PDF form into the IBC portal, which you cannot change. Among the said other supervisors in this enterprise were David Chirchir, Dennis Itumbi, Kipyegon, Maurice Mutengi, Bebisage, and Jackson Kandi. Okay, now let's go to number 3. On the same page, the team was indoctrinated by the phrase "freedom is coming," and that they needed to be freed from dynasties, who in this case included the petitioner. He further informed me that he had access to the back end of the IEBC server through an arranged between number 1 and number 2 respondents, who is Chebukati anyway, official of the first respondent, and Cherani. Okay. We keep on going. After the fraudulent alteration, that's number 4B, the Form 34A containing false, exaggerated, or suppressed votes will be uploaded back to the IBC server. That the editing instruction were as follows. The goal was to ensure that the votes were increased in favor of the 9th correspondence, who is William Samoei Ruto. And you can go on and read that. Finally, number 12 says that it is then that we managed to convince him to record this evidence in camera. We further assured him that we will cover his face, disguise his voice to conceal his identity, and thus ensure his and his family's safety and security. He accepted this request. We thus recorded this evidence. I hereby support my government herein by introducing the relevant part of a video recording of my meeting with a young man. And that's why you must realize why Orengo said that he has participated in many, many petitions. But this one is a bombshell. My brothers and sisters, those who have been in AZIMIO and still are in AZIMIO. Don't lose hope. This is the time we either break Kenya or we make Kenya. Some of the things some of us have been able to listen have made us to keep quiet. We don't even think that we are in a nation. Are we a republic or we are a democrat? Whether we are both, but something is happening. Unless it is always dark before it's dawn. Don't give up. Whatever that happened on the 9th of August this month is totally, UDA is a criminal enterprise. Ruto is a criminal. And Chebukati is a criminal. This petition, all people except Moses Kuria have termed Chebukati, as my sister who is called Awino Rapemo calls him, Chebukadineza. And that is who he is a criminal. We will not fear. Whether I die, it is okay. I will live within my children. And my children will know that one day I spoke the truth. This UDA is not a political party. UDA is a criminal enterprise. You allow it to become a ruling party in Kenya. Even Koome, who is the Chief Justice in the Republic of Kenya, and the democracy which we call Kenya, is not going to survive. They too will die if they do not listen to us. William Samoei Ruto is a dangerous man. And we must speak this even when our voice shakes. It doesn't matter what happened, and Gidongo has told us. Very simple. 56 people, 10 supervisors, Chirchir and Itumbi among them, they have not spoken. Why did Ahmed Nasir chicken out? Why did he chicken out? Simply because he understood he was one of the people that called Chebukadineza. You should never call him Chebukati anymore. That is Chebukadineza. He is the person that constantly was calling Chebukadineza. And I hope we have unclassified information in that court. Whether it's behind or the front, all we want to know is to save our country as is known as Kenya. Don't fear. This is the truth. They did not win the election. William Samoei Ruto all along has been planning on how he will steal election. Why is Itumbi quiet? Why all of a sudden has Ahmed Nasir gone quiet? It's because they know they are losers. We must fight on. Martha Karua said, our win was deferred. Don't give up. Okay, let's keep going on. And I think I'll give my finishing submission in regard to what I think I made to my conclusion later on. Thank you very much.
Mvoi Pilo, ukumbi ni wako. Karibu ndugu.
Thank you all of you, my big brothers and sisters who is listening behind the cameras. Hey, thank you, Alex. This is a very detailed information you have given us here. Actually, sharing is caring. And it is really opening our minds and seeing beyond the grasses what has been happening. Actually, when people coming here and saying about the leadership of Ruto, some of the people, they think that we hate Ruto or we hate the
Can you turn the music behind you?
There's a music on.
Sorry for that. Thank you. Yeah, when some of us here come on and they say the leadership of Ruto is not really good for the country, it is not that we don't like the community where he comes from, but we look Ruto as an individual. You see, the history of Ruto, for those what we have known about him, it talks itself. Now, when it comes to this level where he has reached, and somebody is telling us, oh, he won the election, You know, sometimes you fail to understand whether Kenyans we really see things and say the way it is, or we just try to cover it up and say, oh, it is okay. It cannot be okay if it is going to be the way it is. Now, imagine somebody is a deputy president, but look the way he's doing things. He's a deputy president who is not in agreement with the president, but look the way he's doing things. He's using all means, whichever it costs. He doesn't care, but he wants to be the president. Why? Why should you fight for being a leader? If you are a leader, you are a chosen. People will choose you whichever way you want. If people accept, hey, Stony PK, this guy can be a governor, people will choose you. It is your leadership which will make you people choose you. With ask Alex here. There is a guy who they were passing in Kisii, Simbarati. He came from Nairobi. People said they want Simbarati. The system of the current governor who was there and some people there, they were passing that guy like a devil. But he won the election with a very big margin. Why? The people liked the guy. He didn't bribe, he didn't rig election. People decided to vote for the guy. Even if they were, he had a lot of hatred from the current administration. What are we saying? The leadership of Ruto is not going to make this country move forward in even 1 year. If Ruto becomes the president, imagine what kind of IBC we are going to have. How is it going to work? How will they be independent? You know, that's why I like Uhuru, by the way. I think, I don't know when we will miss Uhuru one time when he will be out of politics. This guy is the one actually has made Kenya to be to where it is up to this point of election. Kenya is calm, everything is okay. Even the pastors are crying here, oh, we need peace. Kenya is in peace because of the leadership of Uhuru. If Uhuru was somebody who was provocative, who was to react the way some people leadership looks like, Kenya will not be where it is. But the guy just even a fake pre-elect president is moving around Thanksgiving, bringing other parties in, corrupting MPs to join him with force. Not that he has an idea like he's going to be a leader. It's just forcing things to happen the way you want. Now tell me, if he's the president, who will be the chairman of IBC? Will you speak? Will people apply to be the leader of IBC? Will people in the Kisii elect somebody they want? Or they will come to Kisii and they say, this is the person I want. And that's what will happen. Because it will be manipulation all over. There's nothing you will say. People will not elect the people they want. Whoever you want, that is the person who will be elected. Why? Because he's the one who is conducting election. This election was not conducted by Chebukati. It was conducted by UDA. That is my perception. Chebukati was just there like a scarecrow, just giving rooms for people to put their information. And Chebukati now was told, now go and read this one. This is the figure which is in the system. Everything we are put in the system, go and read this one. That's why the other commissioners were out of the scene. Because they were not supposed to know who is running the system. Now this is the person you want to tell us, if he becomes the president, he will change the country. To what? If this is what he can do before being a president, and you are telling the institution are going to work, which institution will work? If he is the deputy president and is running independent institution, Kenyans, please let us be open, let us see love our country, and let us be open-minded and see leaders as leaders. Don't see the money. The money is there. People can bribe people here and there for money. But the future of the country, it depends on the leaders we choose. Servan, as I see sometimes back you were talking about it, let us forget about the top sheet and focus on the governors, MCAs, and whatever down here. I agree with you. It's okay. We can focus on these people. But remember, If we read the president being the person who is like Ruto up there is nothing we can do with these MCAs. Because everybody will have that audacity and authority to say is being protected. These people will rob like anything else. You know, when you have your president who is protecting you and you are a governor, there's nothing you can do. DCI will do nothing. The police will do nothing. The evidence will come and it will be changed. If they can change direction, what do you think about the evidence? They will do nothing because you under the government, the president is wings. That's why we're saying if we have the leadership up there for somebody who is saying no to corruption, whether you are under his party or you are his brothers or you are his sister, if we say corruption, no, he means it. That the system will work here as an MCA or as an MP or as a governor. It will work because the president is the one who has the system. If there is money laundering in the county, the president is the one who has the system. We will go and check the system in the counties. If we say he doesn't want those people to be counted, he has said it. What are we going to do? If this person is the one who is having the system or IPC, is the one who is going to choose another governor. You see, those are the problems we are going to create. If this guy go up there, whoever he presented to be the governor is the one who is going to be the governor. Because the voting will be the same way. Where are you going to complain? That's why we're saying, God help us, please. Let this guy go away from the leadership so that we have the leaders who are honest and open to Kenyans to elect their own leaders. Thank you, brothers.
Stone PK, continue.
Alex. Sylvester, and then Guru.
Real quick, just real quick to answer my brother. What I meant, I didn't mean like let the Topsies go wherever is coming in and all that. I said because we have a petition now, let it run down, but also this time as we back and forth check them, but let focus on these people, because if we have the fraud on the top, we know it started from the bottom. And I think Alex would agree with me. Even from his area, he knows there's some rotten potatoes inside the good potatoes in there. So that I'm saying, let the process run. He ran a very detailed information there, what the people saying, who can stand up and testify. I didn't say, hey, let it be whoever comes in. No, it never gonna change nothing. If you say whoever, you know, PK, you know me, I say what it is, regardless of whatever, you know. But don't get me wrong, my brother, I said right now, because now we have a process to follow up there. Our people, what we are expecting them to do is go petition. If they didn't do nothing today, then we will be offended. We would have done whatever, say whatever you could say. So just get me right, that's what I meant. Now, let's not push them, let the course run. We have 14 days to get, but now let's also flash back and see who we have there down this stream before we get to this governor. Right now, I can tell you, my position is different than you think. The governor we have in Nairobi, we should have somebody like that, for God's sake. For God's sake. Where on earth? Where on earth? He did who you went to school to, and he have recording from 2016, 2017, 2015. Oh, I did I don't know, science, whatever, actual science and all that in Nairobi University. Surely, there's no lawyer. Even if Sufuna will challenge him. Wait until the water settles down. Sufuna, what are you doing? These guys say he did actual science. You sit down with you guys, Mutula Kilonzo. What is this? What is this? A shame on you. Actual science in University of Nairobi. Bob Wawina, actual science. What was that year? So what I'm saying is, I'm not justifying anything. I'm saying now we got this in the bag. Let's follow the trail now because it's exposed. Just Alex said some few things here which can tell you. This is wide open, right? So, but we have to hold people because we have rotten potatoes in there. They come in with a wave of UDA. It's not the what you don't understand is not the party, but what is the motto of this person? What is the what the nitty-gritty of this person? What is surrounding? Because either opposition or whatever, this person have all this you hear is doing. He don't alone. Our downfall is an advantage for somebody else. But I don't want to talk that, some of you understand. Yeah, we fall down, Rwanda will take over. You know that somebody will be benefiting. But we have to stand up because those people are few. They don't have much say. You understand? They don't have much say as we do. So PK, I didn't want to say much, but I just wanted to answer him. I didn't mean to say I'm supporting like, okay, let it be what it is. Let's focus on MCA. MCA is not going to change nothing. But now this one.
What happened to Silvana? Kuna maajali mingi. Karibu Bwana Makiadi.
I think there's a problem with your audio.
Yeah, it's cool now, yeah?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Can hear you. Karibu sana.
Asante, wacha kwanza niwasalimie, then I play a video here. I think let me see. I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, it's good.
Can you see? Okay, let me play.
And particularly the presidential election, we think that election amounted to a civilian coup to the effect that every rule of the game was violated. We are bringing into focus many other things, including the commission itself. The commission has become a cesspool of transgressions and criminality, and we're accusing the chairperson of the commission for running the commission in a very dictatorial manner. We are also taking into account the manner in which the technology that was used in the conduct of the elections was abused, and we have evidence where systems, networks, laptops, and the entire KIMS kits were corrupted in order to achieve a result in favor of Mr. Ruto. I have never seen a most corrupt election in our country. In fact, if elections are held in a manner like was held in the 9th of August, there is no use to have elections if they can be held in the manner that we experienced on the 9th of August this year. We are very confident. I participated in many petitions. This one, I can tell you, is a bombshell. And we've got so many smoking guns. And I think at the conclusion of this petition, you're going to have a determination in favor of Raila Odinga.
In English, so what are some of your prayers? Do you want Dylan, do you want a refund, or do you want
We have got a cocktail of orders that we want from the court. But we could collaborate if the court so orders. But we think we have circumstances in which the court can actually retaliate the forms, 34As, 34Bs, and take account and determine the person who really won the elections. And indeed, we want the declaration by Chebukati quashed. And if it is quashed, it means that nothing happened. So the matter can go back to the Electoral Commission, but minus Chebukati. We are accusing Chebukati of criminal conduct, of transgressions that amount to violation of leadership and integrity requirements as spelled out in our constitution. Kwa Kiswahili niseme hivi, tumekuwa na kura tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ambayo ilikuwa ni kinyume cha katiba na ya sheria ya Kenya, na kulikuwa na uwizi mkubwa sana, uwizi wa kura katika vituo vya kura, na pia zile form ambazo tunaziita 34A, 34B wakati zilikuwa zinarushwa kwa mitandao, kwa tallying centers, kulikuwa na uwizi mkubwa sana, na tuna hakika haya yote tukiweka mbele ya koti, uamuzi itatoka kwamba Bwana Ruto hakushinda na yeye lazima arudishe mahali alipokuwa, na hiyo ni kurudi nyumbani. Asante.
Oh, okay. I think I had to play that video. Alex, I was listening to you in the background, and there's so much you've said here that I didn't know. I had not had a chance to go through Githongo's petition, and you've really opened up my eyes today. I think I'll have time to go and read what Githongo's filing at the Supreme Court is all about. But there's one thing. I think most of you who watch the morning talk shows on TV must have watched what Gladys Sholay said, and I mean, it was so disappointing to me for a person of Gladys Sholay's stature, a person that most of the people would look at and think that this should be our role model, you know, to our daughters. And the way she spoke today, I think yesterday in the morning show that she attended on, I think it was on KTN, she said that Raila Odinga's agents at the Bomas of Kenya came empty-handed, and they were just there to make noise and show him that they are working, and give him false hope. And it goes back to what we were looking at on TV. Gladys Sholay walking in and out of the Bomas of Kenya with bags and that trench coat that I dismissed, keep one day here, you know, not the trench coat, the kabuti, sijui inaitwa namna gani kwa Kiswahili, na zile gloves zake. It looks like this lady was on a mission, and the mission was she would bring fake documents, put them on the table. They have a gadget that is interconnected to the IBC server, and they would upload forms directly from the Bomas of Kenya. There and then, I mean, all these arrows, whatever, that were coming with forms from all the places in the country, bringing them to Bomas of Kenya. There was a cocoon, there was a group of individuals that were placed there strategically to make sure that they doctor all the documents that they did not have. And it's so sad because Gladys Sholay says that Raila Odinga was just being given false hope because they know what they were doing. And I'm looking at what Orengo is saying right now, and I'm connecting the dots. We said here the other day, do we really need the elections in Kenya? I mean, we are a country that believes in democracy, but when we give democracy a chance, there are people who take it for granted and want to go over and above it and have their way in a false way, in a false manner, using any means possible. That is what happened in Bomas. And so sometimes when I sit back and I see UDA supporters come to this forum and tell us that we should move on for the sake of peace, I think Alex and PK, I'll agree with you. Sometimes now we'll start throwing people out of this forum and banning them because they will be wasting our time. I was listening to a guy here called Benson saying that the Supreme Court should not be a court that always nullifies election. What kind of thinking is that? And we're giving these people airtime here to tell us that kind of, I don't want to use that word. I mean, if we did not need the Supreme Court, then in the first place, we should not even have had it in the Constitution, because the Supreme Court entirely has a job that is simply to make sure that it deals with election petitions that comes from the presidential elections. And so it doesn't matter how many times or how many years it works on these petitions. Whatever it does is purely within its mandate as a court. So Benson, when unakuja hapa na kutuambia ati Supreme Court should not set precedents of a court that is always throwing away presidential elections, then we will be lying to ourselves. Then there's no need that akuwa na election then. Let's go back to being a monarch, whereby somebody appoints whoever wants he or she to succeed him. Because the elections that we are looking at right now are one of the most fraudulent elections ever held in Kenya. And these people that you're seeing walking around with William Ruto every day.
In the world, not in Kenya,
world.
in the world.
Exactly. In the world. These people that you see walking around with William Ruto in churches, praying, kneeling down before the pulpit and having, whatever, pray for them, are just pretenders. They know what they did. Moses Kuria comes up with a very stupid petition saying that Raila Odinga's goons, like they always say, are the people who made Chebukati not to announce the remaining 27 constituencies. I mean, is that even something that the Supreme Court should waste its time looking at? We should go the whole mile, make sure that this thing goes to the last, and people who will be found capable should be held to account, beginning from Chebukati. If he bungled 40 billions this time round, Kenyans should not allow Chebukati to go scot-free like he did in 2017. And that is the point. Because without accountability, the same thing will be repeated again, over and over again. And so I'm looking at Chebukati's face right now. Like I always say here, I'm not a body language reader, but I can tell you for real, there's something that was cooking. And that thing that cooked has already produced what it was supposed to produce. And now you can see what is happening in the country. We have ROs that are losing their lives, either because they did not agree to participate in a fraudulent process, or they participated in a fraudulent process and they're being eliminated so that they cannot speak out. Kenyans, we are in trouble. We are in a position whereby we are holding our country, on our hands, on our palms right now. If we let it go, then it's gone forever. If we don't fix this issue right now, then Kenya is going to be ruled by cartels. Look at the Daily Nation. Look at the faces that the Daily Nation put on the top page of people who have been elected to office. People who are criminals. People who have court cases, corruption cases, everything. And these are the people that are saying, please congratulate our president-elect, accept the results so that we can move on for the sake of peace. Then the question is, will you live on your knees for the rest of your lives? Do you want peace and live on your knees for the rest of your life? You have to make a choice. Either you accept peace and live kama mtumwa ukiwa umepiga magoti, because if you speak, they will come for you. If you have a contrary opinion, they will come for you. If you don't bend because they say bend, they will come for you. And they have started doing that even before being sworn in. The question is, are you ready for this regime that is setting itself with all manner of, bribes and, forcing people to do things, and they're just all over the place. It was said this is a regime that will be of wash and criminals. We should ask ourselves, are we ready to do that? If not, then the Supreme Court has to save our country. That is what I can say. The Supreme Court, this thing is in your hands. You have to look at the future of the country. It doesn't matter if somebody promises you something after this, but you have to save our country. You are our only hope. Others can pray, we can pray, but then the Supreme Court should use its wisdom to try and salvage this country. This guy has already captured this legislature. He has bought MPs. He has formed some form of agreement, working agreement, so-called, after, oh my God. And then the only thing that is remaining between him and being a tyrant is the judiciary. If the judiciary makes a mistake of allowing William Ruto to be the president of the Republic of Kenya, then we might as well say Kenya is gone to the dogs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Makiadi. I want to read a few things that Orengo said, and I think sometimes it's very important for us to capture. You know, one of the reasons why we studied literature in our secondary education is because it is important for us to synthesize and also agitate on the issues that are happening in our country. This is what Orengo said. I have participated in many petitions, but this one, I can tell you, is a bombshell. And we have got so many smoking guns. The conclusion is that we are going to have a determination in favor of Raila Odinga. And when I say Raila Odinga, it doesn't mean an individual. I mean those progressive forces who want this country not to be captured, state capture. Okay, and he went further to say, we think the election amounted to a civil coup. We are very confident we've got many smoking guns. And I think at the conclusion, we are going to have a determination in favor of Raila. When I say Raila, it means you and me. Now, Orengo further revealed that the petition places Chebukati at the center, accusing him of committing electoral transgression in favor of Ruto. Now, that's why I want to speak to our people. It's not about Chebukati. It's not about Raila. It's about what is happening between us as a country. You see, let's be very honest. When Orengo says that in the future there is no need for us even to have an election, 40 billion. Do you know what 40 billion means? And that's what I want us to speak about. Anyway, the next thing I want to say is about Gidong. You know, when Gidong speaks about this young man who comes about and speaks about 56 people and 10 people, I want you to think about and ask yourselves, where are we headed as a country? Today, if you realized, and I want to be very honest to you, were it not for the love and the respect that people give Raila Amolo Odinga, we will have had a revolution in Nairobi. We will have, and I think Stone PK has almost come short of telling us that we must have a revolution. The only person that is coming between me and this revolution is Raila Amolo Odinga. And I cannot wait. There is no way. And I will say it here. William Samoei Ruto cannot become the president of the Republic of Kenya. I will repeat it. Those who know the truth. Stone PK, unajua wewe si kama Makiadi. Makiadi anaogopanga kidogo. We are not going to chicken out. When you see Ahmed Nasir chicken out from this petition, he has been making a lot of noise. All of a sudden he says he's a friend to Uhuru Kenyatta. Is a conflict of interest. There is no conflict of interest. He knows what is in this petition. He was among the people who are calling. When we will have unclassified phone calls that call Chebukati, among those calls, it's going to be Ahmed Nasir. We are not going to play with this country. When we had, and I want you to listen, Stone PK, huyu jamaa wetu anaitwa Makiadi, sometimes anaogopa. When we had the so-called the gubernatorial debate in Nairobi, our Igade said 3 Somalis dictate the politics of Kenya. Who are those? One, Ahmed Nasir. Second, Aden Duale. The third one, I'll keep it. And you will research and know. Why will we let 3 individuals make a decision who's becoming the governor of Nairobi? The fact, and it remains, take it to the bank. The man called Sakaja did not win that election. Sakaja is my personal friend. He knows it. And I will say it. In Mutembe, Sakaja is my personal friend. We have met him, friend, not friends, friend. We have met him, Kembiski, we have drunk, but he did not win this election. When we say this election, there are 3 Somalis who dictate what happens in Nairobi. Who are those? Ahmed Nasir, Duale, and the next one. You need to research. Are you going to just sit down and acknowledge that? Tuendelee.
Stone PK. Mogoi, do you have something to say? Oh, Mogoi hauna kitu ya kusema? Okay. Sawa. Stone PK. Hey. Okay. Sawa. Let me I was looking for that video. I wanted you guys to listen to what Gladys Cholet is saying, but looks like I don't have that video.
Before Glad Cholet says speak something, I had spoken to my friend Clavan. Clavan is a panelist here, and she has done a lot of research about Cholet. Cholet used to be an official in ECK, and then later on she went to the Supreme Court. Was it the Supreme Court or the judiciary? And after that, he went to IBC. Cholet is somebody who was, she knows everything accorded to IBC from the word go, from the procurement from the procurement all the way to verification. Whenever you listen, I want you to go to KTN and verify what Cholet has been speaking about IEBC in terms of verification, and then we will talk about it. Thank you very much, Pat.
Yeah, I think if I get that video, I'll play it. But it was really unfortunate that as other people are trying so hard to campaign for positions in the country, there's a group of individuals that already met somewhere and decided that they are not going to win this thing fairly. And it boils down to what other people were talking about here that went around as rumors. I said some time back here that the votes that were cast in Bungoma might not have been votes that really came from the IEBC. There's a high possibility, like we said here, that there are foreign entities that actually interfered with the voting, especially in Bungoma. And things will come out. Things will come out because people say here that the IEBC procured ballot papers from, I don't know, was it Greece? Now it is coming out that even the so-called printing that was going on in Greece was actually a manufactured theory. No ballot papers were being printed there. What was happening is the ballot papers were probably being printed somewhere else, and then they were being taken to Greece, like for storage in a warehouse. And most of the people that went outside to observe, I really blame some of the people that we called observers that traveled the IEBC, because it looks like somebody had a plan just to mislead these people and bring them home to show that the process is going on properly, but they had something else going on in the back that these people were not aware. So when they come home and say that the ballot papers are being printed and everything, it looks good, and then after a few days we have Mombasa and Kakamega with all the mix-up. Was it intentional, or was it just something that happened by chance? It looks like this thing ya Kakamega na hii kitu ya Mombasa ni kama ilikuwa imepangwa. Reasons to why this was planned might probably be the same as what you and I know. And it looks like this was just a strategy that was being unleashed to suppress voters that are likely leaning to AZIMIO. And you can see right now, Chebukati comes out and says, we have postponed these elections indefinitely. And then after a few days, he comes out and says, now we are going to hold the elections in Kakamega and Mombasa on August 29th. I mean, guys, you want to tell me that Chebukati can run this IEBC as his personal property? One day he makes a decision, he overrules all the other commissioners. Then the other day he comes in and says that he has, he's consulting with the other commissioners and gives out.
Makedi.
Yeah.
We said here before, and I think many people doubted us when you say that some of the commissioners did not append their signatures. And today, when you see them, part of the correspondence, and then you wonder, many people do not understand what a correspondent means. Can you just define who a correspondent means? A correspondent is a person who is against the very results of IEBC. That's a fact. So we know, as we know so far, if we have 7 commissioners in IEBC, 6 of them are against the result of IEBC, then what do you say about it? I don't know.
Alex, just to be clear, did the other 2, Marijan and Agule, disown Chibukati, or what do you mean by 6?
Their signatures were okay. Let me put it this very clearly, and I think Makedi will agree with me. What makes 34C valid is because of the signatures that are appended. Okay, the signatures that are appended on 34C comes up with another form, and I think Kuse have said this before. The signatures that come in 34C that are appended in the form that comes up with 34C, only Chebukati. The rest is not. What does that mean? They never agreed on the result. Now we are coming in whereby the Gidongo, our own petition, and the rest of the 6 petitions put a situation whereby they never agreed with what the rest of the commissioners. Now, if the rest of the commissioners did not agree with the result of the IEBC, Chebukati is a criminal. I don't know.
Yeah, but just to mention, do you remember when he was reading the results? Remember, because of the rupture and the commotion, he mentioned that the other 2 are injured because of the commotion. So that was.
But today they came in. They never gave. Today, when they came in,
did they speak? Have they spoken, Alex? I'm sorry. Have they spoken since then? Because he said because of the commotion they were injured. So he was the only man standing, and he was also. They say he was hit or he was intimidated, but he pretended he was the only man standing. But the truth be told, something, the smoking gun somewhere. But I was just wondering because we want to take these things slowly, simply. If there's any truth,
Okay, Makiadi.
let it be seen. But I know what you're saying. I understand it. But I'm not trying to defend. But I'm saying if they could speak themselves, because okay, there was a push and pull. But were they eager in the point? They couldn't stand there just to say, okay, we second the chairman.
Sylvester.
Yes, yes, sir.
According to the first petition that we received today, it's still 11:27 here in America. The first petition we received, Kenya is already the second day, and I think I cannot speak to Kenyans. I'm in the US in Minnesota, just for the record. Okay, the first petition we received, for the record, it says that according to that petition, okay, the two commissioners are among the correspondents in the sixth. What does that tell you?
Oh, the damn man is smoked. Oh no, that's deep, man. Oh wow.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Now keep quiet. I want to talk to Makiadi. Makiadi, the correspondents who are the 6 commissioners. We have 7 commissioners. The 6 commissioners agree that the result, the 2 commissioners who are very vocal, 2 of them agree to us. Okay, the 4 commissioners that we know that were with us, now we have 2 commissioners. Now, I don't know how to put it. Now, the 2 commissioners did not append their signatures in the corresponding or the affirming to make 34C valid. Okay, 34C that, okay, let me put this very clear. We have 34A, which already, when you look at the portal of the IEBC, 34A is 99.94 as we speak today. Is that correct, Makiadi? 99.94, isn't it? Makiadi.
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay, it's 99.94. Okay, and then there's a confusion that 34A is 99.94. 34B is 100%, which can be fed. 34C is 100%, but it's blocked already. The question is, when you look at the calculator, when you feed 1 + 1, you don't have to feed 2. You only get number 2. The question is, how is it that from 34A is 99, from 34B is 100%, but from 34C is blocked? You can tell me from there.
Stone PK.
Yes, Makiadi. There is one point I want to remind our viewers that, okay, of course, everything is now in the hands of the Supreme Court, but we should remember that when Martha Karua was going around and giving her very consultative dialogue with the electorate, I think people just people did not read a lot. People thought, huyu mama anafanya tu siasa, but she was very articulate and taking time to tell people. And at one time, she would address the public. She would address vijana. She would address akina mama. She would address wazee, and she would show how safe Kenya will be in the hands of Baba. Then she would address the IBC. In every place she went, she said, remember, this time around, anybody that is going to play games we will follow you as an individual. And she kept on pleading to the chairman, saying, chairman, be careful. Let your people work. Let people work, because there will be no more hiding behind the amorphous body called, name called IBC. I'm so happy that that has come to pass. You know, in Kenya, when you're talking serious things, people just say, wacha azungumze amalize. Like the way unasikia watu wakubali yaishe, we move on. You know, we are so reckless. And until it bursts, that's when we start saying, let's pray. You know, instead of nurturing what we have. It's like when you have a small kid. Ni mtoto mdogo tu ndiye akishika glasi unamwambia, usiangushe itapasuka, anaangusha. Pam, anaanza kulia. That's how Kenyans are behaving. That's how we've been behaving. And that's why people are saying, we are young democracy, we are developing, we are moving together. We are moving together to where? Where are we headed? Kenyans, we have now to stop and ask ourselves. You know, we never even take stock of the gaps that we have. Shida zile tunazo, hakuna utasikia watu wakiongea, you know, mwananchi trying to kind of sum up the issues. We just talk. Kimwareli imeenda, you make a joke about it. Unaambua si hata wewe ukatafute kimwareli yako uchukue. That is how we talk. Unaita bro, unaambia mtu, unajua Stone PK jana alishikwa kazini, alikuwa amenini. Ala, huyo jamaa alijichanua, huyo ndio mnoma. Look, those are the accolades that come. Yani, it's our culture kusifu mwizi. Unakuja jamaa anakuambia, bwana, mimi jana karibu nilale ndani. Unamuuliza ni kwa nini? Nilikuwa tu nimegonga chapa hapo hivyo kidogo. Ngapi? Milioni 20 tu, lakini wewe ni mnoma. Those are the talk. Right now, especially with the youth, that is where they are. They are crazy. They are crazy. Look at how they are being even, you know, cheated on very funny things that, you know, you can't make money. It's shortcuts. So UDA took advantage of that. Okay? And that is why with the money they have, they've been able to, you know, corrupt all people, including the IBC clerks and all that. Unakumbuka clerk amekija ameambiwa nitakupatia 200,000. They are not even being given a lot of money. But you see how they are, you know, I don't want to say what is really affecting them, but that is what is gonna happen. Hiyo ya haraka inaenda haraka. It will cost. And we will see more. We will see more as this animal is slain. Wale ambao wamejaribu kuchinja ng'ombe nyumbani, ng'ombe dume, unajua vile inachukuanga muda kabla muiweke chini na nini. Hata huwa lazima kuna mtu anaumia. This now monster called corruption and you know, the bandits, they are fighting hard. And that's why hawa hawezi pigwa na maombi. No. Hawa ni ile direct. Ile umeambua iko nyoka kwa nyumba, usianze kuanza kuenda kutafuta pasta kuja aombe itoke. It is unakuja kuua hiyo nyoka. The issues in Kenya si za maombi kwanza, ni nguvu kwanza. Nguvu, capacity to confront it directly. And that's why we are saying hiyo nguvu ndio tunataka. Ati Supreme wakisimama hivi waingiwe na roho fulani, nguvu fulani ile, they will only see the nation. I mean the country. We don't have a nation. I want them to see a country, and I want them to help us transform it into a nation, because they have the key. Waone hiyo and make that monumental decision. The decision is heavy because itatingiza hii nchi na itatingiza Africa. And that is when now Kenya we will leap forward, never to go back again. But if we sleep, we are done. Back to you, Richie.
Okay, let me play the final video here so that we can take our closing remarks. I think we've spoken enough for the day. And
I wanted you to play the Singapore one, Richie. I don't know what
yeah, we'll confirm with Mutembei if it's okay to play it. Then I'll let you know. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, okay. Kivumbi.
Yeah, Kivumbi.
Muhimu ambayo yaliyopo katika kesi iliyowasilishwa na Raila Odinga pamoja na Martha Karua katika mahakama ya upeo hii leo.
Tuongezee volume.
Yanatushambulia maombi makuu ambayo yamewasilishwa na wawili hao mbele ya majaji wa mahakama hiyo. Ombi kuu lililowasilishwa na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga pamoja na mgombea mwenza wake Martha Karua ni kuitaka mahakama ya upeo kuagiza kuhesabiwa upya kwa kura ya urais na kumtangaza kama mshindi iwapo watafikia matakwa ya kikatiba ya kinyang'anyiro cha urais. Odinga na Karua pia wanamshutumu mwenyekiti wa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC Wafula Chebukati kwa kile wanachokitaja kama ukiukaji wa sheria za uchaguzi na kuhusika kwenye njama ya kuhujumu maamuzi ya Wakenya kwenye kura.
The 2022 presidential election represents the most daring move by that cartel to overturn the wishes of the electorate. We refuse to allow Kenya to go that direction. It must not happen and it will not happen.
Kadhalika wametoa ombi la kutaka kufanyike ukaguzi wa kina kwa fomu zote za matokeo ya kura ya urais maarufu 34A na 34B na kujumlisha upya matokeo. Odinga na Karua wakilalamika kuhusu kile wanachokitaja kama hujuma ya kimaksudi ya tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka kupitia mwenyekiti wake Chebukati. Kulingana na Odinga na Karua, kufikia wakati wa tangazo la Ruto kama mshindi, IEBC haikuwa imetangaza matokeo kutoka maeneo bunge 27 na kwamba Chebukati aliwatenga makamishna wenzake 4 kwenye ukaguzi wa matokeo ya mwisho na tangazo la mshindi likatolewa kinyume na sheria. Wanasema muungano wa Azimio la Umoja ulikuwa ukiongoza kwa wingi wa kura hadi pale IEBC ilipositisha uorodheshaji wa matokeo kwenye runinga katika kituo cha Bomas. Odinga akidai alikuwa akiongoza kwa jumla ya kura milioni 2, hii ikiwa 50.3 mbele ya Ruto aliyekuwa na jumla ya kura milioni 1.7 ikiwa 45%.
Wale walanguzi wawezi walikuwa wamo ndani ya kule ukumbi kule Bomas of Kenya. Hapo walikuwa wanabadilisha matokeo kutoka eneo moja na eneo lingine hapo wanaingiza huko. Ukiona yale maovu walifanya siku hizo unaweza kushangaa.
Kisheria mahakama ina hadi tarehe 4 Septemba kutoa uamuzi wa mwisho. Mremi Mwangi, KTN News.
Haya, PK, unasikia hiyo maneno? Ile group ilikuwa unaona imekaa hapo chini na laptops na mabag, hakuna kazi nyingine ilikuwa inafanya ati tallying ama confirmation ya 34s. They were simply doctoring, changing documents. Unajua kitu kwa Kiswahili imesemekana hapo inaitwa hujuma ya kimakusudi. Unajua hujuma ya kimakusudi kwa Kizungu ni nini? Sabotage, exactly. So the election was simply sabotaged. Simple and clear.
And now ni nani si walikuwa ma IBC guys ama walikuwa nani hao? These were officials.
These guys were IBC officials and the other guys supporters who were acting as agents. They were simply there doctoring documents and feeding the same into the IBC portal. There hapo kwa nini ya Bomas of Kenya. So when you hear Chebukati telling all these people wekeni form zenu hapa arrows mwende nyumbani because mmekaa kwa line more than 3 days, it was not about kukaa kwa line in 3 days. It was about accountability, so that when you leave your form there, somebody else picks that form, alters the document, feeds it into the IBC portal. And then there's no one to confirm these figures are the figures that I got from the constituency level. So this is deep.
How shall we prove that now? That is so hard. You know, some of those things are so worrying. Even when we do recount, maybe you can shed light to me.
It's not. I don't have much that I can say right now because we will know these things in the next few days. That's what I can say. But what I can tell you is there's always a trail. When you delete something, you alter something that has already been uploaded into a server or a system like that. There's always a way. There's always a way you can trace that. It's not like unaweza enda pale udelete kila kitu na wajue huyu si Stony PK aliingia. They can tell when you log in, the credentials are there. We can say Stony PK aliingia kwa hii system saa 2:30. You cannot delete that. Iko hiyo receipt iko hapo. Let me call it a receipt so that people can understand. Iko hapo. You cannot get rid of that. It shows what time a document was uploaded, what time that document was altered. Everything is there. They can trace. So this is going to be it's going to be an interesting one.
I really want to see that because I hope they will be able to be forced to really have anyone, the people access the server, because hiyo kitu inaitwa server, that word really sends a lot of shivers. I hope this time around.
You know, people should not confuse a server for a portal. Those are two different things. A server is not a portal. So when people come here and tell us the server was open, I don't know what they mean by the server was open. You cannot have access to a server, to somebody's server just like that. Raia naingia huko na log. You cannot do that. So the IBC portal was open. But the question is, the documents that were being uploaded into the IBC portal, are they the same documents that the commission, the ROs were sending? Are they the same, or were they going through somebody else's portal and then getting into the IBC's portal? So we will find out. It's just a matter of days. Let's keep our eyes open, and we will know what happened. So let me give each one of you at least 2 minutes to give their closing remarks, so that at least we can move to the next session. I'll start with Mogoi. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi. Yeah, let us thank, we have Kenya. Kenya is a good country. We love it. Everybody loves Kenya. And let us thank our Kenyans, the way we have conducted ourselves since we did our election. And I mostly actually congratulate our police officers, the way they conducted themselves during this time. We didn't see them being violent or doing a lot of crazy during this time. Actually, they did a good job. Yeah, things now are in the Supreme Court. Now the only way Kenya can move forward is through Supreme Court. Now, I hope we are praying the honesty and the genuine leadership will come out of Supreme Court, which will determine our Kenya, how it goes forward. I always say, nobody says Ruto cannot be the president, but we want a president of the majority. If we was to win this election, he win it clearly with openness, nobody will complain about it. But when we see such a kind of things happening with the monkey business, it scares where Kenya will be. If he can do it while he is the deputy president, what will he do when he's the president? It brings a lot of anxiety to many people. Kenya, we hope things will be okay. And actually, I've been thinking about this IBC we have, because if you look at this election which IBC conducted, it is the most useless election we have done, though, and it has been manipulated by the IBC officials, although they were corrupted officials because of money. You know, the problem we have in this country is because we don't take action when people do a mistake. Chebukati squandered the billions of money for last election, and they give us a nullified election, and they will give him another money to do a re-election. So I'm thinking, if, I don't know, we are going to hire a private entity to conduct election, if you don't give a credible election, we don't pay you, because Chebukati is just using the money because it's like, it just depends to be given money. You get the money, you just use the way you want it, you scamble here and there, it get nullified, and you wait for another month. Are you seeing? And we have not taken an action against this guy. If we could have taken an action and say, you mingle direction, you sabotage direction, you have to pay for it. Or you have to be jailed. You get out of the office, go to jail. The next person who comes in to stand for the IPC, he will not commit the same mistake. People will be accountable. People will be serious. If it is the RO or the presiding officer who will commit a crime, he will be convicted by himself. If it is the CEO who commit a mistake, the IPC will say, this is the one who was responsible for this, and they will be accountable for that. But the way we let things go, oh, you ruin this election, we go for another money, we give you the money, you conduct another election, then the money go a waste like that. You see? We are creating a problem after problem. But if we start taking action, you are a returning officer, you are a crack, you are found, you are with these irregularities, face the law. The next person who would apply to be a crack, who would apply to be a presiding officer or a returning officer, he will not commit the same problem. You give me the money, I will tell you, no, please, I don't want to go to jail. I don't have a fine to pay back. You know? People will be accountable. But so long as we are doing this monkey business, oh, I will get $100, oh, I just add figures here, I will go away with it, you will not go to court, we have lawyers, we will protect you when we are in the government. You see? This is how we ruin our community, this is how we ruin our people, and this is how we ruin the leadership of the country. And that's how we will destroy Kenya. But if we stand for the truth, we say this was a mess, because you messed here, you have to be responsible, go to jail. Then after this IPC, the next IPC which will come, it will be accountable. Then people will have confidence of going to vote. You know, 8 million people not going to vote is not a small number. People, because they don't have trust with this election. You see, if these other kind of things happen, tell me, or Ruto is the president, next election, will you go to vote? What are you going to vote for? Because he will manufacture numbers there and tell the IPC to announce. So people will not go to vote because of this kind of things that we are seeing here. So to give people the morality of voting the leadership they want, let their vote count. Okay, Makiadi, that's what I can say, but let God help Kenya, and Kenya will be great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mugoi. Let me see if I can get this thing that I was sent to me. Something that has been sent to me right now, very interesting.
Tulikuwa na program.
No, not that one, sorry. There's a file that I've been, hold on. I think Sylvester, endelea kwanza nikitafuta hiyo nini, endelea. 2 minutes, closing remarks.
Mimi niko na swali kwako kwanza, niko na swali moja mbili kwako. So ukiangalia hiyo sasa mambo tunaambiwa ya governance bila kulienda na nini, right? Ya presidential mnajua na mnaona facts are being said there na vitu mmeplay nini. So what is our recourse? Because kama fraud imeenda mpaka juu, you guys believe there was no fraud down to the bottom line? Unaona? Na hatusemi tunafaa kuwini kila kitu. Unaona? Yani hiyo ndio recourse nataka tuchukue with them. Open mind. Si eti UDA hakuwa na nini ama Kenya Kwanza. Lakini do you guys think they swept whatever they swept? They have very little, they have some. But hiyo ni recourse mnafaa tufikirie. Kama imeenda mpaka huko juu, hiyo fraud inaongelewa na kinacholewa kifanya hivyo ni point blank. Surely. Hii inatuambia nini? So as a Kenyans, like you yourself, I'm glad to meet you here in the open session, and PK. Let's try to find how we can change the mentality, because the mood of the country wanataka change, but until they change themselves, unaona. Lakini hiyo imaanishi hatuwai kufocus ile kitu watu yani ule mtu watu walichagua. We had to demand watu walichagua nani, hii vote ilisema nini. Kama hizo hii mnaongea hapa, mnaweka kila kitu wazi because you have the technology. Now my question for you, Makiadi, ilikuwa nakuuliza hivi, si unajua tuko na 47 counties, right? Sasa returning officer wa counties alikuwa na report za ile amecompile akona inio wards na nini na nini na nini, zilikuwa 47. Sasa hii naona confusion tulichezwa, kuna 28 polling station hazikuwekwa nini pale. So now kuna ile handwritten forms zilikuwa zinaletwa pale na hao returning officers. So what do we believe? Hii aliandika na mkono yake kama PK venye ameuliza. It was a good question because okay, wameambiwa waende nyumbani, lakini hata ichenjiwe iwekwe ingine kwa portal. But nipatie ile niliandika. Naweza kudeny hii si mimi niliandika hii. This is not my handwriting. Unaona? See kama hii ana make sense, or how do you think we can handle that? Because we have 47 counties. Then there was, I think the 290 or whatever. And the second question was, so now we have 47 counties, about the 290, then plus hii ya diaspora. Diaspora total, kuna mtu anajua zilitoka ngapi? Najua everywhere had a few share here and there. Does anybody know what was reported? And has any place disputed what was reported to IBC? Because it looked like they were ready for manga business. I want to talk much, but I wanted you just, if you have any knowledge of that.
I don't know if anyone wants to answer that.
Okay.
Okay, let me just say this, Sylvester. I think there's so much we don't know. It looks like the election transmission results happened like for the first few hours, everything was going on very well until everything went berserk. And you see, when you started seeing commotions at the IEBC, that is the opportunity people took to bring in altered documents. So whatever whenever you mention the diaspora vote, I do not know even which side of the diaspora you'll be talking about, because the elections that were already transmitted from I think it was Australia, those one came in very early. They might be the right results. The elections from other sides that might have been doctored, and so we'll have to wait and see what was the real tally.
I'm sorry, Makiadi. There's one thing you don't understand. What I'm asking you is this: they are 290. The 91st is the diaspora, all combined from the Africa, Europe, name it, is only counted the one diaspora count, all combined. Tanzania, they voted like 100 people. Australia, they voted 200 people.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So you understand?
What I'm telling you is this.
Yes,
the diaspora is counted as one, I know. But what I'm telling you is the transmission of results from the diaspora happened not like simultaneously. There are results that came in early. There are results that came in late, depending with your time zone. So like before we started running the show that day, we knew what how many number of votes had already been cast in Australia, because the time is way ahead. We knew how much each candidate had gotten. But now, from there on, we don't know what happened. Even the numbers that you're talking about as the diaspora vote right now, no one can actually confirm this is the right number that came from the diaspora. We don't know. So, I would not want you to hold me accountable for the numbers that I tell you right now, because I do not know what number of votes was cast in the diaspora.
Yeah, but I understand that. But like I was saying, if this is one thing, a flag you can raise, that there's a monkey business. We know he was not 1 million people, all combined. We was not, okay? We was not 1 million people, all combined. Everywhere, go to Middle East, name it. We was not 1 million people. But Did anybody pay attention? What was reported there on that portal? What was reported there? Does anybody pay attention to that? This is a low-hanging fruit. You can tell. And was there, whatever was there, because the last time I checked, I think it was 800 whatever. But it was tilted to benefit somebody else. So it's something I would just say, like, let's take a look, because sometimes people may think we are too much digging into the locals there, but whatever, even it was diaspora, is still also tinted, you know. That's all. Just saying, like, the people here, they can dig those information. You know that. You can see it, you know. I can see it.
What happened, Sylvester? Hatukusikii.
No, I'm saying, like, whatever was voted, even half here in the state, it was DC, New York, and California. Do you know? We know what was voted everywhere, but whatever is reported there is not it. You know. Then go to Middle East and all that. Go to Germany, all this. Compile it together. We know we were shy of okay, it was 800,000. To be honest, it was 800,000 votes from all over the place, up to TZ and UG, Rwanda, and all that. But not to say like everybody voted. But
Okay.
what was reported there? Has anybody paid attention? Thank God Alex is there. Has anybody paid attention? What was reported? I just want to know what Chapkati reported for us. Just to
Let me ask you.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you have access to the IBC portal?
You know, I check once a while when I feel like, because this guy is a fraud. So I don't like to participate in fraud. To be lied when you see, you know.
Okay.
I watched it. The last time I watched it when he announced the results. That was it. I never went back there. Yes.
Okay. You can go check. If you want to know the number of votes that you're asking about, go check in the IBC portal. I'm told they have I don't know, 27 from 34 C's or what. I don't know what. Yeah, from 34. I don't know. I have no idea.
No, the 91st consistency, because they are 290 plus diaspora is compiled. Like I told you, worldwide, we are all compiled to one consistency. For the first time, one consistency. What is it? Now, where did it go? Apart from the Australia, everything was all, you know. Anyway.
In fact, somebody is telling me there's no polling station in Australia. I don't know what to believe anymore. Labda wengine mtanisaidia. Alex, is there a polling station in Australia?
No, it was not. No, the polling station in Australia is fast. I think it was the first one to be reported, but I think it was not gazetted. That's what they said. I don't know. I think that's what you heard also. It was never gazetted.
I remember people gave us results here as soon as the voting was finished in Australia.
Actually, people voted there in Australia, but it was never gazetted. That's the problem.
Yeah, somebody is saying there's no polling station in Australia. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know about Australia. I have no idea. But what I can tell Sylvester is, if you want to know the results of the diaspora, go check in the IBC portal. Maybe you'll have the right information from there. Then we can actually interrogate that. But from my end, I have no idea. I have no idea what to believe anymore. So
okay, my brother, I'm not holding you accountable for anything. I was just saying these are low-hanging fruit. We can check it. But I remember that time it was Julie Ajala in studio, and he reported, because we have a time zone. They were already ahead of us. And
yeah. So you can just read the comment section. I believe we have viewers from Australia. Most of them are saying they did not vote at all in Australia. You can see in the comment section. So I don't know. We had numbers coming from Australia. It looks like zilikuwa namba gushi pia. So I do not know whether this is true or what, but I believe there are people who are watching us from Australia. Now, I want to move on to Alex, your closing remarks, so that at least we can bring this show to an end.
No, I think I listened to Honorable Raila Odinga's speech today. I think what I heard about Raila Odinga is one of the most difficult speeches I can ever speak about Makiadi. One of the things he said, and I think you need to go back, and as I said earlier, it is not important for you to listen to what Raila says. It's important for you to go back and read what he says. Because we need to acknowledge sometimes is that there are people who are more rhetoric and even more eloquent than others. At his age, he's almost 80 years old. Sometimes you need to read what he says. What he said today, when I read it, he says, we don't have a nation. If we let go this, we don't have a nation. And one of the things he spelled out is that money laundering, drug trafficking, and so on and so forth. I don't know if you all heard about that. And you know, I went back, I listened to what Kalonzo said. Kalonzo said, whatever that you saw had a foreign influence. Then I went back and listened to Martha Karua. You know, I can't even quote what Martha Karua said because it was even more deafening to me. I went back and listened to what James Orengo said. James Orengo said, this is a bombshell. I want you to go listen. The 3 minutes and 14 seconds, whether you are in AZIMIO, whether you are in KKA, I want you to go out of evolution, because when in Mzalendo, you listen to what James Agri Orengo said. That's one thing you need to ask yourself. Is this the end of the nation that you call Kenya? If we have people who do not care Kenya as a nation, when we are moving forth from now, it's not the petition anymore. We have sold, it's a cabal. We need to ask ourselves, where are we headed to as a nation? There are people who want to be the president of this nation by unnecessary means. And it's not, you know, politics and election is not about voting. It's about the fight for power. But the fight for power should not go beyond the sovereignty of a nation. James Agri Orengo said, if you have looked, this is a time bombshell. And we need to ask ourselves, as Kenyans, do we have a nation or we don't have a nation? Our sovereignty have been sold. 2013, because some people wanted to come from The Hague, including the present president of the Republic of Kenya, they sold our nation to Uganda. They said they sold our nation. The first foreign trip that Uhuru and his comrade was Burundi. Fortunately, that president is dead. And you can realize that we sold our nation. The question is, including those people who are in bombers, were they a security that, as we know, under Matiang'i, or there were people that were masquerading? We need to ask ourselves, where are we headed? We have a collective problem that needs a collective solution. You may joke because it's just about elections. But let me assure you, when the chicken come home to roost, some of us, we are pretty safe in Minneapolis. It is just going to kick you hard to realize that, you know what? It's your mother, it's your father. And I'm going to say this for the record. I thank God that none of my family, including my sister and my brothers, are in Kenya. But that does not scare me. But still, there are other people who are in Kenya, including maybe some of the people we have been negotiating with here in Mutembei, including Bernard, who has been a panelist with us. You know, let us not joke with the Republic of Kenya. Uhuru may be our friend, but at some point he may have sold out our country. But he has come out to tell us, you know what? This is beyond what I can tell you. When you hear Raila Amolo Odinga say drug trafficking, money laundering, our currency has been changed because of one individual, William Samoei Ruto. Currency, yani tuna change pesa juu ya mtu mmoja, and then we keep on joking here. That's a serious issue. Yani tuna change everything about do yetu juu ya msee moja, and then we keep joking here. You know, people like Geoffrey Ruto, they think that just by proximity, because William Samoei Ruto is going to be the president, is going to help them. This man fears the issues that he faces in the Republic of Kenya. Anyway, let's not leave that alone. What we are knowing here is that Kenya, and I think Makedi have realized, the person who has been saying this is Sifuna. Sifuna has said several times, we are existential death as Kenya as a nation. I'm asking myself, what is going on with our country when we allow foreign entities to come to the IBC servers to manipulate the system so that one individual can become a president by all necessary means? And we think it's a joke. When the chicken will come home to roost, then we realize that, you know what, we made a mistake. I'm crying for my nation today. I listen to Martha Karua, I listen to Kalonzo, I listen to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Raila Amolo Odinga, I listen to Martha Karua, I also listen to some of the people. One of the people you must realize that also gave us a head forth was this man called Moses Kuria. Alisema, unaenda, unapeleka mahindi katika kwani kusiaga. Alafu hiyo mahindi inakuwa chini ya lale mahindi ambayo ulipeleka kisiagani. Ni kwa nini? Even Moses Kuria in his own right mind has told us that mahindi ambayo tulipeleka IEBC tukasiaga sio mahindi ambayo tumetoa. Tuache kucheza na nchi yetu. Tunaweza fikiria hii ni uchaguzi. Of course ni uchaguzi. Lakini wakati uchaguzi itaisha, then you realize the man that has been talking with us, mama yako, ndugu yako, watu ambao mnaishi nao, and then you realize that it's beyond that, then we come and then we start negotiating. It will be too late. My friend, this is not what we should be doing. Raila has told us it's not about him. It's not about Moses Kuria. It's not about Chebukati. Even Chebukati himself is trying to look for lawyers who can save this country. Why would he go around looking for somebody called Gitu Muigai? After all, Gitu Muigai was chosen to be the Attorney General. My friend, this is beyond me and you. Let us think about this. But if you can't, some of us, we are pretty safe, my friend. All my family is in the US. Suck it and get used to it. When the chicken come to go to roost, the so-called wakina sijui nini na nini nini, you'll come to realize kuwa it is not about you. It was about the country. Thank you very much. And I hope we listen to this carefully. Geoffrey Ruto and all these people, including NMS, including my friend, and I speak to him several times, Duke, my friend, this is not about you. It's about the country. One person wants to become a president by unnecessary means. He doesn't care about you and me. The people in the security sectors have told us what is happening in our country. Listen to the speech of Raila Amolo Odinga today. Go read about it and you will understand. It is beyond what we may think. Thank you very much.
Haya, asante sana Alex. Kuna mtu amenitumia hapa form 34, sijui ni 34B ama ni gani hii, kutoka Kandara constituency, akaniambia ni display. Nimejaribu kuionyesha lakini sijui imepotelea wapi kwa files zangu. It looks like the person who signed that form at the bottom there, who was an agent of AZIMIO, was Raila Odinga. Yani that's how this election was a sham. So there's a person who signed for UDA, anaitwa Waithaka Kamau, ameweka namba ya simu yake hapo na ID number. Alafu mwenye alisainia Azimio hapa inaonekana ati Raila Odinga ndiye alikuwa agent wa Azimio Kandara constituency. Iko simu hapo na tarehe na signature. So that is what happened in Kandara. Na remember Kandara constituency ni ile Alice Wahome mahali IBC wanapigangwa na hakuna kitu MP anafanyiwa. Anyway, we will find out more when we start listening to the proceedings of the case. And so I want to bring this to a close. I thank you all for being here with us for the past 10 hours and 19 minutes. Those of us that have joined from the comment section. I know there are so many today. Mpaka Alex nimeona jamaa hapa anaitwa, let me see. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Daktari Nyenyi Sharif ambaye amekuja kusema hapa yeye ni daktari mtaalamu anatibu shida za magonjwa. My friend, na amepeana mpaka namba za simu hapa, anasema anatibu kitu kama kurejesha kilichoibiwa, kurejesha mapenzi, shida ya ndoa na hizo vitu zingine zote, na amepeana namba ya simu. My friend, tafuta mahali unaenda kufanya hizi vitu zako. We are busy here na mambo ingine. Hii vitu yako tafuta mahali utaenda kupost. Hapa sidhani kama kuna customer wa hii nini. Ukiwa unatafuta platform ya kuadvertise hii kazi, tafuta mahali pengine. Hapa tunakuja kuongea maneno ya nchi. So daktari, sijui daktari yake ni gani. Ni sawa sawa. Let me acknowledge the people in the comment section. Scott Apist, asante sana. Birian, asante kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Eufina Adams, nashukuru kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Unani Sumbua, unasikia jina, kuna jamaa anaitwa Unani Sumbua. Asante sana. Ruto, Geoffrey Ruto, kawaida yako tunakupenda hapa, kuja na hiyo maoni yako tukutane Supreme Court tulisema. BAJ, asante. Chemjor Kipkoskei, asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Father Danny Darius, asante. Elkana, asante sana. Na watu wamesema kwamba Australia watu hawakupiga kura, wengine wanasema walipiga kura lakini haikuwa gazetted, so sijui kweli ni yupi, lakini tutajua tu. Zena Chesire, asante sana. I'm blessed ulituambia ulipiga kura Australia, sasa tena umetuambia no, it was not gazetted. Alex anasema it was not gazetted, so Alex, it might be true. Haya, sawa sawa. Mheshimiwa Pius Sagini, asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Douglas Kenywa, ni wengi sana, tuna watu zaidi ya 400 ambao wanatutazama saa hii, kwa hivyo tungependa kusema ni asante. Kesho saa na nyakati za kawaida ni saa 7:30 Kenyan time. Banada atakuwa hapa mapema sana kukuletea show nyingine mpya, brand new, na yale mambo ambayo yameendelea katika nchi yetu. Utaweza kuingia kwenye show ukitumia link ambayo huwa inadropiwa hapo kwa comment section. Click on that link, you'll find yourself in the show. Let StreamYard configure your camera and your device, and you'll be able to talk and give your opinion on the issues that are affecting our countries. DPP, asante. Masi Melody, Caroline Omwambo, asante sana, na wale wote wengine. We actually appreciate your company here. Kila siku mkuja hapa, mna keep the show going, and we are so grateful for your support. I would not forget to tell you to go to YouTube and subscribe to Motembei TV, na pia ukishamaliza kusubscribe ukaweze kuhit the notification button, ndio show ikienda live utakuwa notified ya kwamba tumeanza show. So kwa hayo machache, Naomi, asante sana. Naona unasema blue. Watu wanasema leo tuimbe. Scott, pleased. Pole sana, mood bado hijarudi bana, bado watu tunaumia, na kila siku tunaona mambo inaendelea tena tunazidi kuumia, lakini tutarudisha show kawaida. Wacha mambo itulie, tunaamini kwamba mambo itakuwa shwari kabisa. Chris Sela Barasa, asante. Daniel Oyugi, asanteni sana nyinyi wote. Wacha tumalize show yetu kwa kunena wimbo wa taifa. Stone PK, sijui kama unanisikia leo, utatusemea stanza ya kwanza ndiposa tuweze kufunga show. Kila mtu anasema unaona hizo maua kwa comment section, watu wanasema blue, so keep the blue going, keep the blue, we are strong. Asante Montana Kingston Meditation Club, asante sana. So Stone PK, tupatie wimbo wa taifa, the first stanza, then we can close down the show.
Haya basi, mnanisikia vizuri? Mnanipata?
Uko shwari, uko sawa
kabisa sana.
Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Haya, asante Stony PK, Alex, asante sana Sylvester, Dion. Ni Dion ama ni Dion? Sijui itakuwa Dai ama ni D.
Dion.
Okay, sawa sana. Asante sana na Mogoi, asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Naona watu kule kwa comment section watu wanasema blue heart. The hearts are blue. Asanteni sana our viewers. We know that we are still here. We'll be here. We'll continue bringing this broadcast to you so that we can at least continue to talk about the issues that are affecting our country. And to the panelists, always appreciated. Thank you for keeping this going. Mungu awakirimie baraka zake. Na tukutane hapa kesho masaa kama haya. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.